Imagine the clash of steel on a misty battlefield, the roar of men shouting for freedom, and a lone figure standing against the might of an empire. Well, my sleep friends, tonight we're exploring how William Wallace's fight outlived him. Though his life was cut short in gentle fashion, Wallace's defiance sparked something larger than himself. His struggle became legend, inspiring generations of Scots to continue the fight for independence long after his own voice was silenced. His courage didn't end with his death, it echoed, carrying forward into the history of a nation. So, before you get comfortable as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you appreciate the effort put in daily. Also, please let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now, dim the lights, grab that favourite blanket and let's ease into this gentle story. Imagine yourself sitting in a cosy chair by a crackling fire, ready to hear about a man who never meant to be Scotland's greatest folk hero. William Wallace didn't come into the world with a crown on his head or a plan for the battlefield in his hand. He was born around 1270 as the second son of a minor Scottish noble. This meant that he was going to live a quiet life that history tends to forget. You might picture young William growing up in Renfrewshire and getting into the usual kinds of trouble that boys do, like climbing trees he shouldn't, tracking mud through, his mother's clean hall and learning to swing a sword that was still too heavy for his skinny arms. Malcolm Wallace, his father, owned some land around Elderslie. It was enough to make them respectable, but not enough to make them rich. It's like being the family that lives on a quiet street but has the nicest house. It's not like living in a castle, but it's nice. It wasn't William's birth or his money that set him apart. It was the time he was born. He was born and raised in Scotland during a time when things were really bad. King Alexander III died in 1286, leaving behind a mess that would make today's family inheritance fights seem like polite dinner conversations. The Scottish nobles were fighting over who should be the next king, like kids fighting over the last piece of cake. But this cake was a whole kingdom. Edward I of England came along. He was as subtle as a sledgehammer and as patient as a hungry cat watching a mouse hole. Edward saw the political chaos in Scotland and thought, "This looks like a great chance to add another kingdom to my collection." In 1296, when William was probably in his mid-20s and more interested in taking care of his family's land than in politics, Edward decided to invade Scotland with the same excitement as someone moving furniture around in a house that wasn't theirs. The invasion wasn't just a military victory, it was a planned humiliation. Edward took away Scotland's symbols of independence, like a tourist taking home a huge souvenir. He took the Stone of Destiny away. He put English officials in charge of Scottish affairs and acted like the worst kind of micromanaging boss you've ever had. Except this boss was in charge of your whole country. For William, who lived in the Scottish lowlands, Edward's job probably felt like having strangers move into his neighbourhood and tell him how to paint his fence. The new English rulers made people pay taxes, set their own rules, and didn't care about Scottish customs any more than you would care about a crumpled grocery list. Every day was full of small annoyances and big problems that built up over time, like pressure in a kettle. You can almost picture William going about his business, managing his small estates, dealing with English tax collectors, and watching English soldiers swagger through Scottish towns. You can also picture him feeling that special kind of anger that comes from being told you're not good enough to run your own affairs. He wasn't planning a revolution yet. He was just a man watching his country slowly fade away under the rules of someone else. But here's the thing about quiet people who reach their breaking point. When they finally lose it, they don't just make noise, they write history. William Wallace was about to learn that the heroes who are most afraid to act are the ones who make the biggest difference, because they reach a point where they can't stand to watch anymore. His change from a small landowner to a famous rebel was still to come, like a storm gathering on the horizon. You might be wondering what makes a fairly peaceful landowner into Scotland's most famous rebel. Like most turning points in life, the answer came down to something very personal and annoyingly small. William Wallace was called to testify in May 1297 before William Heselrigg, the English sheriff of Lanark. Historians still argue about why this happened, just like people argue about what really happened at a family reunion years ago. Imagine this. You have to meet with someone who embodies everything you've come to hate about your current situation. Heselrigg was one of those English officials who liked to remind Scots that they were now subjects instead of citizens of their own country. He was like every annoying interaction you've ever had with the government, but this bureaucrat could have you killed if he wanted to. Depending on which story you believe, what happens next is different. However, they all end the same way. Heselrigg is dead, and Wallace is suddenly Scotland's most wanted man. Some people say it started because of taxes, others say it was because of land disputes, and still others say it had to do with a woman Wallace cared about. The specifics don't matter as much as the outcome. William Wallace crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed in a fit of rage. It wasn't the same as accidentally breaking a vase at someone's house to kill an English sheriff. This was like setting fire to a police station in the Middle Ages. There was no way to explain it away, no way to say sorry, and no way to go back to your quiet life of managing estates and complaining about taxes. Wallace was with about 30 friends in Lanark that day, and all of a sudden they were all criminals, like the most important crime spree in history. But here's where the story gets interesting. Wallace didn't panic or run away to hide in the Highlands like smart criminals would have. Instead, he did something that surprised everyone, even himself. He began to get more followers. Word spread through Scotland faster than gossip in a small town. William Wallace had finally stood up to the English. You need to know how badly people wanted to hear this kind of news. For months, Scots had been watching foreigners change their country, ignore their traditions, and either kill their leaders, send them into exile, or work with the occupiers. Then, out of nowhere, there was this minor nobleman who seemed to have made up his mind that he would rather be a dead rebel than a living collaborator. Wallace found out he was good at something he'd never done before, getting people to fight when it seemed like there was no hope. Men began to arrive at his camp. Farmers brought pitchforks, young noblemen brought swords, craftsmen brought hammers, and a lot of people brought nothing but anger and a desire to use it. It was like watching a snowball roll down a hill, but this one was picking up Scots who were armed and angry. At the same time, the English government was having its own bad day at work. One minute they're running a conquered territory like any other occupying force, and the next minute some nobody from Renfrewshire has killed a sheriff and become a magnet for all the unhappy Scots in the lowlands. Edward I was not the kind of king who liked surprises like this. Within a few weeks, Wallace had gone from being a wanted criminal to the head of a group that was starting to look a lot like a rebellion. He was probably learning faster than he wanted that there is a big difference between being angry enough to kill a sheriff and being ready to lead a war against the strongest military force in Britain. But sometimes life doesn't give you enough time to get ready for the part you have to play. Imagine trying to explain to someone why you chose to fight the medieval version of the Pentagon with a group of farmers, craftsmen and younger sons who couldn't inherit their father's land. This was basically William Wallace's situation in the summer of 1297. If he had been the type of person to make smart choices, Scottish history would have been much shorter and less interesting. Wallace had accidentally become the leader of what military historians politely call an asymmetric conflict, which is academic speak for David versus Goliath. Except Goliath has professional soldiers, and David has a lot of people who are really angry. The English army that was coming to Scotland was everything a medieval military force was supposed to be: well-trained, well-equipped, experienced in conquest, and led by commanders who knew what they were doing. On the other hand, Wallace's army looked like what happens when you tell people at a bar that drinks are free and then give them guns instead of beer. Most of his followers had never been in a real battle, many didn't have the right armour, and their plan was to hit the English with whatever you've got until they go away. It wasn't a very promising situation. Wallace did have two advantages that weren't obvious right away. First, his men were fighting for their homes, which is a strong motivation that is hard to match when you're a professional soldier, fighting for someone else's goals. Wallace also had a natural understanding of what we now call guerrilla warfare, though he probably would have called it practical fighting. This is the second, and maybe more important point. Wallace didn't want to fight the English in formal pitched battles where better training and equipment would win. Instead, he kept his troops moving. They attacked English supply lines quickly, then vanished before reinforcements could get there. They made life hard for the occupying forces who were trying to control a hostile countryside. Imagine being pecked to death by ducks in the Middle Ages, but these ducks had swords. The English commanders had been trained in traditional warfare, but they were up against an enemy that didn't follow the rules of war. Wallace's troops would attack a garrison, disappear into the countryside and then reappear somewhere else, like the most dangerous game of whack-a-mole in the world. By September 1297, Wallace had caught the eye of Andrew Moray, another young Scottish noble who was leading his own rebellion in the north. When they worked together, they made something that scared English commanders a lot more than two angry Scots groups. They made a unified resistance with real strategic coordination. The partnership worked because Wallace and Moray were a perfect match for each other. Moray brought noble connections and political legitimacy, while Wallace brought charm and a growing reputation for making English soldiers very nervous. They were part of a Scottish resistance that hadn't existed since Edward's invasion. It looked like it might actually do something besides get its members killed. The English government used the tried and true method of sending a huge army to fix the problem by using overwhelming force. The Earl of Surrey was sent north with orders that probably came down to find these troublemakers and show them why rebellion is not a good career choice. What Surrey didn't fully appreciate was that he was about to face an opponent who had spent months learning how to turn military disadvantages into tactical opportunities. Wallace had been studying the English army like a chess player studies an opponent's best moves, looking for patterns and weaknesses that someone willing to try something new could take advantage of. No one knew it at the time, but the stage was set for what would become the most famous battle in Scottish history. September 11th, 1297, began like any other day, but it would soon become one of the most famous dates in Scottish history. The people who woke up that morning had no idea they were about to see something that would be talked about for hundreds of years. The Earl of Surrey led the English army, which was camped on the south side of the River Forth near Stirling. They could see what looked like a medium-sized Scottish force on Abbey Craig across the water. If you've ever had to choose between the safe choice and the dramatic choice, you can understand how Surrey felt that morning. The safest thing to do was to cross the river at the ford several miles upstream. This would give his whole army time to get ready before fighting the Scots. The dramatic choice was to cross at Stirling Bridge, which was so narrow that his troops would have to cross in small groups, making them easy targets. Surrey picked the bridge because he was sure of himself since he had never lost a battle to Scottish rebels. To be fair to him, this probably seemed like the right choice because his army was bigger, better trained and better armed. What could possibly go wrong with crossing a narrow bridge to attack farmers with pitchforks? Wallace and Moray, who were watching from Abbey Craig, were probably feeling the mix of fear and excitement that comes with putting everything you have on a single desperate bet. They had carefully placed their troops, but their whole plan depended on the timing being just right. If they went too early, the English army would go back across the bridge. If they waited too long, there would be too many English soldiers to deal with. You can picture Wallace watching English soldiers march across the bridge in neat lines, counting heads, and trying to figure out the exact moment when there would be enough enemies across for the attack to be worth it, but not so many that his troops would be overwhelmed. It was like trying to time jumping onto a moving train. If you miss by a second in either direction, the whole thing goes wrong. Wallace gave the signal when the English had gotten about half of their army across. From the Scottish point of view, what happened next was the best kind of chaos. The Scots charged down from Abbey Craig with all the anger of people who had been waiting months for this chance. They hit the English forces at the worst possible time, when they were spread out along the bridge and couldn't move. Wallace's plan was brilliant because it turned the English army's strengths into weaknesses. It didn't matter that they were better trained if there wasn't enough space to use it. They had better gear, but it didn't help them when they couldn't get into battle formations. Their numerical advantage didn't matter when only a small part of their troops could fight at any given time. The narrow bridge turned into a trap instead of a way to get across. Scottish forces had the upper hand and were moving quickly, while English soldiers were stuck between them and their own army, which was still trying to cross behind them. People who had already crossed couldn't go back without fighting their own reinforcements, and people who were still waiting to cross couldn't help without making the traffic worse. Surrey watched as his well-planned military mission turned into what looked like a very costly disaster. The Earl of Surrey had probably fought in dozens of battles, but he'd never seen anything like this. A carefully planned attack turned into a nightmare of medieval traffic management. The English lost thousands of men, including Hugh de Cressingham, Scotland's treasurer. Scots celebrated his death with the same kind of excitement they usually save for big holidays. Wallace and Moray had done something that seemed impossible just hours before. They had beaten a professional English army with a group of rebels that most military experts would have thought was a joke. The win at Stirling Bridge showed that the English weren't as safe in Scotland as everyone thought, and it made William Wallace famous all over Britain, but probably not in the way he had planned when he decided to kill the Sheriff of Lanark. William Wallace found out that being a famous military hero is very different from being a minor landowner after the Battle of Stirling Bridge. People in Scotland started to look at him like he might have answers to questions he had never thought of before, like, what do we do now that we've shown we can beat the English? And how do we run a country when half of it is still occupied? Wallace was smart enough to know that beating one English army didn't mean Scotland was free, even though the victory had made him feel great. It meant that England would send a bigger army, probably led by someone much better than the Earl of Surrey, who'd gone home to tell Edward VI how he had lost a battle against some farmers who were acting up. Sadly, Andrew Moray was hurt at Stirling Bridge and died soon after. This meant that Wallace had to deal with the political fallout from their success, mostly on his own. This was like winning the lottery and then finding out you have to run the whole financial system yourself. It sounds exciting in theory, but it's a lot harder in practice. Wallace was made Guardian of Scotland, which sounded great but came with duties that no one had told him about. He was now supposed to run parts of Scotland, talk to other countries, set up defences against the inevitable English retaliation, and somehow turn a successful rebellion into a working government. Wallace's life was probably at its most strange during the winter of 1297 to 1298. In just a few months he went from being a wanted criminal to the de facto ruler of Scotland. Now he had to figure out how to do the job. He spent time trying to get the world to recognise Scotland's independence. He sent people to France and Rome, like someone in the Middle Ages trying to get their startup noticed by big investors. Edward I was reacting the way you would expect a man to react after seeing his men lose a battle to people he thought were barely more civilised than sheep. People called Edward Longshanks because he was tall and Hammer of the Scots, because he didn't want Scotland to be free. He saw the loss at Stirling Bridge as a personal insult that needed to be fixed right away and in a big way. Wallace probably expected and feared the English response. Edward put together an army that was bigger and better organised, and led by him instead of subordinates, who might make tactical mistakes that would make him look bad. This time, smart positioning and good timing wouldn't be enough to beat out better numbers and equipment. Wallace worked for months to get Scotland ready for what was coming, but he didn't have many resources and knew that his last victory was as much about English mistakes as Scottish brilliance. He couldn't count on his enemies to make the same mistakes twice, especially since they were now being led by a king who had personally conquered Wales and had no plans to let Scotland slip out of English control. Wallace had a problem that was almost impossible to solve. How do you protect a country with few resources from an enemy with almost unlimited ones? It was like trying to keep a wildfire from getting to your house with just a garden hose and your willpower. Wallace was very determined, but determination alone isn't enough to stop professional armies. By the summer of 1298, it was clear that Scotland was about to be invaded in a way that would make Edward's last conquest look like a warm-up. Wallace had done the impossible once, but now he had to do it again in much worse conditions, with everyone watching to see if the hero of Stirling Bridge could pull off another miracle. Someone who had never asked to carry the weight of a whole country's hopes was now aware that this time clever tactics might not be enough. Wallace probably dreaded the summer of 1298, since it would be the time of reckoning after his victory at Stirling Bridge. Edward I had put together an army that was bigger, more professional, better supplied, and led by a king who saw military failure as a personal challenge to his ability. Wallace was in the position of trying to do a miracle again, which is hard to do even when things are going well. The tactical advantages that made Stirling Bridge possible, English overconfidence, good terrain and perfect timing, were not available for a second performance. Edward wasn't going to lead his army across a narrow bridge into a trap that had been set up just for them this time. The Battle of Falkirk on July 22nd, 1298, was not like the Battle of Stirling Bridge. Wallace didn't attack an enemy that was disorganised and stuck in an impossible situation. Instead, he faced a coordinated attack by professional soldiers who had learned from the mistakes of their predecessors. Edward's army had heavy cavalry, professional infantry, and Welsh longbowmen who could kill Scottish soldiers from far away, which made close combat tactics useless. Wallace had put his troops in defensive formations called schiltroms, which were basically circles of men with spears pointed out like medieval porcupines. This was a good way to stop cavalry charges, and at first the English knights couldn't get through these walls of spear points. But Edward had brought those longbowmen from Wales for just this kind of thing. Arrows started to fall on the Scottish formations with deadly accuracy, and spears aren't very good at defending against things that come from above. The schiltroms, which had successfully fought off cavalry attacks, became easy targets for archers who could hit them from a distance that no Scottish weapons could reach. You can imagine Wallace watching his carefully planned defences fall apart in the storm of arrows, and realising that this battle was going to be very different from the one at Stirling Bridge. Instead of using traditional tactics that worked well for the Scots, the English learned to use their technological advantages. The loss at Falkirk was complete and very discouraging. Wallace's army didn't just lose, it was no longer able to fight. Wallace barely made it out alive, but thousands of Scots died. After Stirling Bridge, people called the man Scotland's saviour, but now he was on the run again, this time without an army to lead and no clear way to build one back up. After Falkirk, Wallace stepped down as Guardian of Scotland. He probably realised that he was no longer useful as a regular military leader. The nobles who had backed him started looking for other options, such as talking to Edward instead of continuing a fight that seemed more and more pointless. Wallace, on the other hand, couldn't or wouldn't accept that Scotland's fight for independence was over. Instead of going into exile or trying to make peace with Edward, he spent the next few years acting as a diplomat and a guerrilla fighter. He tried to get support from other countries for Scottish independence, while also attacking English positions in Scotland. This was probably the most frustrating time in Wallace's life. He was well known in Europe as the man who had beaten an English army, but being famous doesn't mean you can get help from the military. It was easy for foreign courts to meet with the famous William Wallace, but giving him troops or money to fight England was a more complicated political decision. Wallace spent time in France, where people treated him with the respect due to someone who had embarrassed the King of England. However, he didn't get much real help. He went to Rome to get the Pope's support for Scottish independence, which is like trying to get the world to recognise a political cause. The war went on in Scotland without him, though. Other leaders joined the fight, and sometimes they won, and sometimes they lost. Wallace had become more of a symbol than an active participant in his country's struggle, which was probably not how he had imagined his career would go when he killed the Sheriff of Lanark. When he finally got back to Scotland around 1303, he found a country that had been fighting for years and was getting more and more tired of it. Edward's strategy of constant pressure and harsh retaliation was working. The Scottish resistance was weakening, and many nobles were starting to think that giving up was better than more destruction. Wallace, on the other hand, was still committed to a cause that was starting to look hopeless. William Wallace had become something more and less than what he had planned to be by the year 1305. He was no longer the leader of Scotland's resistance. That job had gone to other people who were better at dealing with the complicated politics of medieval warfare. But he had become something that could be more dangerous to English interests, a symbol of Scottish independence that couldn't be beaten by normal military means. Edward the Divine knew how powerful symbols could be, which is why he made such a big deal out of taking Scottish regalia like the Stone of Destiny after he conquered the country. It was easier to move a stone to Westminster Abbey than to stop a living legend. William Wallace's freedom meant that Scottish resistance could always start up again. It was probably only a matter of time before Wallace was caught near Glasgow on August 1305. He had been working without a solid base of support, depending on a network of allies who were getting more and more pressure from English authorities. The man who had once led armies was now forced to move quietly through the countryside, where anyone who helped him was in great danger. The way the English reacted to Wallace's capture showed how much Edward I had been bothered by this small Scottish landowner who didn't want to accept defeat. Wallace wasn't just killed as a rebel. He was put on trial and punished in a way that would destroy not only the man, but also the symbol he had become. Wallace was charged with treason, but this was legally murky because he had never sworn loyalty to Edward. The trial wasn't so much about finding out who was guilty, as it was about making a public spectacle to show how pointless it was to fight English rule. Edward wanted Wallace's death to be a warning to anyone else who might want to do the same thing. Wallace was put to death in London on August 23rd, 1305, in the kind of cruel way that medieval authorities used to punish people they wanted to make examples of. The execution was meant to be as public and scary as possible, to show what happened to people who went against English rule in Scotland. But Edward I made a mistake that many rulers have made in the past. He thought that killing a symbol would destroy what it stood for. Wallace's execution, on the other hand, turned him from a failed rebel into a martyr for Scottish independence. He was more of a threat to English interests after he died than when he was alive. William Wallace's story didn't end when he died. It became something that was part history, part legend, and completely Scottish. Robert the Bruce took up the cause of Scottish independence a few years after Wallace was killed. He eventually reached the goal that Wallace had died fighting for. Bruce's success was built on the resistance that Wallace had started, and the inspiration that his death gave him. Wallace became a symbol of not only Scottish independence, but also the idea that regular people could stand up to powerful forces over the years. His story was told again and again, with more details added, made more romantic, and changed to fit the political needs of different times. But the main idea stayed the same: a man who chose to fight instead of giving up. The irony of William Wallace's legacy is that he was a quiet landowner who never meant to lead a rebellion, but he ended up inspiring rebellions and movements for independence all over the world. His life served as a paradigm of how personal bravery could confront seemingly insurmountable authority, and his demise illustrated how martyrdom could possess greater political significance than military triumph. When you hear the name Wallace today, you're hearing about a person who is somewhere between history and legend. He is both what really happened in medieval Scotland and what people have needed that history to mean. The man who killed the sheriff of Lanark because he couldn't stand foreign occupation had become immortal in the same way that would have shocked and probably amused him the most. His story reminds us that sometimes the heroes who don't want to be heroes and never plan to change history end up leaving the biggest marks on it. This is because they reach a point where they can't stand to watch anymore and decide to do something about it, no matter what the consequences. You know that feeling when you're making dinner and you realise you've forgotten to defrost the chicken? Well, imagine if I told you that back in 1851, someone invented a machine that could have solved that problem, and about 50 others you didn't even know you had. Pull up your favourite chair and let me tell you about some inventions that were so close to changing everything, they practically had their bags packed for fame. Dr. John Gorrie was sweating bullets in Florida, literally. Not because he was nervous, but because it was 1842 and air conditioning was still a pipe dream. This person was watching yellow fever patients suffer in the humid heat, and he thought, there's got to be a better way. So he built the first ice-making machine. This was not the type of machine that simply drops ice cubes into your glass with a satisfying plunk. Instead, it was an actual ice factory capable of cooling entire buildings. Picture this. Gorrie's contraption looked like someone had crossed a steam engine with a grandfather clock and fed it too much coffee. It compressed air, let it expand, and voila. Ice appeared like magic. He was basically performing miracles with thermodynamics, yet somehow nobody cared. The timing was all wrong. People thought ice was supposed to come from frozen ponds in winter, not from some mechanical beast that made suspicious noises. The really heartbreaking part. Gorrie died broken forgotten in 1855, just as the world was starting to figure out that maybe, just maybe, controlling temperature might be useful. If he'd invented his machine 50 years later, he'd have been richer than a chocolate fountain at a weight loss convention. Instead, we had to wait until 1902 for Willis Carrier to essentially reinvent the same thing and become the father of modern air conditioning. But here's where it gets interesting. Gorrie's ice machine could have changed everything about where people lived, how cities developed, and even what we ate. Imagine the American South becoming a population centre decades earlier, or fresh food being available year-round everywhere. Instead of the Great Migration north, maybe we'd have seen the Great Migration to Florida, and not just for retirement. The patent office didn't help matters. Back then, getting a patent was like trying to convince your teenager to clean their room. Technically possible, but requiring supernatural patience. Gorrie got his patent in 1851, but by then he was too exhausted and too poor to manufacture his machines. It is akin to finally obtaining the recipe for the ideal chocolate chip cookie, only to discover that you lack the means to purchase the necessary ingredients. What makes this scenario even more frustrating is that ice was already a big business. Frederick Tudor, the Ice King, was shipping ice from Massachusetts to the Caribbean and making a fortune. People knew ice was valuable, they just couldn't imagine making it themselves. It was like having a money tree in your backyard but insisting on walking to the bank instead. The ripple effects of Gorrie's failure touch everything around us today. Hospital design, food storage, urban planning, all of it had to wait another half-century to evolve. Did the scorching southern summers force people to migrate north? They could have been solved before the Civil War. Did the seasonal food shortages that plagued humanity for millennia ever get resolved? Gorrie had the key, but the world wasn't ready to turn the lock. Sometimes the best inventions arrive like party guests. Either too early when you're still in your pyjamas, or too late when you've already eaten all the delicious snacks. Gorrie's ice machine was definitely the pyjamas scenario. It was brilliant, practical, and absolutely ahead of its time, which in the world of inventions is sometimes the cruelest fate of all. Speaking of timing, let's drift over to 1838, when Samuel Morse was tapping out his famous "What hath God wrought" message. But here's something that'll keep you up at night. Another telegraph system was already working perfectly, and it might have prevented some of the bloodiest conflicts in human history. Claude Chappe had built something called the optical telegraph across France in the 1790s. Picture a network of towers stretching across the countryside, each one topped with mechanical arms that moved like a person doing semaphore. These weren't just quaint windmill decorations. They could send a message from Paris to the Mediterranean faster than a horse could gallop to the next village. The entire system functioned akin to a highly advanced version of the childhood telephone game, but instead of mutilating whispered words, these tower operators utilised telescopes to interpret arm positions and transmit coded messages. A communication that would take weeks on horseback could travel the length of France in hours. It was like having the internet, except it ran on human eyeballs and mechanical precision. Now, here's where your heart might break a little. The Chappie telegraph was so effective that Napoleon used it to coordinate his military campaigns. However, the French government kept the telegraph technology secret from other countries because they believed it provided them with too significant an advantage. Imagine if they'd shared the technology instead. The Crimean War might have been settled over a cup of tea rather than fought in trenches. The American Civil War could have been a series of strongly worded telegrams instead of a 4-year bloodbath. The optical telegraph faced a minor issue that ultimately led to its demise. It required favourable weather conditions and daylight hours to function. Fog, rain, or night time turned the most sophisticated communication network in the world into an expensive collection of wooden towers. It was like having a sports car that only worked on Tuesdays when it wasn't cloudy. When Morse's electrical telegraph came along, it worked in any weather, day or night. The optical system became as obsolete as a sundial in a smartphone world. But here's the thing that should make you sit up in bed. If someone had figured out how to make the optical system work in the dark, we might have had instant global communication decades earlier. The French had over 5,000 kilometres of optical telegraph lines by the 1840s. They could have connected every major city in Europe if other countries had adopted the system instead of treating it like a military secret. Imagine the Congress of Vienna in 1815, with delegates actually able to communicate with their home countries in real time. Diplomatic crises that escalated due to slow instructions for ambassadors might have been resolved over lunch. But the real tragedy is what happened to Claude Chappe himself. He watched his life's work get overtaken by electrical systems and fell into such despair that he took his life in 1805. He never got to see how his optical network inspired the development of modern telecommunications. His towers were the direct ancestors of every cell phone tower, every fibre optic cable, and every satellite dish that keeps our world connected today. The optical telegraph was like a bridge between the ancient world of signal fires and smoke signals and our modern world of instant global communication. It proved that with enough clever engineering and human cooperation, you could shrink the world down to a manageable size. It took a century for that lesson to sink in, and by then, we'd fought wars that better communication might have prevented. Now recline into your pillows, as the upcoming story may inspire you to rewrite history books. Everyone knows the Wright brothers flew first at Kitty Hawk in 1903, right? Well, grab your favourite warm drink because I'm about to tell you about Gustav Whitehead, a guy who might have been soaring through the Connecticut sky 2 years before Orville and Wilbur even got their famous 12 seconds off the ground. Whitehead was one of those inventors who looked like he'd escaped from a steampunk novel. Born in Bavaria, he immigrated to America with nothing but big dreams and an obsession with anything that could fly. While the Wright brothers were methodically testing gliders and keeping detailed notes, Whitehead was building flying machines in his backyard like he was assembling furniture from a very complicated catalogue. On August 14th, 1901, witnesses claimed they saw Whitehead's No. 21 aircraft fly for about half a mile at 50 feet above the ground near Bridgeport. The local newspaper reported it the next day with the kind of casual enthusiasm you might use to describe a particularly excellent barbecue. Gustav Whitehead flew yesterday, they essentially said, as if people took to the air every Tuesday. Here's where it gets frustrating enough to make you kick your blankets. Unlike the Wright brothers, who documented everything like they were preparing for a patent lawsuit, Whitehead was more of a, let's see what happens if I attach this engine to these wings kind of guy. No photographs, no official records, just eyewitness accounts and one very enthusiastic newspaper article. The aircraft itself was a marvel of early 20th century engineering optimism. It had a lightweight motor that Whitehead built himself, silk wings, and a control system that required the pilot to basically become one with the machine. Flying it was less like driving a car and more like riding a very cooperative dragon. The whole contraption weighed about 800 pounds and looked like it had been designed by someone who'd seen birds flying but had never actually met one personally. What makes this story even more intriguing is that several aviation pioneers visited Whitehead and came away convinced he'd achieved powered flight. These individuals were not mere passers-by, but rather serious engineers and aviation enthusiasts who understood the distinction between mere flight and true flight. However, the Wright brothers' publicity overshadowed their testimonies. The problem was that Whitehead couldn't repeat his success consistently. Whitehead's engines exhibited temperamental behaviour, his aircraft designs underwent constant changes, and his business acumen was akin to that of a golden retriever. While the Wright brothers were building a sustainable flying program, Whitehead was having what you might charitably call adventure flights. Impressive when they worked, spectacular when they didn't. Imagine if Whitehead had been a better record keeper, or if someone with a camera had been there that August morning. We might be talking about Whitehead Field instead of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The whole mythology of American aviation might have started in Connecticut rather than North Carolina. Beach tourism might have developed very differently. But here's the thing that might keep you staring at the ceiling. Even if Whitehead did fly first, the Wright brothers still deserved their fame. They didn't just achieve flight, they made it reproducible, improvable, and eventually practical. Whitehead was like the person who accidentally discovers a great recipe but forgets to write it down. The Wright brothers were the ones who turned flying into something more than a spectacular accident. The aviation world probably needed both approaches, Whitehead's fearless experimentation and the Wright brothers' methodical development. One pushed the limits of what was possible, the other made sure those boundaries stayed pushed. It's just a shame that history tends to remember the finishers better than the pioneers who cleared the path. Let's pull the covers up a bit higher and discuss something that might change how you think about World War II entirely. While everyone was focused on radar and rockets, a brilliant German engineer named Konrad Zuse was quietly building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Indeed, he was building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Imagine trying to explain that to your homeowner's insurance. The Z3, completed in 1941, was like someone had taken a pocket calculator and fed it steroids for 2 years. It could perform floating-point arithmetic, handle conditional operations, and even run programs stored on punched film. This wasn't some glorified adding machine. This was a genuine computer, complete with memory, processing power, and the ability to solve complex mathematical problems that would have taken human calculators weeks to figure out. Zuse built this marvel using telephone relays, the kind of switches that connected your long-distance calls back when operators asked, "Number, please?" The Z3 had about 2,600 relays clicking away like a mechanical orchestra, each one making tiny decisions that added up to genuine computational power. The sound it made while working was probably like being inside a huge, very busy typewriter. Here's where your mind might start racing. If the German military had recognised what Zuse had created and funded it properly, they could have had computational advantages that might have changed the entire war. Code breaking, ballistics calculations, logistics optimization, all the number-crunching nightmares that bogged down military operations could have been solved by machines instead of rooms full of mathematicians with slide rules. But the German authorities looked at Zuse's computer and essentially shrugged. They were more interested in bigger tanks and faster planes than in some clicking contraption that solved math problems. It was like being offered a magic wand and asking if it came in a different colour. The military applications were so obvious they were invisible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Atlantic, similar computational needs were driving the development of machines like ENIAC and Colossus. The difference was that the Allies understood they were fighting a war that would be won by whoever could process information faster and more accurately. The Germans had the technology first, but couldn't see past their traditional military thinking. Zuse's workshop was eventually destroyed in an Allied bombing raid in 1943, taking the Z3 with it. By then, he had already started work on the Z4, which was even more advanced. But imagine if that bombing raid had never happened, or if Zuse had been working in a properly funded, well-protected government facility instead of his parents' living room. The computational revolution might have started in the 1940s, Germany instead of the 1950s America. The real tragedy is that Zuse understood exactly what he'd built. He wrote the first algorithmic programming language, developed floating-point arithmetic, and even theorized about artificial intelligence decades before anyone else was thinking seriously about machine thinking. He was like a time traveller who'd brought back blueprints from the future, except nobody believed the future was worth visiting. After the war, when the world finally caught up to what Zuse had been doing, the computer revolution exploded. But those crucial years from 1941 to 1945 represented a lost opportunity that might have reshaped everything. Not just the war, but the entire development of computational technology could have been accelerated by a decade or more. This is one of those historical scenarios that can keep you awake at night. What if the side with the moral high ground also had the best tech? What if the computational revolution had started earlier and developed differently? The most important battles in history are sometimes fought with ideas that don't get the attention they deserve. Now let's talk about something that might make you grateful for modern medicine in a whole new way. Picture this. It's 1847, and women are dying in childbirth at horrifying rates. Not from complications during delivery, but from something called childbed fever that strikes afterward. In Vienna's General Hospital, one maternity ward has a death rate of 18%, while another ward right down the hall has a death rate of only 2%. Same hospital, same city, same year, but somehow one hallway is a death trap while the other is relatively safe. Enter Ignaz Semmelweis, a Hungarian doctor who looked at this situation and thought, something is very wrong here. He was like a medical detective in an era when most doctors thought disease was caused by bad air or moral failings. Semmelweis noticed something that should have been obvious, but somehow wasn't. The deadly ward was staffed by doctors and medical students, while the safe ward was run by midwives. Here's where it gets intriguing enough to make you sit up in bed. The doctors and medical students spent their mornings performing autopsies on women who had died from childbed fever, then walked directly to the maternity ward to deliver babies, without washing their hands. The midwives, on the other hand, didn't do autopsies. Semmelweis put two and two together and got an answer that nobody wanted to hear. He instituted a simple policy. Everyone had to wash their hands with chlorinated lime solution before examining patients. The death rate in the doctor's ward immediately dropped from 18% to less than 2%. You'd think the change would have made Semmelweis the hero of Vienna General Hospital, maybe even gotten him a statue in the courtyard. Instead, it made him the most hated man in the medical establishment. The other doctors were furious. The idea that gentlemen's hands could be unclean was insulting to their social status. Doctors were supposed to be learned men of science, not common workers who needed to scrub up like servants. The concept that invisible particles on their hands could cause disease was so absurd, it was practically offensive. They essentially told Semmelweis that his germ theory was crazy talk. What makes this even more heartbreaking is that Semmelweis could prove his point with numbers. Every month that hand-washing was enforced, fewer women died. Every time the policy was relaxed, the death rate shot back up. It was cause and effect so clear you could teach it to a child, yet the medical establishment treated it like dangerous nonsense. The pushback against Semmelweis was so intense that he eventually suffered what we'd now probably call a nervous breakdown. He became increasingly frustrated and confrontational, writing bitter letters to prominent doctors calling them murderers. Technically, he was correct. They were killing patients due to ignorance, but he never excelled in tact. In 1865, he was committed to an asylum where he died just 2 weeks later, possibly from the same kind of infection he'd spent his career fighting. Here's the part that might keep you staring at the ceiling. If the medical world had accepted Semmelweis's hand-washing protocol in 1847, millions of lives could have been saved. The concept of antiseptic surgery wouldn't have had to wait for Joseph Lister in the 1860s. Germ theory wouldn't have needed Louis Pasteur to make it respectable. The entire development of modern medicine could have accelerated by decades. Imagine Civil War field hospitals where doctors washed their hands between patients. Imagine surgery becoming safer 20 years earlier than it actually did. Imagine all the mothers and babies who could have lived if the medical establishment had been willing to consider that maybe, just maybe, a Hungarian doctor had figured out something important about invisible killers. Instead, Semmelweis became a tragic footnote, vindicated only after his death when Pasteur and Lister made germ theory fashionable. Occasionally the most important discoveries aren't rejected because they're wrong, but because they're so right they threaten everything people think they know about how the world works. Let's shift gears again and talk about something that could have made your daily commute look very different. While everyone was getting excited about cars and airplanes in the early 1900s, there was another transportation revolution brewing that most people have never heard of. It involved pneumatic tubes, basically shooting capsules through pressurized air systems like you were mailing yourself across the city. The beach pneumatic transit system in New York was like something out of a Jules Verne novel, except it actually worked. In 1870, Alfred Ely Beach built a 312-foot demonstration tunnel under Broadway and shot a cylindrical car carrying passengers through it using nothing but air pressure. The car was plushly appointed with upholstered seats and elegant lighting, making it feel more like riding in a Victorian parlour than being shot through an underground tube. Passengers described the experience as surprisingly smooth and quiet. The car would whoosh through the tunnel, carried along by a giant fan that created air pressure behind it and suction in front. At the end of the line, the process reversed and the car would slide gently back to the starting point. It was like being inside a huge, very comfortable pneumatic message system. Beach envisioned a network of these pneumatic railways crisscrossing Manhattan, transporting passengers at speeds that would rival those of modern subway systems. No noise, no smoke, no horses dropping inconvenient packages on the street. Just clean, quiet, efficient transportation powered by compressed air. The whole system could have been running on renewable energy if they'd connected the fans to windmills or water wheels. But here's where the story takes a turn that might make you want to throw your pillow across the room. Boss Tweed and Tammany Hall, New York's notoriously corrupt political machine, were heavily invested in street-level transportation systems, horse-drawn omnibuses, elevated railways, and eventually streetcars. A pneumatic system that bypassed street-level corruption and kickback opportunities was about as welcome as a tax audit. The political opposition to Beach's system was so intense that he had to build his demonstration tunnel in secret, working at night and disposing of excavated dirt through a basement in a nearby building. He was literally conducting an underground transportation revolution underground, in both the physical and political sense. When Beach finally revealed his system to the public, it was an instant sensation. Over 400,000 people paid to ride the demonstration line in its first year of operation. The public loved it, the press praised it, and engineering experts confirmed it was completely feasible. Everything was perfect except for the small matter of political approval for expansion. Tweed and his cronies made sure that Beach's request for permits and funding got buried deeper than his tunnel. They wanted transportation systems they could control, profit from, and use as sources of political patronage. A pneumatic system that could be built quickly and operated efficiently offered too few opportunities for the kind of creative accounting that kept political machines running. The Beach tunnel eventually closed, not because the technology didn't work, but because the politics didn't work. The demonstration tunnel was sealed up and forgotten until it was accidentally rediscovered during subway construction in 1912. By then, the window for pneumatic transit had closed, and New York was committed to the electric subway system we know today. Imagine if Beach had succeeded. Manhattan might have had a transportation network that was faster, quieter, and cleaner than what we ended up with. The whole development of urban transportation could have taken an entirely different path. Instead of noisy elevated trains and crowded subways, cities might have developed silent, smooth pneumatic networks that shot people around like packages in a delivery system. The technology wasn't the problem. Pneumatic tube systems were already being used successfully for mail delivery in major cities. The problem was that beneficial technology isn't enough if the political and economic systems aren't ready to support it. Sometimes the best inventions fail not because they don't work, but because they work too well for the wrong people. Now, as we settle in for the final part of our journey through forgotten inventions, let's talk about something that could have changed the entire course of the 20th century. While Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla were having their famous war of currents, another inventor was quietly working on something that could have made both of their electrical systems look like child's toys. Nikola Tesla, yes, the same Tesla who won the AC/DC battle, had an even bigger idea brewing in his brilliant, slightly obsessive mind. He believed he could transmit electrical power wirelessly, through the Earth itself, making power lines as obsolete as carrier pigeons. His Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island wasn't just an experimental radio station. It was supposed to be the prototype for a global wireless power system. Picture this. Instead of cities crisscrossed with power lines, you'd have elegant towers spaced across the landscape, beaming electricity through the ground to receivers anywhere in the world. No more power outages from fallen lines, no more unsightly electrical infrastructure, and no more limitations on where you could build things based on how close they were to power sources. The whole planet would become one giant electrical grid. Tesla's system worked on the principle that the Earth itself could act as a conductor. By pumping electrical energy into the ground at specific frequencies, He believed he could create standing waves that would allow power to be extracted anywhere on the planet. It sounds like science fiction, but Tesla had already demonstrated wireless power transmission on a smaller scale, lighting bulbs from miles away without any connecting wires. The financial backing for Wardenclyffe came from J.P. Morgan, who initially thought he was funding an improved wireless communication system. When Tesla revealed his true intention, free wireless power for everyone, Morgan's enthusiasm cooled faster than coffee left on a porch in January. Free power meant no metered usage, which meant no way to charge customers, which meant no profit. Morgan pulled his funding in 1906, and Tesla's wireless power dreams died with it. Here's where you might want to pull the blankets over your head and contemplate alternative timelines. If Tesla's wireless power system had worked as intended, the entire 20th century could have unfolded differently. There would have been no necessity for large-scale power plants in each region. The system would have been immune to attacks on infrastructure during wartime. There would be no environmental issues associated with power transmission lines passing through wilderness areas. Rural electrification, which didn't reach many parts of America until the 1930s and 1940s, could have happened immediately. Developing countries wouldn't have needed to build expensive power infrastructure to modernize. Electric vehicles might have become practical decades earlier, since you could power them anywhere without needing charging stations. But Tesla's wireless power system had one crucial flaw that probably doomed it from the start. It would have been almost impossible to control who used the power. Unlike electrical lines that could be metered and disconnected, wireless power beamed through the earth would have been available to anyone with the right receiving equipment. It was socialism through physics, which was never going to fly with the business community. The irony is that Tesla's wireless power transmission actually worked on a small scale. His Colorado Springs laboratory successfully transmitted power wirelessly across significant distances. The problem wasn't the technology, it was the economics and politics of giving away something that people were used to paying for. After Wardenclyffe failed, Tesla spent the rest of his life as a brilliant but increasingly eccentric figure, living in hotel rooms and feeding pigeons while the world moved on to more conventional electrical systems. He died in 1943, just as the world was discovering that many of his seemingly impossible ideas, like radar and robotics, were not only possible but essential. As you drift off to sleep tonight, think about all these inventors who are so close to changing everything. They remind us that history isn't just about what happened, but about all the fascinating things that almost happened. Sometimes the most important stories are the ones about the roads not taken, the inventions that were too early, too radical, or too threatening to the way things were. These forgotten pioneers prove that the future is always closer than we think. It's just waiting for the right combination of technology, timing, and the courage to believe that impossible things might not be impossible after all. Sweet dreams, and remember, tomorrow's impossibility might just be tonight's bedtime story waiting to come true. Picture yourself waking up in a narrow bed that's barely wider than a coffin, but somehow more comfortable than anything you'd known before coming to Ashworth Manor. The room you share with two other housemaids is tucked under the eaves, where the ceiling slopes down so dramatically that you've learned to duck instinctively when getting dressed. The walls are thin enough that you can hear Mrs. Pemberton, the head cook, already clattering about in the kitchen 3 floors below, her wooden spoons conducting an orchestra of copper pots. It's 4:30 in the morning, and your body has become a living alarm clock. After 18 months in service, you no longer need the bell that Martha, the senior housemaid, rings to wake everyone. Your bones simply know when it's time to begin another day in the wonderful machine of the manor house. You slide your feet into boots that have moulded themselves to your particular brand of exhaustion, comfortable in all the wrong places, worn thin where you need them most. The floorboards creak their familiar greeting as you tiptoe around your sleeping roommates. Sarah, the scullery maid, talks in her sleep about her sweetheart back in the village, while Emma, who works in the laundry, snores with the dedication of someone who's earned every moment of rest. The servants' staircase serves as your primary route to all important places. It's narrow and steep, designed by architects who clearly never had to carry a coal scuttle up 4 flights, while balancing a chamber pot and trying not to wake the entire household. You've developed a peculiar grace navigating these stairs, part mountain goat, part ballet dancer, all determination not to tumble backward into catastrophe. Your first stop is the magnificent hall, where yesterday's ashes in the massive fireplace look like the remains of a small dragon. The grate is heavy enough to anchor a ship, and cleaning it requires the kind of athletic ability that would impress circus performers. You've learned to approach it like a puzzle. First the smaller pieces, then the grate itself, always mindful that coal dust has a magical ability to appear on surfaces you haven't even touched yet. The manor wakes up around you in layers. First come the other servants, moving through their morning routines with the synchronised precision of dancers who've rehearsed the same performance for years. Then come the dogs, Lord Ashworth's hunting hounds, who seem to insist on serving breakfast at 5 sharp, regardless of human convenience. Finally, the house itself begins to stir, floorboards settling, pipes gurgling their morning complaints, and somewhere in the distance, the grandfather clock in the entrance hall chiming the hours like a stern headmaster, keeping everyone on schedule. You've learned to love these early morning moments, when the manor belongs entirely to its servants. There's something peaceful about moving through rooms that will later buzz with the complicated social machinery of the upper classes, but for now exist in a state of suspended animation. The drawing room, with its silk wallpaper and furniture that costs more than most people earn in a decade, feels almost friendly in the pre-dawn darkness. You dust the mahogany tables and straighten the cushions on chairs that probably have their own names and pedigrees. The morning light filtering through the tall windows reveals dust motes dancing in the air like tiny rebellious spirits. You've developed a personal relationship with dust. It's your constant companion, your eternal opponent, and occasionally, when the light hits it just right, your unwitting collaborator in creating something almost beautiful. Dust, you've learned, has personality. The dust in the library is scholarly and dignified, settling politely on leather-bound books. The dust in the children's playroom is chaotic and adventurous, hiding in corners and emerging at the most inconvenient moments. By 6 o'clock, you've already accomplished what most people would consider a full day's work. The fires are lit, the main rooms are clean, and you've managed to avoid waking anyone who might dock your wages for disturbing their beauty sleep. Your back aches in that particular way that comes from bending over grates and reaching under furniture, but there's also a satisfaction in seeing the manor slowly come to life around your efforts. The kitchen, when you finally make it there for your breakfast, is a warm refuge filled with the smell of fresh bread and the comfortable chaos of Mrs. Pemberton's domain. She rules her realm with the authority of a general and the warmth of a favourite aunt, dispensing both orders and wisdom in equal measure. The pecking order in a Victorian mansion is more complex than the family tree of European royalty, and twice as confusing for newcomers. You've learned to navigate this social labyrinth with the skill of a diplomat, always mindful of who outranks whom, and exactly how much courtesy each position demands. At the top of the servants' hierarchy sits Mr. Whitmore, the butler, who carries himself with the dignity of a man who's never doubted his place in the world. Mr. Whitmore, the butler, possesses the ability to elevate the mundane task of polishing silver to a sacred ritual, and his disapproval is unmistakable. You've seen him reduce footmen to stammering apologies with nothing more than a raised eyebrow and a slight tightening around the eyes. Just below him reigns Mrs. Hartwell, the housekeeper, who manages the female staff with the organisational skills of a military commander and the intuition of someone who's raised 12 children. She carries a massive ring of keys that jangles with every step, announcing her presence like a one-woman brass band. These keys unlock everything from the linen closets to the wine cellar, and the sound of them has become the soundtrack of authority in your daily life. Mrs. Pemberton rules the kitchen with an iron ladle and a heart that's softer than her Yorkshire pudding. She's a cook who meticulously remembers each servant's preferred tea and consistently provides an extra biscuit during a particularly challenging day. Her domain is distinct from the rest of the house hierarchy, as she reports directly to Mrs. Hartwell. However, within her kitchen, her authority is unquestioned. You've found your place somewhere in the middle of this complex social machinery. As a housemaid, you're above the scullery maids and the kitchen help, but below the ladies' maids and the governess. It's a position that requires a peculiar kind of social awareness. You need to be respectful to those above you, kind to those below you, and cautious around those at your level, because horizontal politics among servants can be more treacherous than anything happening upstairs. The footmen occupy their own strange category in this hierarchy. They're technically your equals, but they seem to believe their fancy uniforms and proximity to the dining room make them practically members of the family. James, the senior footman, has mastered the skill of sneering at people, while simultaneously serving them soup. His pomaded hair and pristine white gloves make him look like he's constantly ready for a formal portrait, even when he's just carrying coal scuttles. The daily dance of precedence plays out in 100 small ways. Who enters the servants' hall first for meals, who gets the best seat near the fire, who's allowed to voice opinions about the family's guests, and who must simply listen and nod. You've learned to read these subtle cues like a scholar studying ancient texts, because misunderstanding your place can result in anything from cold shoulders to actual dismissal. The strangest part of this hierarchy is how it mirrors the family upstairs while remaining completely separate from it. Lord Ashworth might be the master of the house, but he has no idea that William, the second footman, has been conducting a subtle campaign of psychological warfare against Thomas, the hall boy, over whose responsibility it is to polish the brass doorknobs. These servant dramas unfold parallel to the family's lives, invisible to them but consuming tremendous energy below stairs. You've developed a strategy for navigating these social waters that involves generous amounts of tea, careful listening, and an almost supernatural ability to become invisible when tensions rise. The key is understanding that everyone, from the lowliest scullery maid to the most exalted lady's maid, is desperately trying to maintain their dignity in a world that offers very little of it to people in service. The laundry maids exist in their own steamy universe, emerging from the basement washhouse looking like they've been wrestling with clouds. They speak their language of starch and soap, and their hands are permanently pruned from constant contact with water. Emma, who shares your attic room, comes to bed every night smelling like carbolic soap and lavender, a combination that's become as comforting as a lullaby. The truly fascinating members of this servant ecosystem are the specialists, the lamp trimmer, who treats each fixture like a delicate patient requiring surgery, the boot boy, who knows the footwear preferences of every family member and guest, and the under-butler who's being groomed for Mr. Whitmore's position and carries the weight of that future responsibility like a crown that's still being fitted. Living in a Victorian mansion means existing in two worlds simultaneously, like being an actor in a play where half the cast doesn't know the other half exists. You've mastered the art of becoming functionally invisible when family members are present, a skill that requires more athleticism than most people realise. The back staircase is your lifeline to invisibility. It's a narrow, winding passage that connects every floor of the house, designed specifically so servants can move through the mansion without disturbing the family's carefully orchestrated daily life. You've learned to navigate these stairs in complete darkness, your feet knowing exactly where each step creaks and which handrail wiggles. It's like having a secret passage to everywhere that matters, except the secret is that you're not supposed to exist while using it. The family's daily routine creates a complex choreography that you've learned to dance around. Lady Ashworth takes her morning tea at precisely 8 o'clock, which means you need to have her sitting room immaculate by 7:30. She has a particular way of sighing when things aren't arranged to her satisfaction, not quite disapproval but definitely disappointment, that can ruin your entire morning if you're not prepared for it. The children present their own unique challenges. Master Frederick, 8 years old and convinced of his military greatness, has transformed the 3rd floor into his personal battlefield. You've learned to clean around elaborate arrangements of toy soldiers, knowing that disturbing his campaigns could result in the kind of tantrum that brings his mother running and gets servants blamed for corrupting young minds. His sister, Miss Caroline, is 12 and has recently discovered the power of treating servants like her personal confidants, which is flattering until you realise she's practising her future role as mistress of her household. The guests are where things get intriguing. Every visitor brings their expectations, their servants, and their own way of treating the household staff. You've learned to read people quickly. Some guests treat you like furniture, others like family pets, and a precious few like actual human beings. Those who attempt to appear friendly, yet make it evident that they view you as a completely different species, are the worst. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, Lady Ashworth's sister, visits monthly and treats the servants' hall like her personal entertainment venue. She sweeps through, asking intrusive questions about your personal life, while simultaneously rearranging everything according to her own preferences. Her lady's maid, Miss Prentice, apologises constantly for her mistress's behaviour, while somehow making it clear that she considers herself superior to the permanent staff. The dinner parties are where your invisibility skills get their greatest workout. You've learned to move through the dining room like a ghost, refilling water glasses and replacing courses while 8 to 12 people conduct conversations that range from fascinating to horrifying, often within the same sentence. The trick is to listen without appearing to listen, to anticipate needs without seeming to pay attention, and to remember everything while pretending to forget it all the moment you leave the room. Overhearing conversations about politics, finance, and social scandals that would make excellent gossip if you could share them, you've gained valuable insights. The family discusses their neighbours' affairs, their business dealings, and their opinions about everything from the weather to the empire, all while servants move around them like well-trained spirits. It has provided you with an education in human nature that no school could match. The most challenging aspect of this upstairs-downstairs existence is maintaining your sense of self while pretending to be invisible. You've learned to find moments of genuine connection with the family members, a shared joke with Miss Carolyn, a moment of appreciation from Lady Ashworth when you've arranged her flowers particularly well, or a nod of approval from Lord Ashworth when you've managed to clean his study without disturbing his carefully organised chaos. The house itself becomes a character in this daily drama. Different rooms have different personalities, different moods, and different requirements for how you're supposed to behave in them. The library demands quiet reverence. The drawing room requires careful attention to every surface, and the nursery needs the kind of vigilance that comes from knowing that children can destroy a perfectly clean room in the time it takes to blink. Cleaning a Victorian mansion is like being a detective, a chemist, and an athlete all rolled into one exhausting profession. You've learned that every stain tells a story, every surface has its personality, and every cleaning solution has the potential to either save the day or create a disaster that follows you for months. The cleaning supplies in Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard look like ingredients for either medicine or mayhem, depending on your level of expertise. Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard contains a variety of cleaning supplies, including carbolic acid for the floors, vinegar for the windows, and a product known as Monkey Brand soap, which, while purportedly effective on everything from brass to boots, often leaves your hands feeling as if you've been handling sandpaper. You've developed a personal relationship with different types of dirt. There's the honest dirt that comes from daily living, dust, mud, the occasional spilled tea, which responds to straightforward cleaning methods and doesn't hold grudges. Then there's the sneaky dirt that hides in corners and behind furniture, waiting to embarrass you when important guests visit. The worst is the mysterious dirt that appears overnight on surfaces you cleaned perfectly the day before, which you're convinced is either supernatural or the result of some servant conspiracy you haven't figured out yet. The weekly ritual of cleaning the chandeliers requires the kind of courage usually reserved for mountain climbing. You've mastered the art of dismantling these crystal monsters, meticulously cleaning each individual crystal, with a solution that Mrs. Hartwell fervently advocates but withholds the recipe. The crystals have to be dried with specific cloths, polished with particular movements, and reassembled in exactly the right order, or they'll catch the light wrong and everyone will notice. Carpet cleaning is where you've truly earned your stripes as a domestic warrior. The dining room carpet, which depicts some sort of hunting scene with more deer than you'd see in an actual forest, requires weekly attention with a carpet beater that's heavier than most people's luggage. You've learned to read the carpet's mood. Some weeks it gives up its dirt easily, other weeks it clings to every speck like it's fighting for its life. The silver service is your nemesis and your pride simultaneously. There are pieces in the butler's pantry that have been in the family for generations, each with its own cleaning requirements and its own way of making you look incompetent. The tea service from Lord Ashworth's grandmother requires a special polish that has to be applied in circular motions, never straight lines, and buffed to a shine that can blind unsuspecting footmen. You've discovered that cleaning is really about understanding chemistry, even if nobody calls it that. Different materials require different approaches, different solutions, and different techniques. The marble in the entrance hall needs gentle treatment with specific soaps, while the wood panelling in the study requires oils that have been mixed according to recipes that are closely guarded family secrets. The laundry presents its own scientific challenges. You've learned to identify stains by sight, smell, and sometimes by the story behind them. Blood requires cold water and salt. Wine needs to be treated immediately with white wine if you can get it. And mysterious stains on the children's clothing usually respond to a combination of prayer and whatever Mrs. Pemberton recommends from her arsenal of kitchen remedies. Your skills truly test during the seasonal cleaning rituals. Spring cleaning means taking apart every room, cleaning surfaces that haven't seen attention since the previous year, and discovering problems that have been hiding all winter. You've learned to approach these marathons like a military campaign, with careful planning, strategic supply management, and the kind of determination that comes from knowing that failure means starting over from the beginning. The tools of your trade have become extensions of your body. You know exactly how much pressure each brush can handle, which cloths work best on which surfaces, and how to make a feather duster perform like a precision instrument. Your hands have developed calluses in places that tell the story of your daily routine, and your back has learned to bend and twist in ways that would impress contortionists. The kitchen is the heart of the manor, but it's a heart that beats with the rhythm of organised chaos, military precision, and the occasional minor explosion when someone forgets that the temperamental stove has a mind of its own. You've learned to navigate this culinary battlefield with the skill of a diplomat, and the reflexes of someone who's been hit by flying pastry once too often. Mrs. Pemberton governs her domain with a wooden spoon that has endured more use than most medieval weapons. Mrs. Pemberton is a cook who adeptly prepares a 7-course dinner for 12 guests, manages the daily meals for 23 servants, monitors dietary restrictions that fluctuate with the weather, and maintains a constant commentary on the moral failings of anyone who has ever questioned her gravy. The kitchen follows a schedule that would leave railway conductors feeling envious. Breakfast preparation begins at 4:30, with the great stove being coaxed to life like a temperamental dragon that requires specific rituals to avoid breathing fire in the wrong direction. The bread has to rise at precisely the right temperature. The porridge must be stirred in a particular pattern to avoid lumps, and the bacon requires the kind of attention usually reserved for diplomatic negotiations. You've learned to read the kitchen's moods like a weather forecaster. When Mrs. Pemberton starts humming while she kneads bread, it's going to be a good day. When she begins muttering about ungrateful families and servants who don't appreciate proper cooking, it's time to become very useful, very quietly, and very far from her line of sight. When she starts banging pots louder than necessary, everyone knows to work faster and speak less. The scullery maid, poor Sarah, lives in a world of endless dishes, where every meal creates a mountain of plates, glasses, and serving pieces that need to be washed, dried, and put away before the next meal begins the cycle again. She's developed arms that could probably arm wrestle most of the footmen, and a philosophical approach to dishwater that borders on the mystical. Her domain is the enormous sink, a porcelain monster that could probably bathe a small horse, and she approaches each load of dishes like a general planning a campaign. The preparation of meals for upstairs is a performance that requires choreography, timing, and the kind of attention to detail that would impress Swiss watchmakers. Every plate must be warmed to the exact temperature, every garnish placed with artistic precision, and every course timed to arrive at the dining room exactly when the family is ready for it. You've learned to move through this ballet without disrupting the flow, carrying messages between the kitchen and the dining room, adjusting plans when last-minute guests arrive, and somehow managing to be helpful without getting in the way. The servants' meals present their challenges. We need to feed 23 people substantial, satisfying food that is efficient to prepare and doesn't require the same ingredients as the family's meals. Mrs. Pemberton has mastered the skill of maximising the use of ingredients, resulting in meals that are not only economical but also delicious, despite her reluctance to acknowledge their deliciousness. The weekly delivery of supplies turns the kitchen into a small version of a marketplace. Tradesmen arrive with vegetables, meat, dairy and dry goods, and Mrs. Pemberton inspects everything with the critical eye of someone who's been fooled by wilted lettuce exactly once and learned her lesson. She haggles over prices, rejects inferior products, and somehow manages to maintain relationships with suppliers that ensure the manor gets the best of everything while staying within budget. The kitchen gossip network is more efficient than the postal service. Information travels from the tradesman's entrance to the servants' hall faster than steam from a kettle, and Mrs. Pemberton somehow knows about neighbourhood scandals before they happen. She dispenses wisdom about everything from unreliable butchers to unsuitable marriages, all while stirring sauces and timing roasts with the precision of a master conductor. The kitchen reveals its true character during the evening clean-up. After a day of constant activity, the great room needs to be restored to perfect order for the next day's battles. Every surface must be scrubbed, every pot cleaned and put away, and the stove banked for the night like a faithful pet being tucked into bed. It's during these quiet moments that you appreciate the kitchen's warmth, both literal and metaphorical, and understand why it's considered the heart of the entire household. Living in a Victorian mansion also makes you an unwilling keeper of family secrets, neighbourhood gossip and blackmail material, which you would never do because that would be wrong and you need this job. The servants' hall after dinner is where information flows like tea from a pot, sometimes bitter, sometimes sweet, always hot. You've learned to listen carefully and speak cautiously, because gossip is currency in the servant world, and spending it unwisely can leave you socially bankrupt. The trick is knowing which stories are safe to share, which ones are too dangerous to repeat, and which ones are so delicious that keeping them secret feels like a physical sacrifice. Martha, the senior housemaid, has been with the family for 15 years and knows everything about everyone. She possesses an extensive knowledge of scandals, ranging from Lord Ashworth's youthful gambling debts to the reasons behind Lady Ashworth's sister's exclusion from Christmas dinner. Martha dispenses this information like a careful pharmacist, giving you just enough to satisfy your curiosity without providing enough to get you into trouble. The most fascinating discoveries come from cleaning the family's private spaces. You've mastered the art of interpreting clues, such as the hastily hidden letters upon entering a room, the abrupt halts in conversations when servants arrive, and the poignant glances shared among family members that reveal intricate details about situations you're not expected to comprehend. The art is in appearing oblivious while actually being quite observant, and in remembering everything while pretending to forget it all. The guest rooms hold a wealth of information about the family's social connections. You've learned to deduce entire stories from the contents of visitors' luggage, their correspondence, and their requests for specific services. Colonel Weatherby, who visits quarterly, always brings his soap and requests extra towels, which suggests either fastidious hygiene or something more interesting that you're not supposed to think about. Mrs. Vanderbilt always travels with her sheets and insists on having her tea prepared with water that's been boiled exactly twice, which tells you something about either her standards or her superstitions. The most dangerous secrets are the ones that involve the family's finances. You've overheard enough conversations to understand that the manor's magnificent appearance might not reflect the actual state of the family's resources. There are whispered discussions about mortgages, investments, and the need to make certain economies that must never be apparent to visitors. This knowledge lingers in your mind, too significant to overlook, yet too perilous to divulge. The romantic entanglements of the family provide endless entertainment for the servants' hall. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the moment when Miss Caroline's parents will notice her obvious infatuation with the young curate, who is visiting to discuss her charitable work. Master Frederick's current obsession with military history seems to be connected to his desire to impress Miss Julia, the daughter of a visiting general, which is adorable until you realise that 8-year-old romantic strategies involve increasingly elaborate displays of toy soldier expertise. Observing the relationship between Lord and Lady Ashworth from the unique perspective of someone who maintains their private spaces is a fascinating study in Victorian marriage. They maintain the perfect facade of domestic harmony in public, but you've learned to read the subtle signs of tension, separate bedrooms during certain weeks, conversations that are too polite to be natural, and the way they sometimes communicate through servants rather than directly to each other. The most unexpected secrets are the ones that reveal the family's humanity. You've discovered that Lord Ashworth writes poetry, which he hides in his desk drawer like it's evidence of criminal activity. Lady Ashworth discreetly transfers funds to her former governess, who is struggling financially. Master Frederick sleeps with a stuffed elephant he's had since infancy, and Miss Caroline keeps a diary locked in a box you would never dream of opening, even though you know exactly where she hides the key. The neighbourhood scandals that filter through the servants' network are like chapters in a novel that never ends. There's the ongoing mystery of why the Pemberton family down the road suddenly dismissed their entire staff last month. The speculation about whether Mr. Harrington's new wife is actually as young as she claims to be, and the delicious controversy surrounding the Methodist minister's daughter, who's been seen walking unchaperoned with a young man who's definitely not from a suitable family. After 18 months in service, you've learned that life in a Victorian mansion is built on rhythm. The daily beat of routine that keeps everything functioning, punctuated by moments of unexpected magic that make all the hard work worthwhile. Your days have developed a musical quality, each task flowing into the next with the kind of precision that comes from repetition and the knowledge that 22 other people depend on you doing your part perfectly. The changing seasons bring different rhythms to the manor. Spring means opening windows that have been sealed against winter's cold, beating rugs that have collected months of fireplace smoke, and the general resurrection of a house that's been hibernating. Summer brings garden parties, house guests, and the challenge of keeping cool in rooms that face the afternoon sun. Autumn means preparing for winter's siege, preserving food, and the melancholy beauty of watching the grounds transform into a landscape painting. Winter brings the cosy intimacy of smaller, warmer spaces, the constant tending of fires, and the satisfaction of keeping a large house comfortable when nature is doing its best to freeze everything solid. You've learned to find beauty in the most mundane tasks. There's something almost meditative about polishing silver until it reflects your face with perfect clarity, or arranging flowers in a way that makes an ordinary room feel like a scene from a fairy tale. The repetitive nature of your work has taught you to appreciate small improvements, tiny victories, and the satisfaction that comes from doing something well, even when nobody notices. The family has grown from distant figures to real people with quirks, habits, and personalities that you've learned to accommodate and even appreciate. Lord Ashworth's absent-minded professor tendencies mean you never move anything on his desk, even when it's been sitting in the same spot for months. Lady Ashworth's perfectionist streak has taught you to anticipate problems before they occur and to take pride in exceeding expectations. The children have shown you that growing up in privilege doesn't necessarily mean growing up without challenges, and that being wealthy doesn't protect you from the universal experiences of childhood confusion and the need for kindness. Your fellow servants have become the family you never expected to find. Martha's tough exterior conceals a heart shattered by numerous disappointments, yet she's the first to extend assistance when you're in need. Mrs. Pemberton's persistent complaints about ungrateful people conceal a profound joy in providing nutritious food and maintaining their health. Even Mr. Whitmore, with his intimidating dignity, has shown moments of unexpected humour and surprising kindness. The skills you've developed in service have changed you in ways you didn't anticipate. Your hands have become capable of delicate work that would have been impossible 18 months ago. Your back has grown stronger from all the bending and lifting. Your mind has become more organised, more efficient, and better at solving problems quickly. You've learned to read people's moods, to anticipate needs, and to provide comfort without being asked. The most surprising discovery is how much you've learned about yourself. Living in service has taught you resilience, patience, and the value of work well done. You've learned that you can adapt to unexpected situations, that you can do more than you thought, and that dignity isn't based on social status. The future stretches ahead, with possibilities you're still learning to imagine. Some servants spend their entire careers in service, rising through the ranks to positions of respect and responsibility. Others save their wages and eventually establish their households. A few marry and leave service altogether, carrying their skills into different lives. You haven't decided which path you'll take, but you've learned that having choices is a luxury you're grateful for. As you settle into your narrow bed at the end of another long day, listening to Sarah murmur about her sweetheart and Emma's reliable snores, you realise that this life you've built in service is more than just a job. It's a community, an education, and a foundation for whatever comes next. The manor house sleeps around you, peaceful and secure, and you drift off knowing that tomorrow will bring the same rhythm of routine and the same possibility of small magic. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the grandfather clock in the entrance hall, chiming the hours with the same steady reliability that has marked your days since you arrived. It's a comforting sound, a reminder that some things endure and that your part in keeping this small world functioning matters more than you might have thought when you first climbed those steep servant stairs with your single bag of possessions and a heart full of uncertainty. Your life in service has taught you that home isn't always the place you're born and family isn't always the people you share blood with. Sometimes home is a narrow bed under sloped ceilings, and family is the people who know exactly how you like your tea and never forget to save you the last slice of Mrs. Pemberton's apple tart. In the year 742 CE, the prosperous city-state of Khorasan glittered under the noonday sun. A nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires, Khorasan thrived on the exchange of saffron, silk, star charts, and rumours whispered behind curtained alcoves. At its centre loomed a grand marketplace whose vaulted roof trapped the daily bustle in a ceaseless echo. Traders from Byzantium, Tang China, the Abbasid Caliphate, and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation. Among the people navigating the throng was Kariya bint Yazd, a travelling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once-renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic notations in a weathered scroll. Unmarried and unconcerned with the expectations placed upon a woman of her station, she had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into the official annals. The swirl of Khorasan's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting that rare manuscripts had surfaced in a private collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumour, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by modern scholars. Kariya pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passerby. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears. At last, she arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiralled up lattices under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Kazem al-Talibi, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade-green leather. Their meeting was brief. Kariya offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics tablets uncovered near Samarkand, and, in exchange, Kazem relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumoured to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded gravely, accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts. Across the years, she had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censure. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Kariya carefully hid the new acquisition beneath her travelling cloak. She knew better than to linger. Khorasan's seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly if power shifted. Memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other dominions haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged with a local caravan heading eastward, its leader a woman named Afsoon, who had a reputation for outmanoeuvring desert bandits. Without illusions, Kariya recognised that partnering with such a skilled merchant would cost her, yet safety for the jade-bound book was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Kariya paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travellers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert and studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds, but her route led even farther, along mountain trails rumoured to house hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis towns. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might lurk in the next bend of the road. Dawn arrived, painting the sky with ochre and salmon hues. Kariya joined Afsoon and the other travellers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's synergy was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task, ensuring that by the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Kariya walked near Afsoon, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead and introduced Kariya to the caravan's unspoken rules: trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts. In these borderless regions, vigilance was currency. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Kariya's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far. Intricate diagrams of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the Achaemenids, and footnotes scrawled in an unfamiliar script. If accurate, these writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page once the caravan reached a safe haven. Afsoon signalled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Kariya took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Kazem al-Talibi's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text. For them, knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked sand across her path, Carrier gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced. By twilight, the caravan approached a modest oasis, lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Afsoon guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray wanderers. Several travellers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the chill of desert night. Korea found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about the political tensions brewing in distant courts, others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on an otherworldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from a forgotten era. Under that quiet vault of stars, Korea couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognised oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognised Ptolemaic model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed academies. Meanwhile, Afsoon stepped away from the main group, beckoning Korea to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest, and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king." Carrier, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar entrusted with a rare item. Afsoon nodded, but warned Korea that roving spies seeking advantage for rival factions often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Korea remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Khorasan, where rumour travelled like wildfire. Unable to sleep, Korea lingered by the embers of the fire after most travellers had dozed off. She studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript. Passing caravans sometimes recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of Varash, where lines of knowledge stretched back to centuries unknown. Karia wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle, scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber, and the caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field. Rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday they paused for water, rationed by Afsoon with practised efficiency. Karia noticed that one of the other travellers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He travelled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumours of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Late in the afternoon, the caravan encountered a party of horsemen flying the banner of a minor warlord rumoured to be in league with the region's most feared bandit clans. Tension crackled through the group as Afsoon halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach. After a terse greeting, the horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict, but the encounter rattled everyone. Korea noticed Afsoon's posture remained rigid with caution long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust. The merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails less patrolled by predatory chieftains. That evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Afsoon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove half hidden behind weathered boulders. By the flicker of firelight, Korea finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part cuneiform, part unknown script, decorated the margins, each sign accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry, far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. Just as Korea's pulse quickened at the revelation, a cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish coloured his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen, a crucial letter from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Afsoon assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared, suspicion circled, and whispered accusations rippled through the group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders who had come and gone without a trace. No sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. The theft underscored Afsoon's earlier warning. In these transitory worlds, secrets attract cunning opportunists. Korea gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued, each member wary of neighbours who might conceal hidden agendas. Afsoon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Korea trudged in Stolzen silence, mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravanserai built against the side of a bluff. Its once sturdy walls had caved in and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber. Afsoon signalled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travellers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure. Scattered coals, torn blankets, suggested someone had sheltered there not long before. Since water was available from a half-collapsed cistern, Afsoon decided they would rest under what remained of the caravanserai's roof. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth as though searching for any clue. Korea drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with conversation about cosmic truths beyond mortal comprehension. She pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain alignment patterns, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity, and more a carefully constructed key. She wondered if others who sought it might comprehend its significance. Meanwhile, Afsoon prepared spiced lentils and shared them among the group, her gestures calm yet determined to maintain unity. Tension still hovered like a low cloud, with suspicions that the thieves might be part of a larger plot. Over a sparse meal, Korea gleaned fragments of each traveller's story. A textile merchant returning from Cairo, a widower heading to Samarkand to meet his estranged son, an amateur scribe hoping to gain employment in the libraries of Nishapur. Layer by layer, she sensed each person guarded secrets born of loss, ambition, or desperation. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through the caravanserai's gaps, accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and whether rumours of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Korea felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of travelling these routes. At any moment, violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Restless, Korea ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment but also of destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik, shadowed in moonlight. His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and, in hushed tones, apologized if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Korea hesitated, contemplating her answer. She confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognized the hazards. No single text was worth a life, unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realizing each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsoon, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed, Carrier and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travellers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of the stolen letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Carrier recognised that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Early the next day, Afsoon insisted they abandon the ruin before sunrise. Lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Carrier walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled the sparse vegetation, carrying the forlorn call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruder appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills, tinted red and ochre, rose around them in jagged formations reminiscent of a broken amphitheatre. At times the path was scarcely wide enough for 2 camels to pass. Dust coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into waterskins. The travellers advanced in single file, each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Carrier, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. By noon they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Afsoon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small as insects against the harsh light. "Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting," she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds, though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain. No one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travellers began to show signs of heat exhaustion. Afsoon allotted extra water rations, mindful that supplies were finite. Carrier's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? Would the manuscript's possible revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hearty desert shrubs. Wind wove through the stony hollows, producing a low moan that set everyone on edge. This time, Afsoon posted watches in rotating pairs. Carrier volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon, while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively, but it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscript's glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he'd travelled to a mountaintop sanctuary, rumoured to house writings older than any empire. The priests there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Carrier nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumours that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest. Alone, Carrier gazed at the codex. a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Afsoon came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged. Within moments, the intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Afsoon suspected they were testing the caravan's defences. Tension soared. Though no battle ensued, the message was clear: someone to track them with precision. As the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest, Korea's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order, or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified. In that uneasy darkness, she cradled her precious book, feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Dawn arrived with a brittle clarity that rendered every stone, shrub and wary expression in sharp focus. Afsoon wasted no time ordering a quick departure. The caravan assembled under a sky streaked with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty overshadowed by a need for vigilance. Camels loaded, watch rotations decided, they moved out, following a narrow winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning, the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the tough terrain, offering a chance to refill water skins. The travellers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Carrier noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Afsoon scowled, muttering about the possibility that they might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan. Eager to stay ahead, Afsoon pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Korea's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridgelines. She guessed it to be Garesh, a mid-sized trading post rumoured to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Garesh by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Afsoon signalled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a walled town as readily as outside. Approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armour. After examining Afsoon's travel permits, the guards allowed them entry in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped with stalls selling earthenware, dyed cloth and hammered bronze jewellery. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travellers, but an undercurrent of wariness ran through the crowd. Afsoon found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels and a small stable for donkeys. Carrier, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards. Nearby, a cluster of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to her. Amid these scenes, rumours floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain travelling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter, strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Korea realised the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. She conferred with Afsoon, who suggested leaving Garesh under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom-used back roads. Although it entailed more risk, waiting might let their pursuers converge. After sunset, the caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal, camels silenced with calm handling. A hush enveloped them as they slipped through Garesh's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces. Outside the walls, moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Courier clutched the manuscript, absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Guided by Afsoon's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush, Courier braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of the ambush. As the moon descended, they reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders. Afsoon called for a halt to rest the animals. Courier found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumoured city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear. But that hope remained fragile, like a candle flame in a gusty corridor. The first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage. Wearily the caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defence. Over the next hours they traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous, lined with the loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times a misstep nearly sent a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Afsoon's firm direction. Courier noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices, their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust. From a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley, she glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-Year Mountains, rumoured to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit, even as her body complained of fatigue. Near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet trickling through a rocky defile. While watering the animals, Afsoon and Courier consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash lay 2 more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Courier felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumours that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains, yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. They pressed on, the route turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers. At each switchback, Courier saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by the intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codex. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. Late in the afternoon, the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Soon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements. Rain unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape in waves. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path. Huddled together, the travellers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. The storm raged for hours, pinning them under the overhang. Courier used the enforced pause to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath a canvas. She examined the sections she had not yet deciphered, focusing on references to a temple of horizons. The text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars from centuries past. They had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings, the futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia, the intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Courier sensed that each traveller had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal. Sometime after midnight, Courier woke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter, heart pounding. 2 figures, hunched low, hovered near the pack animals. She recognised them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Afsoon emerged from the darkness like a phantom, sword drawn. A terse standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travellers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch, cold and uneasy. With dawn they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Carrier conferred with Afsoon, both concluding that time was running short. If Varash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed in. Hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned like silent witnesses, and Korea whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumoured monasteries could offer refuge, and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. The final stretch to Varash proved gruelling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of an unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps, yet beyond every precarious turn a new vista opened. Crisp lakes reflecting the sky, hidden valleys studded with wildflowers, the occasional stone ruin perched on a ledge like an ancient sentinel. The extremes of this landscape both awed and unsettled the travellers. By late afternoon the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mist swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside, the city's winding streets ascended in tiers. Houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls tucked beneath their arms. Carrier's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Khorasan. Afsoon guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard inn used by trade emissaries. Soon after settling, Korea excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels, following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn. She was searching for a specific monastery library, rumoured to house ancient manuscripts paralleling her jade-bound text. Crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs, spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices, and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travellers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Carrier approached a tall, bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Callan. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Carrier revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy predating recognised schools of thought. Intrigued, Brother Callan led her to a private study chamber lit by oil lamps. There he produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts inscribed on leather. To Korea's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near-identical glyphs representing cardinal points beyond normal mapping. Brother Callan's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from texts salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text, cross-referencing them with genealogies, straw altars, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. However, a vital section remained missing. It was rumoured that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east, high in a remote range where few ventured. Carrier's heart sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated. The puzzle had grown more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsoon and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived that unidentified riders were poking around Varash's gates, questioning travellers about a woman scholar and her prized artefact. Their arrival here was no secret. For the moment, the city's laws prevented open aggression, but no one believed that protection would last indefinitely. Afsoon proposed they break the caravan into smaller groups for anonymity. Malik pledged to stand by Korea, recognising that her success might ripple far beyond personal gain. Under the inn's lantern glow, Korea shared what she and Brother Callan had uncovered. The group listened in solemn silence, understanding the gravity of her discovery. Perhaps it offered a new perspective on the cosmos, or perhaps it threatened structures built on carefully managed knowledge. Either way, their pursuers would not relent. Still, Korea felt a renewed determination. The tapestry of centuries had woven her path into this moment. With the city of Varish as an unlikely refuge, she now held a clearer vision of the manuscript's purpose. Dawn would bring decisions, whether to remain, to search for the sister text, or to brave unknown dangers. In that flickering moment of possibility, each traveller realised they had become part of a tale larger than themselves, a saga carried along by caravans, forged in hidden libraries, and destined to echo across the shifting dunes and precarious peaks of time. Picture yourself settling into your favourite reading spot, perhaps with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Tonight, we're going to travel back to a time when sleep was as different from yours as a handwritten letter is from a text message. You might think sleep has always been the same, 8 hours, a pillow, maybe some tossing and turning, but you'd be wrong. Before Johannes Gutenberg changed everything around 1440, sleep moved to entirely different rhythms. Imagine living in a world where darkness truly meant silence, where the only light after sunset came from flickering candles that cost more than most people earned in a day, or smoky oil lamps that made your eyes water just thinking about them. In this world, your great-great-great and many more greats' grandmother didn't fight the darkness. She surrendered to it like a worn-out traveller finally reaching home. When the sun dipped below the horizon, most people began their journey into what historians now call segmented sleep, though back then nobody needed a fancy name for it. It was simply how humans slept, like the way birds fly or fish swim. Here's where it gets intriguing. People didn't sleep for 8 straight hours. Instead, they slept in 2 distinct chunks, like a delicious sandwich with a wide filling of wakefulness in between. The first sleep began shortly after sunset, lasting roughly 4 hours. Then, sometime between midnight and 2 in the morning, people would naturally wake up. However, the remarkable aspect is that they did not panic about being awake during the middle of the night. They did not deceive themselves by calculating the number of hours of sleep they were sacrificing, or by fretting over potential grogginess at work the following day. Instead, they embraced this midnight awakening as naturally as you embrace your morning coffee routine. During these quiet hours between sleeps, people would do the most wonderfully human things. They'd tend to the fire, ensuring their family stayed warm through the cold night. They'd monitor on children, offering comfort to little ones startled by dreams. Couples would talk softly in the darkness, sharing thoughts and feelings that somehow seemed easier to express when the world felt smaller and more intimate. Some people used this time for prayer or meditation, finding a special connection to the divine in those hushed hours when the boundary between day and night felt thin as gossip. Others would craft simple items by firelight, mending clothes, carving wooden spoons, or braiding rope. The wealthy might even visit neighbours, because apparently social calls at 1 in the morning were perfectly acceptable back then. Such behaviour wasn't considered insomnia or a sleep disorder. Medical texts from the era mention first sleep and second sleep, as casually as we might mention breakfast and lunch. People structured their nights around this natural pattern, planning activities for their wakeful hours just as carefully as they planned their daytime tasks. The darkness that surrounded these midnight activities was profound in ways we can barely imagine today. Step outside your house at night now, and you'll likely see streetlights, house lights, the glow from windows, and maybe the distant shine of a shopping centre. Even in relatively rural areas, light pollution reaches far beyond cities, creating what astronomers call sky glow. But in pre-printing press Europe, nighttime darkness was absolute. The Milky Way blazed overhead like a river of diamonds, and people knew the constellations not as romantic notions, but but as practical tools for navigation and timekeeping. The moon's phases mattered deeply because they determined how much natural light you'd have for nighttime activities. This darkness shaped not just when people slept, but how they thought about rest itself. Sleep wasn't something to be optimized or tracked with devices. It was a natural surrender to the rhythm of light and shadow, a time when the boundaries between consciousness and dreams became delightfully blurred, and when the night held mysteries that daylight couldn't touch. Little did anyone know that a goldsmith's son in Mainz was about to change all of our lives forever. Johannes Gutenberg probably never intended to revolutionize sleep. He was simply trying to solve a problem that had plagued humanity since the first person wanted to share a story with someone who wasn't there to hear it. Before his invention, books were as rare as unicorns and almost as expensive. Each one had to be copied by hand, letter by painstaking letter, by scribes who specialized in beautiful handwriting and presumably had powerful wrists. Imagine desiring to possess a single volume, be it a compilation of prayers or perhaps a manual on herb gardening. You'd need to save money for months, maybe even years. A single book could cost as much as a farm. Most people owned exactly 0 books, not because they couldn't read, though many couldn't, but because books simply weren't available to ordinary folks. The scribes who copied these manuscripts worked in scriptoriums, which sounds much more glamorous than it actually was. Picture a large, cold room filled with monks hunched over wooden desks, carefully forming each letter with quill pens that needed constant attention. Sneezing at the wrong moment could ruin hours of work. One small mistake meant starting an entire page over again. These hand-copied books were gorgeous works of art, decorated with elaborate illustrations and ornate initial letters that looked like tiny masterpieces. But they were also riddled with errors. Errors often creep in when humans copy text by hand, much like weeds in a garden. A scribe might accidentally skip a line, misspell a word, or correct something they thought was wrong. Several copies of a text might only bear a passing resemblance to the original. Gutenberg, with his goldsmith's precision, an apparent gift for seeing solutions where others saw only problems, developed movable type printing. Instead of carving entire pages into wooden blocks, which had been tried before, he created individual metal letters that could be arranged and rearranged to form different words and pages. It was akin to possessing a highly advanced collection of alphabet blocks, yet these blocks had the potential to fundamentally alter the world. His printing press could produce books faster than a scribe could even read them. Where it might take a monk 6 months to copy a single book, Gutenberg's press could print hundreds of copies in the same time. Suddenly books weren't precious unicorns, they were becoming more like friendly neighbourhood cats, still special, but no longer impossibly rare. The first book Gutenberg chose to print was the Bible, which made perfect sense since most literacy at the time was connected to religious practice. But here's where our sleep story really begins to unfold. As printing presses spread across Europe faster than news of a royal scandal, they didn't just make books more available, they made reading itself a different activity. Before printing, most reading was done aloud, in groups. Families might gather to hear someone read from one of their precious few books. Reading was a social activity, like sharing a meal or telling stories around a fire. People read during daylight hours when they could see clearly, and reading sessions were often planned events that brought communities together. But printed books changed this dynamic entirely. Suddenly, you could own multiple books, and reading became something you could do alone, quietly, whenever you wanted. You didn't need to coordinate with others or wait for someone else to finish with the family's single volume. You could read in bed, by candlelight, in the privacy of your thoughts. This shift from communal to private reading happened gradually, like the way seasons change. You don't notice it day by day, but suddenly you realise everything is different. People began staying up later, reading by whatever light they could afford. Candle makers probably started having much better business years without fully understanding why. The content of books began to change too. Along with religious texts, printers started producing what we might recognise as the world's first entertainment reading. Stories, poetry, accounts of adventures in distant lands, and even early versions of self-help books. For the first time in human history, you could disappear into a fictional world whenever you wanted, transported by nothing more than words on a page and your own imagination. This was revolutionary in ways that go far beyond just having more books to read. For thousands of years, humans had lived primarily in the physical world, immediately around them. Your entertainment came from the people you knew, the stories they told, and the songs they sang. But books opened up infinite worlds, all accessible from the comfort of your home or even your bed. The printing press had inadvertently created the world's first truly portable entertainment system. As printed books spread through European towns like honey through warm bread, something curious began happening to the night. You have to remember, this transformation didn't occur overnight. It unfolded across generations, the way a river slowly carves a new channel through rock. But the change, once it began, was as irreversible as morning following darkness. The most immediate shift was practical. People who could now afford books, and by 1500 a printed book cost roughly what you might spend on a luxurious dinner today, suddenly had a reason to extend their waking hours. The new book owners found themselves negotiating with the night, while previous generations surrendered to darkness as naturally as flowers close at sunset. Reading by candlelight evolved into a unique art form. You learned to position yourself just so to avoid casting shadows on the page, while preventing wax from dripping onto your precious book. Candle making evolved too, with craftsmen developing longer-burning, cleaner-burning candles specifically for readers. The wealthy began investing in multiple candles, oil lamps with better wicks, and even early versions of reading glasses to make the most of their dim light. But here's where it gets fascinating from a sleep perspective. People weren't just staying up later, they were changing what nighttime meant. Previously, the hours between sunset and sleep had been family time, community time, or practical time for essential tasks. Now, nighttime became personal time, private time, and thinking time. Picture yourself as a merchant in 1520 Antwerp, finally able to afford a small collection of printed books. After a day of buying and selling, negotiating with customers, and managing your shop, you discover that reading offers something unprecedented: escape. Not only does reading provide a physical escape to distant lands described in travel narratives, but it also provides a mental escape from the immediate concerns of daily life. This mental escape had profound effects on sleep itself. For the first time in human history, significant numbers of people were going to bed with their minds racing, not from the day's physical labours or immediate social concerns, but from the ideas, stories and emotions they had absorbed from books. Their dreams began incorporating elements from fictional worlds, characters they'd never met, and places they'd never seen. The old pattern of segmented sleep began to shift, although it did not immediately disappear. People still often woke in the middle of the night, but instead of using that time for practical tasks or quiet conversation, they increasingly turned to reading. Those midnight hours became precious reading time, when the house was quiet and distractions minimal. This created the first real tension between artificial light and natural sleep patterns. Candlelight, while dim by our standards, was bright enough to suppress the body's natural production of sleep-inducing hormones. People began experiencing what we now recognise as the early stages of artificial light's impact on circadian rhythms, even though they lacked a scientific framework to understand the changes occurring. Religious authorities noticed the change and weren't entirely pleased. Church leaders began warning against excessive nighttime reading, particularly of secular books. Worried, they realised that people were literally losing sleep over fictional stories and worldly concerns, time they could have better spent in prayer or rest. Some sermons from this period specifically mention the dangers of night reading and its effects on both spiritual and physical health. Medical practitioners of the time began documenting new types of sleep complaints. Physicians noted that patients, particularly educated ones, were reporting more difficulty falling asleep, more restless nights, and more vivid, complex dreams. The term scholar's insomnia appeared in medical texts, describing a condition primarily affecting people who read extensively. The printing revolution also democratized knowledge in ways that affected sleep indirectly but significantly. People could now access medical information, including advice about sleep and health, without relying solely on local practitioners or folk wisdom. This led to the first wave of people actively contemplating and trying to optimize their sleep, rather than simply accepting whatever rest came naturally. Books on health, diet, and daily routines became popular, many offering advice about proper sleep habits. Ironically, people were staying up late reading books about how to sleep better. The more information they consumed about sleep, the more conscious they became of their sleep patterns, which often made sleep more elusive. Meanwhile, the book industry itself was creating entirely new nighttime economies. Printers worked long hours to meet growing demand. Bookbinders, paper makers and type founders extended their working days. Candle makers and lamp oil producers experienced unprecedented demand. An entire ecosystem of night jobs emerged to support the growing appetite for reading. By the late 1500s, complaints about neighbours reading late into the night became common in urban areas. The soft glow of candlelight from windows, previously a sign that someone was sick or dealing with an emergency, increasingly just meant someone was enjoying a good paper makers, becoming less about rest and more about choice. The stage was set for sleep to become something entirely different from what humans had known for millennia. Something magical happened as books became cheaper and more abundant. They began migrating from public spaces into the most private space of all, the bedroom. This wasn't just a matter of convenience, it represented a fundamental shift in how humans related to both sleep and stories. For the first time in history, the last thing many people experienced before sleep wasn't the voice of a family member, the crackle of a dying fire, or the settling sounds of their house, but words on a page that transported them to entirely different worlds. The practice of bedtime reading emerged gradually, like a new tradition nobody planned but everyone seemed to discover independently. Parents who could afford books began reading to their children at bedtime, creating the first generation of humans to associate the transition to sleep with storytelling. These weren't the oral folk tales that had been passed down through generations. These were printed stories, consistent in their telling, often accompanied by illustrations and infinitely repeatable. Children raised on bedtime stories developed different relationships with both sleep and imagination. Instead of drifting off to sleep thinking of the day's events or tomorrow's chores, they fell asleep with their minds full of fictional characters, imaginary places and narrative possibilities. Their dreams began incorporating more complex storylines, and many reported dreams that seemed to continue stories from their bedtime books, or create entirely new adventures featuring beloved characters. Adults too discovered the peculiar pleasure of reading in bed. The combination of physical comfort, dim light, and engaging stories created a uniquely conducive environment for relaxation. But it also created something unprecedented: the cliffhanger bedtime. For the first time, people were deliberately putting themselves into emotional suspense right before sleep, their minds actively wondering what would happen next in their stories. This led to what historians now recognise as the first widespread occurrence of voluntary sleep delay for entertainment purposes. People would tell themselves they'd read just one more chapter, then find themselves still turning pages hours later. The phrase, "I couldn't put it down," entered common usage during this period, though it originally referred specifically to the difficulty of stopping reading at bedtime. The types of books people chose for bedtime reading began to influence the content publishers produced. Adventure stories with chapter-ending cliffhangers proved enormously popular, as did romantic tales that left readers emotionally satisfied but eager for more. Publishers discovered that books specifically marketed for bedtime reading sold exceptionally well, leading to the development of what we might recognise as the first genre fiction specifically designed for nighttime consumption. Religious bedtime reading remained popular, but even devotional books began adapting to bedtime reading habits. Prayer books started including shorter sections suitable for nighttime reading, and collections of brief comforting religious passages became common. The practice of reading a psalm or brief devotional passage before sleep became so widespread that furniture makers began designing bedside tables specifically to hold books and candles. The wealthy began commissioning special bedroom libraries, small collections of books selected specifically for nighttime reading. These typically included poetry, easy to read in short segments, inspiring or comforting prose, and what publishers began calling gentle adventures, exciting enough to be engaging but not so thrilling as to prevent sleep. Medical opinion on bedtime reading was mixed. Some physicians warned that exciting stories could overstimulate the mind and prevent restful sleep. Others argued that reading helped transition the mind from the day's concerns to a more peaceful state conducive to rest. This debate marked the beginning of what would become centuries of discussion about the relationship between mental stimulation and sleep quality. The practice of reading in bed created new intimacies between couples. Married partners began sharing books, reading aloud to each other, and discussing stories as a regular part of their bedtime routine. Some couples developed elaborate systems for sharing limited reading light, taking turns holding candles or reading aloud while the other rested their eyes. This sharing of stories in the marriage bed represented something entirely new in human relationships. Previously, the most intimate conversations between couples typically focused on practical matters, family concerns, daily events, plans, and problems. But bedtime reading introduced shared fictional experiences, imaginary worlds that couples could explore together, and characters they could discuss and debate. Children growing up in households with bedtime reading began asking for their books earlier than previous generations had shown interest in reading. The association between books and comfort, books and the safety of home, and books and the transition to sleep created powerful positive associations with reading that lasted throughout their lives. By 1600, a significant portion of the literate population had incorporated reading into their bedtime routines. What had begun as a practical way to make use of expensive books had evolved into a new cultural ritual, one that transformed both how people fell asleep and what they dreamed about when they finally closed their eyes. The night was no longer just nature's signal for rest. It had become reading time. By the early 1600s, something unprecedented was happening in bedrooms across literate Europe. People were lying awake contemplating sleep itself. For the first time in human history, significant numbers of people were actively analysing their rest, comparing their sleep experiences to advice they'd read in books, and trying to optimise their nighttime hours. The printing press had accidentally created the world's first generation of sleep-conscious individuals. Medical books, once accessible only to physicians, were now available to anyone who could read and afford them. These texts introduced ordinary people to concepts like humoral balance and the idea that diet, exercise, and daily habits could affect sleep quality. People began experimenting with the timing of their meals, the firmness of their mattresses, and even the direction their beds faced, all based on printed advice from medical authorities. This marked a fascinating shift from passive acceptance to active management. Your ancestors had simply slept when they were and woken when they weren't. But the new book-reading population began tracking their sleep patterns, noting which activities helped or hindered their rest, and developing personal theories about optimal sleep conditions. The results were mixed, to put it gently. Many people, armed with partial medical knowledge and conflicting advice from different books, began creating elaborate bedtime routines that probably did more harm than good. Some would spend an hour before bed preparing their sleeping environment according to whatever book they'd most recently read, adjusting ventilation, rearranging furniture, or consuming specific foods supposed to promote restful sleep. Meanwhile, the mere act of reading about sleep often made it more elusive. People would lie in bed analysing whether they felt sufficiently relaxed, whether their breathing matched the patterns described in their health books, and whether their mattress was positioned correctly according to the latest printed advice. The more they thought about sleep, the harder it became. Publishers, recognising a profitable trend, began producing books specifically about sleep improvement. Titles like The Complete Guide to Restful Slumber and Natural Methods for Perfect Sleep became bestsellers. These books typically promise simple solutions to sleep problems, while simultaneously making readers more anxious about whether they were sleeping correctly. The wealthy began investing in elaborate sleep optimization equipment based on printed recommendations, special mattresses, pillows designed according to particular theories, bedroom furniture arranged to promote better rest, and even clothing designed specifically for sleeping. This period saw the birth of the idea that sleep quality could be purchased and optimized through the right products, an idea we'd recognize today. Religious authorities continued to voice their concerns about the evolving relationship between books and bedtime, but their focus shifted from moral objections to practical health concerns. Church leaders began preaching about the importance of proper rest for spiritual life, arguing that people too fatigued from staying up reading were less able to focus during prayer or church services. The emerging scientific revolution of the 1600s brought new complexity to sleep advice. Books began presenting competing theories about what happened during sleep, why dreams occurred, and how rest affected health. People found themselves trying to sleep while mentally debating whether sleep was primarily for physical restoration, mental processing, or spiritual renewal. Coffee, introduced to Europe during this same period, added another layer of complexity to the sleep equation. Popular books about coffee's stimulating effects led to elaborate rules about when coffee consumption could occur without affecting nighttime rest. People began timing their coffee consumption based on printed advice, often creating more anxiety about their sleep than the coffee itself caused. The practice of keeping sleep journals emerged among the educated classes. People began recording their bedtimes, wake times, dream content, and energy levels, comparing their experiences to advice they'd read in books. These personal sleep studies represented humanity's first systematic attempts to understand individual sleep patterns, though the data was often more confusing than illuminating. Physicians began reporting a new category of patient complaints. People who felt their sleep was inadequate not because they were worn out, but because their sleep didn't match descriptions they'd read in books. Healthy individuals with normal sleep patterns sought medical help because they worried their rest wasn't optimized according to the latest printed theories. This period also saw the emergence of sleep-related social anxiety. People began comparing their sleep habits to those described in popular books, worrying that their bedtime routines, mattresses, or sleep positions mark them as unsophisticated or unhealthy. Sleep, which had been a private, largely unconscious activity, became a topic of social discussion and comparison. Everyone recognized the irony. Some writers of the time noted that humanity had survived for millennia with perfectly adequate sleep before anyone thought to write books about it. They observed that the more people read about sleep, the more problems they seemed to develop with sleeping. But there was no going back. The printing press had fundamentally altered humanity's relationship with rest, transforming sleep from a natural surrender to darkness into a complex activity that could be studied, analysed, optimised and worried about. Sleep had become homework. As the 1600s progressed into the 1700s, something profound was slipping away from human experience, so gradually that no one quite noticed until it was nearly gone. The ancient pattern of segmented sleep, first sleep, wakeful period, second sleep, was dissolving like morning mist, replaced by something entirely different. Books weren't just changing when people slept, they were fundamentally altering how people slept. The transition happened differently in cities than in rural areas, and faster among the wealthy than the poor, but the direction was unmistakable. People were beginning to sleep in single, consolidated blocks, much like you do today. This transition might seem like a minor technical change, but it represented one of the most significant shifts in human behaviour since the development of agriculture. Urban areas led this transformation. Cities meant more artificial light, more scheduled activities, and more access to books and printed entertainment. City dwellers found their old midnight wake periods increasingly inconvenient. If you had to be at work by a specific time and needed to maintain your energy throughout the day, the segmented sleep pattern began to feel inefficient rather than natural. Books played a crucial role in this shift. The growing practice of bedtime reading meant people were staying awake later into the evening, pushing their first sleep period later and later. Eventually, many people were going to bed so late that their natural wake period occurred uncomfortably close to dawn. Rather than wake for an hour or two in the middle of the night, they began sleeping straight through until morning. This change didn't happen without consequences. People raised on segmented sleep patterns often struggled with the new consolidated approach. They'd lie awake during what had traditionally been their midnight active period, not understanding why sleep eluded them. Physicians began documenting what they called midnight melancholy, periods of wakeful anxiety that occurred when people fought against their natural tendency to wake during the night. The loss of segmented sleep meant the disappearance of those precious midnight hours that had traditionally been used for quiet conversation, prayer, meditation, and gentle activities. Couples lost that intimate time of soft conversation in the darkness. Families stopped sharing those peaceful moments of tending the fire and checking on children together. Instead, all the evening's activities, conversation, reading, planning, and reflection, became compressed into the hours between dinner and bedtime. This intensification of evening activities created a faster pace of life that many found overwhelming. The gentle rhythm of segmented sleep had provided natural breaks in the day's emotional and mental processing. Books began reflecting and reinforcing this new sleep pattern. Authors started writing longer chapters, assuming readers would want substantial content for their extended evening reading sessions. The concept of the page-turner, a book so engaging you'd read late into the night, became a marketing advantage. Publishers discovered that books that kept people reading past their traditional first bedtime were most likely to become popular. The wealthy began designing their homes around consolidated sleep patterns. Bedrooms became more elaborate and comfortable, designed for longer periods of occupancy. The concept of the bedroom as a retreat, a personal sanctuary designed specifically for rest and relaxation, emerged during this period. Previously, bedrooms had been more utilitarian, places to sleep certainly, but not necessarily places to linger or relax. Reading nooks within bedrooms became fashionable among those who could afford them. These were specifically designed spaces for pre-sleep reading, with comfortable chairs, good lighting, and convenient book storage. The bedroom was transforming from a place you went only to sleep into a place where you might spend several hours each evening reading, relaxing, and gradually transitioning towards sleep. This architectural shift reflected a deeper change in how people thought about rest and privacy. The bedroom was becoming the first truly private space in most people's homes, a place where you could retreat from social obligations and family responsibilities to engage with books and your thoughts. Children growing up during this transition experienced something unprecedented. They were the first generation to sleep through the night as a normal expected pattern. Their parents and grandparents had grown up expecting to wake during the night, but these children learned to sleep for 8 or 9 continuous hours. This created different relationships with both sleep and darkness, and different capacities for sustained attention and energy throughout long days. The old folk wisdom about sleep began to seem obsolete. Sayings like, "The hour before midnight is worth 2 after," made less sense to people who were going to bed at midnight or later. Traditional advice about using wakeful periods for prayer or meditation seemed irrelevant to people who no longer experienced regular midnight wake periods. By 1750, consolidated sleep had become the new normal for most of the literate population. The segmented sleep pattern that had characterized human rest for millennia survived mainly in rural areas where artificial light was still rare and daily schedules remained tied to natural daylight cycles. Medical authorities of the time noted the change but generally approved of it. Consolidated sleep seemed more efficient, better suited to the increasingly complex demands of modern life. Few realised that humanity was abandoning a rest pattern that had evolved over thousands of years, replacing it with something entirely unprecedented in human experience. The printing press had accidentally engineered the most significant change in human sleep patterns since we learned to control fire. Here you are, centuries later, settling into your comfortable bed with perhaps a book on your nightstand, completely unaware that your entire relationship with sleep was shaped by a goldsmith's invention from the 1400s. The consolidated sleep pattern you consider natural, 8 hours of continuous rest, would have seemed as strange to your medieval ancestors as their segmented sleep routine seems to you today. The transformation the printing press began continues to ripple through your nights, in ways both obvious and subtle. Every time you reach for your phone to read just one more article before sleep, you're participating in a tradition that began when the first person lit a candle to read just one more chapter. The eternal struggle between "I should go to sleep" and "I'll just read a little longer" started with those early book owners and has never really ended. Your bedroom itself is a testament to this transformation. The idea that you need a comfortable, private space specifically designed for rest and relaxation, complete with good lighting for reading, comfortable seating, and easy access to books or digital devices, would have been incomprehensible to people who simply slept wherever they could identify a safe, warm spot. The printing press didn't just change what people read, it changed how they think. The ability to access multiple perspectives, compare different ideas, and engage with complex narratives trained human minds to be more active, more analytical, and more imaginative. These more active minds naturally took longer to settle into sleep, requiring longer transition periods and more comfortable environments. Modern sleep science has rediscovered some wisdom from the pre-printing era. Sleep researchers now understand that the consolidated 8-hour sleep pattern, while workable, isn't necessarily optimal for everyone. Some people naturally function better with segmented sleep or alternative patterns, but our modern world of scheduled work and artificial lighting makes these patterns difficult to maintain. The books that line your shelves, the reading light beside your bed, and the comfortable chair where you might read before sleep. All of these represent victories in humanity's ongoing negotiation with darkness. Each generation since Gutenberg has pushed bedtime a little later, made nights a little brighter, and filled the hours before sleep with more mental stimulation. Your dreams themselves carry the legacy of this transformation. The complex, narrative-rich dreams that many people experience today reflect minds trained on centuries of storytelling tradition. Your sleeping brain processes not just the day's immediate experiences, but also the characters, plots, and ideas you've absorbed from books, creating dreams that would have been impossible for pre-literate humans to imagine. The sleep problems that plague modern life, difficulty falling asleep, racing thoughts at bedtime, the temptation to read or check devices instead of sleeping, all have their roots in that moment when humans first chose artificial light and mental stimulation over natural darkness and rest. We traded the simple surrender to sleep for the complex pleasure of extended consciousness, and we're still learning to manage the consequences, but perhaps this trade-off was worth it. The same printing press revolution that complicated sleep also democratized knowledge, spread literacy, enabled the scientific revolution, and created the foundation for every book you've ever loved. Those late nights reading by candlelight gave birth to the modern world, with all its complexities and possibilities. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you're participating in a ritual that would be recognizable to readers from centuries past. The details have changed. Electric lights instead of candles, printed books or digital screens instead of hand-copied manuscripts, but the basic pattern remains. You're using artificial light to extend consciousness beyond its natural limits, filling your mind with stories and ideas that will accompany you to sleep and perhaps to dreams. The printing press taught humanity that night doesn't have to mean the end of thought, that darkness can be filled with light and stories, and that sleep can be a transition to worlds even more fantastic than the ones we read about. Changing how we sleep changed us as a species, more thoughtful, imaginative, and connected to ideas and stories than before. So tonight, as you finally turn off the light and settle into sleep, you're carrying forward a tradition that began when the first person decided that sunset didn't have to mean the end of reading time. Sweet dreams. They're brought to you by Johannes Gutenberg and everyone who ever stayed up late reading just one more page. Ah yes, we're taking a gentle journey through time, back to a place where empires were built not by committees or corporations, but by dreamers who started with nothing more than a vision and a lot of stubborn determination. Our story begins in the hills of Anatolia, in what's now Turkey, around 1299. You know how sometimes the most extraordinary things start in the most ordinary places? Well, this is one of those stories. There was a man named Osman, and yes, that's where Ottoman comes from, though it got a bit lost in translation over the centuries, like a game of telephone played across continents. Osman was essentially a tribal leader, which in those days was a bit like being the mayor of a tiny, very mobile town. His people were nomads, moving their sheep and goats across the rolling hills, living in tents that could be packed up faster than you could fold a fitted sheet, though probably with considerably less swearing involved. In those days, the Byzantine Empire continued to plod along, akin to an ancient car that starts most mornings, but emits unsettling noises when it turns a bend. It had been the mighty Eastern Roman Empire once, but by Osman's time, it was more like a neighbourhood watch committee trying to patrol a city. The Byzantines controlled Constantinople and patches of territory here and there, but there were gaps, and Osman, being a practical man, noticed these gaps. What made Osman different from other tribal leaders wasn't that he was particularly fierce or clever, though he was both. It was that he had this knack for making people want to follow him. You know those people who just have that quality? They're not necessarily the loudest in the room, but when they speak, others listen. Osman was one of those. He started small, as most great things do. Osman consistently treated captured enemies with respect, a rare and noteworthy practice. While other leaders were busy making enemies, Osman was making allies. He'd capture a Byzantine fort and then hire the Byzantine soldiers to help him run it. It was like getting a promotion during a hostile takeover. His son Orhan continued this approach, expanding their territory bite by bite, like someone methodically working their way through a box of chocolates. Orhan figured out something important. If you want to build an empire, you need more than just warriors. You need administrators, engineers, teachers, and people who know how to keep things running when the exciting part is over. So the Ottomans began their peculiar habit of adopting the best ideas from everyone they encountered. They borrowed military techniques from the Byzantines, administrative systems from the Persians, and architectural styles from the Arabs. It was like being at a potluck dinner where everyone brings their best dish, except instead of casseroles, people brought entire civilizations. By the time Osman's grandson Muraduz came along, The Ottomans had crossed into Europe and were eyeing the Balkans like a cat eyeing a particularly plump bird. Murad established the Janissaries, elite soldiers who were recruited as children and trained in the finest military traditions. It sounds harsh by today's standards, but these boys often ended up with better educations and more opportunities than they would have had otherwise. Many became poets, scholars, and administrators, not just soldiers. The Ottomans were building something unprecedented, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire that actually worked. Christians, Muslims, and Jews lived side by side, each contributing their skills and knowledge. The Ottomans operated akin to a medieval version of the United Nations, but with a focus on effective governance. By 1400, what had started as a small tribal confederation had become a regional power that made the remaining Byzantine territories look like a few islands in an Ottoman sea. The shepherd's dream was becoming reality, one careful step at a time. You know how some people are just natural at everything they try? Well, if the early Ottomans were good at empire building, their descendants were absolutely brilliant at it. As our narrative unfolds, we encounter one of history's most captivating figures, Mehmed II, who earned the moniker the Conqueror through challenging circumstances. Mehmed became Sultan in 1451 at the age of 19, which might seem young until you consider that most 19-year-olds today can barely conquer their laundry. This young man looked at Constantinople, the city that had stood unconquered for over 1,000 years, and essentially said, "Hold my coffee." Constantinople was like the ultimate medieval fortress. It sat on a peninsula surrounded by water on three sides, with massive walls that had turned back countless armies. The city controlled the Bosphorus, the narrow strait connecting Europe and Asia, making it one of the most strategically important locations in the world. Taking it would be like winning the lottery while simultaneously solving world hunger. The Siege of Constantinople in 1453 was a military operation that would inspire envy in modern generals. Mehmed didn't just attack the city, he reimagined how sieges could work. When his ships couldn't get into the Golden Horn because the Byzantines had stretched a massive chain across the entrance, Mehmed did something so audacious it sounds like fiction. He had his men drag 70 ships overland, across a hill, and launch them into the harbour behind the chain. Imagine being a Byzantine defender, looking out from your supposedly impregnable position, and seeing enemy ships sailing where ships had no business being. It was like finding your neighbour's car parked in your backyard. The Ottomans also brought the biggest cannons anyone had ever seen. These weren't your typical medieval siege engines, these were massive bronze monsters that could hurl stone balls the size of small cars. The largest cannon required 60 oxen for its transportation and on-site assembly. When it fired, the sound could be heard for miles and the ground shook like a minor earthquake. After 57 days of siege, Constantinople fell. The last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI, died fighting on the walls, ending an empire that had lasted for over 1,000 years. Mehmed immediately declared the city safe for all inhabitants, and began rebuilding it as his new capital, demonstrating the kind of class that made him a great leader. Mehmed and his successors transformed Istanbul into a global treasure. The Ottomans built stunning mosques, established schools and hospitals, and created a cosmopolitan atmosphere that attracted scholars, artists and merchants from across the known world. It was like Renaissance Florence, but with better coffee and more impressive architecture. The empire continued expanding under Bayezid II and then Selim I, who conquered Egypt and Syria, bringing the holy cities of Mecca and Medina under Ottoman control. These events made the Ottoman Sultan the protector of Islam's holiest sites, adding religious authority to their growing temporal power. But the real showstopper was Suleiman the Magnificent, who took the throne in 1520. If Mehmed was the conqueror, Suleiman was the perfecter. He combined military genius with administrative brilliance and a genuine love of arts and culture. Under his rule, the Ottoman Empire reached its golden age, stretching from the gates of Vienna to the shores of the Persian Gulf. Suleiman's armies operated smoothly and efficiently. They moved with precision, fought with discipline, and conquered with style. The Janissaries had evolved into one of the most formidable military forces in the world, and Ottoman engineering had reached new heights. They built roads that connected distant provinces, aqueducts that brought fresh water to cities, and bridges that stood for centuries. The empire wasn't just about conquest anymore, it was about creating a civilization that could last. The Ottomans developed a sophisticated legal system, established trade networks that connected Europe with Asia, and fostered an atmosphere of learning that attracted the best minds of the age. By 1520, the Ottoman Empire had emerged as the dominant force of its era, causing European kings to lose their sleep and merchants to dream of profit. The thunder of conquest had built something magnificent. Settle back a bit deeper into your chair, because we're entering what might be the most remarkable period in our story. The era when the Ottoman Empire wasn't just powerful, but genuinely magnificent. Picture the late afternoon sun casting long golden shadows across palace courtyards, illuminating an empire at its absolute peak. Suleiman the Magnificent ruled for 46 years, from 1520 to 1566, and during this time, the Ottoman Empire became something unprecedented in world history. It wasn't just the largest empire of its time, it was arguably the most efficiently run, most culturally diverse, and most economically sophisticated political entity on Earth. Let's talk about what daily life was like for you, an ordinary person living in this empire. If you were a merchant in Istanbul, you might start your morning in the Grand Bazaar, one of the world's first shopping malls. The Grand Bazaar wasn't just a market, it was a city within a city, with 4,000 shops, its own police force, and even its own banking system. You could purchase silk from China, spices from India, furs from Russia, and amber from the Baltic, all within the same premises. It was like Amazon, but with more carpet dealers and better coffee. The coffee, by the way, was a recent innovation. Coffee houses had started appearing in Istanbul in the 1540s, and they quickly became centres of social life. Men would gather to drink this new beverage, play chess, discuss politics, and share news from across the empire. The government was initially suspicious of these establishments. They worried that people gathering to drink stimulants and talk politics might lead to trouble. They weren't entirely wrong, but coffee had already conquered the empire more thoroughly than any army ever could. If you were a student, you might attend one of the many schools the Ottomans had established throughout the empire. The Ottoman educational system was remarkably advanced for its time. Students could study mathematics, astronomy, medicine, law, theology, and literature. The best students, regardless of their background, could rise to the highest positions in government. It was a meritocracy wrapped in an empire, which was unusual enough to be revolutionary. Women in the Ottoman Empire had rights that would have shocked their European contemporaries. They could own property, engage in business, and even appear in court to defend their interests. The Ottoman legal system recognised different laws for different communities. Christians followed Christian law in civil matters, Jews followed Jewish law, and Muslims followed Islamic law. It was like having a legal system with multiple operating systems, all running smoothly on the same computer. The empire's military was equally impressive. The Janissaries had evolved into a professional army that was feared and respected throughout Europe and Asia. They weren't just soldiers, they were engineers, administrators, and often scholars. They received training in everything from siege warfare to diplomatic protocol, and many were proficient in multiple languages. Suleiman himself was a fascinating character. He was called the Magnificent in Europe, but his people called him the Lawgiver because of his contributions to the empire's legal system. He was also a poet who wrote under the pen name Muhibbi, which means lover. Imagine a world leader today publishing poetry about love and philosophy alongside military campaigns and diplomatic negotiations. The empire's tolerance was remarkable for its time. In 1492, when Spain expelled its Jewish population, the Ottomans welcomed them with unwavering hospitality. Suleiman reportedly said that the Spanish king had impoverished his country to enrich the Ottoman Empire. These Jewish refugees brought with them skills in medicine, finance, and craftsmanship that greatly benefited their new home. Ottoman architecture during this period was breathtaking. The great architect Mimar Sinan designed buildings that seemed to defy gravity, with domes that appeared to float and minarets that reached toward heaven. The Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, completed in 1557, was his masterpiece, a building so perfectly proportioned that it seems to have grown from the earth rather than been built by human hands. Trade flourished under Ottoman rule. The empire controlled the routes between Europe and Asia, and Ottoman merchants became wealthy, facilitating this exchange. The empire's currency was stable, its roads were safe, and its legal system was predictable. It was like having a medieval version of the European Union, but one that actually worked efficiently. By 1600, The Ottoman Empire controlled 3 continents and influenced the lives of millions of people. It was an empire built on practical tolerance, administrative efficiency, and military excellence. The golden afternoon shone brightly, casting long shadows that extended far into the evening of history. You know how some evenings just seem to go on forever, with the light fading so gradually that you don't notice it's getting dark until you're already reaching for the lamp? That's what happened to the Ottoman Empire in the 17th century. The sun was still shining, but the shadows were definitely getting longer. The problem started, oddly enough, with success. The empire had grown so large that it was becoming difficult to manage. Imagine trying to run a family business that had expanded from a corner store to a multinational corporation, but you were still using the same filing system you'd started with. The Ottoman administrative system, which had worked brilliantly for a smaller empire, was starting to creak under the weight of governing territories from Hungary to Yemen. The sultans were changing too. The early Ottoman rulers had been warriors who led from the front, learning statecraft through experience. But by the 1600s, sultans were increasingly isolated in their palaces, surrounded by advisors who told them what they wanted to hear. It was like getting all your news from social media. You end up in a bubble that doesn't reflect reality. Sultan Ahmed I, who ruled from 1603 to 1617, was a decent man who built the beautiful Blue Mosque in Istanbul. But he was also the first sultan in Ottoman history to come to power without having served as a provincial governor. He learned to be an emperor by being an emperor, which is a bit like learning to drive by entering the Indianapolis 500. The empire's military was facing new challenges too. The Janissaries, once the empire's greatest strength, were becoming a problem. They had evolved from an elite fighting force into something more like a privileged guild. They married, had children, and began to think of their positions as hereditary rights rather than earned privileges. Worse, they were becoming politically active, sometimes deposing sultans they didn't like. It was like having your army double as a very well-armed union with strong opinions about management. Meanwhile, European military technology was advancing rapidly. The Ottomans had once been the innovators in military engineering, but now they were falling behind. European armies were becoming more professional, more disciplined, and better equipped. Lighter, more mobile artillery was surpassing the Empire's once world-renowned great siege cannons. The economy was struggling too. The discovery of the Americas had shifted global trade routes, reducing the Ottoman Empire's role as the middleman between Europe and Asia. It was like being a travel agent in the age of the internet. Your old business model was becoming obsolete, but you hadn't figured out what to replace it with yet. The Empire suffered a major defeat at the Battle of Vienna in 1683, when a coalition of European powers turned back the Ottoman siege of the Austrian capital. This wasn't just a military defeat, it was a psychological one. The Ottoman Empire found itself clearly on the defensive for the first time in centuries. The empire that had once seemed unstoppable was now being stopped regularly. But here's the thing about the Ottomans. They were remarkably adaptable when they needed to be. The Köprülü Grand Viziers, a family of administrators who effectively ran the empire for several decades, implemented serious reforms. They reorganised the military, reformed the tax system, and tried to root out corruption. It was like having a phenomenal management consulting firm come in and restructure your entire organisation. The empire also began to modernise its military along European lines. They hired European advisors, imported new weapons, and established new training programs. The Janissaries resisted these changes naturally, but gradually the empire began to adopt more modern military practices. Cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. The Ottomans continued to build beautiful mosques, write poetry, and maintain their reputation for religious tolerance. Istanbul was still one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world, and Ottoman scholars continued to make contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. The empire's diplomatic corps became more sophisticated too. Ottoman ambassadors were sent to European capitals, and the empire began to engage more actively in the European balance of power. They learned to play the diplomatic game according to European norms, forming alliances and forging treaties with former enemies. By 1700, the Ottoman Empire was still a major power, but it was no longer the superpower it had once been. The long twilight was beginning, but it would last for more than 2 centuries. The empire was changing, adapting, and learning to survive in a world that was already rapidly changing. As we enter a new century, it's as if we're witnessing a person attempting to renovate a house during a thunderstorm. The Ottoman Empire in the 1700s was simultaneously trying to modernise, fight wars, and maintain its identity, all while the world around it was changing faster than a teenager's mood. Europe was experiencing its Enlightenment, and the Ottomans were falling behind. It wasn't that Ottoman scholars weren't brilliant. They were. It was more like being excellent at chess while everyone else was learning to play a completely different game. The scientific revolution, new military technologies, and changing economic systems were transforming the world, and the Ottomans found themselves playing catch-up. Sultan Ahmed III, who ruled from 1703 to 1730, tried to bridge this gap by embracing what historians call the tulip period. The period wasn't just about flowers, though the Ottomans did develop a serious obsession with tulips that would have made Dutch investors blush. Ahmed III encouraged European-style art, architecture and literature. He invited European experts to Istanbul and sent Ottoman students to study in European universities. The result was fascinating, but also a bit awkward. Imagine trying to blend traditional Ottoman culture with European Enlightenment ideas. You'd get beautiful palaces that looked like they couldn't decide whether they were Turkish or French, and poetry that mixed classical Ottoman themes with European romantic sensibilities. It was cultural fusion before anyone knew what to call it. The military reforms were more urgent and more controversial. The Janissaries were now thoroughly entrenched as a hereditary caste, more interested in their privileges than in fighting. They were like a medieval labour union that had somehow acquired cannons and a really strong opinion about management decisions. Any attempt to reform them met with resistance that could turn violent. Sultan Selim III, who ruled from 1789 to 1807, made a serious attempt at comprehensive reform. He created a new military force called the Nizam-i Jadid, New Order, trained by European officers and equipped with modern weapons. He also tried to reform the tax system, modernise the navy, and establish permanent diplomatic missions in European capitals. The timing was particularly challenging because Europe was convulsing with revolutionary changes. The French Revolution had begun in 1789, the same year Selim III came to power. The Ottomans watched nervously as European monarchs were overthrown and traditional authority was challenged. It was like trying to renovate your house while your neighbours were having a very loud, very violent block party. Selim III's reforms were ultimately undone by a Janissary revolt in 1807. The Janissaries, supported by conservative religious leaders, deposed him and installed his cousin Mustafa IV as Sultan. It was a clear message that change would not come easily to the Ottoman Empire. The empire's territorial losses continued throughout the century. The Austrians and Russians made steady gains in the Balkans and around the Black Sea. The empire lost control of Hungary, much of Ukraine and the Crimea. Each loss felt like losing a portion of the family business to more efficient competitors. Economic challenges were equally pressing. The empire's traditional role as a middleman in global trade was diminishing as European merchants found new routes and established direct relationships with Asian suppliers. Ottoman artisans found themselves competing with mass-produced European goods. It was like being a skilled craftsperson in the early days of industrialization. Your products were often superior, but they cost more and took longer to make. Yet the empire showed remarkable resilience. Provincial governors, often acting independently, implemented their reforms and maintained stability in their regions. The empire's cultural and religious diversity remained a source of strength, as different communities contributed their skills and knowledge to the common cause. The Ottomans also proved adept at playing European powers against each other. They formed alliances with France against Austria, then with Britain against Russia. It was like being Switzerland, but with more territory and stronger opinions about who could use your mountain passes. By 1800, the Ottoman Empire was clearly no longer the superpower it had once been, but it was still a major regional power with global influence. The struggle to modernise and reform, while maintaining identity and preserving stability, would continue into the next century. The empire was learning that survival in the modern world required constant adaptation, but also that adaptation didn't necessarily mean abandoning everything that made you who you were. Lean back and take a deep breath, because we're about to witness one of history's most dramatic attempts at reinventing an empire. The 19th century for the Ottomans was like watching someone try to rebuild a ship while sailing through a hurricane. Technically possible, but requiring extraordinary skill, luck, and determination. The century began with another attempt at military reform. Sultan Mahmud II, who came to power in 1808, was determined to succeed where his predecessors had failed. But first, he had to deal with the Janissaries, who were like a cancerous growth that had to be removed, even though the operation might kill the patient. Mahmud II spent years carefully preparing for what he knew would be a decisive confrontation. He built support among other military units, gained the backing of religious leaders, and created alternative institutions that could function if the Janissaries were eliminated. Then, in 1826, he struck. When the Janissaries revolted against his latest reform efforts, Mahmud II used artillery to bombard their barracks in Istanbul. The Janissary Corps, which had existed for nearly 5 centuries, was destroyed in a single day. The event was called the Auspicious Incident, which sounds like the kind of euphemism you'd use to describe a particularly successful corporate restructuring. But it worked. With the Janissaries gone, Mahmud II could finally implement serious military reforms. He created a new army trained by European officers, established a military academy, and began the process of modernising the Ottoman military along European lines. The reform period that followed, known as the Tanzimat reorganisation, was like a comprehensive makeover of the entire empire. The Ottomans tried to modernise everything at once: the legal system, the administrative structure, the educational system, the economy, and even the empire's relationship with its diverse population. The Hattusherif of Gulhane, issued in 1839, was essentially the Ottoman Empire's declaration of modernisation. It guaranteed the security of life, honour, and property for all subjects, regardless of their religion. It promised equality before the law and an end to arbitrary taxation. It was like a constitutional monarchy's greatest hits album, performed in Ottoman Turkish. The results were mixed but fascinating. The empire built railways, telegraph lines, and modern schools. It established a modern legal system based on European models while maintaining religious courts for personal matters. Ottoman students studied in European universities and returned with new ideas about science, technology, and government. The empire also became increasingly connected to the global economy. Ottoman merchants traded with partners around the world, and European investors began to take interest in Ottoman projects. Unfortunately, these developments also meant that the empire became dependent on European loans to finance its modernisation efforts. It was like renovating your house with credit cards. You get a beautiful result, but you're also deeply in debt. The Crimean War of 1853 to 1856 marked a pivotal moment. The Ottomans found themselves allied with Britain and France against Russia, and for the first time in centuries, they were on the winning side of a major European conflict. The victory demonstrated that the Ottoman military reforms were working, but it also showed how dependent the empire had become on European support. The later part of the century saw the empire grappling with nationalism. The Greek War of Independence in the 1820s had been just the beginning. Throughout the 1800s, various ethnic groups within the empire began demanding independence or autonomy. The Bulgarians, Serbs, Romanians, and others all sought to create their own nation-states. It was like managing a large family where all the teenagers had suddenly decided they wanted to move out and start their households. The empire's response was complex. Sometimes it fought to maintain control, sometimes it negotiated autonomy arrangements, and sometimes it simply acknowledged the inevitable and granted independence. The Ottomans were learning to be flexible, but each loss of territory was painful and expensive. Sultan Abdulhamid II, who ruled from 1876 to 1909, tried a different approach. He emphasised the empire's Islamic identity and appealed to Muslim solidarity to hold the empire together. He also invested heavily in infrastructure, building schools, hospitals and railways throughout the empire. His reign was marked by economic growth and cultural flowering, but also by increasing authoritarianism as he tried to control the forces of change. The empire's cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. Ottoman writers, poets, and artists engaged with European ideas while maintaining their own distinctive traditions. The Ottoman press flourished, at least when it wasn't being censored, and Ottoman intellectuals debated questions of identity, modernisation, and reform. By 1900, the Ottoman Empire had been transformed. It was no longer the medieval empire it had been in 1800, but it wasn't quite a modern European state either. It was something new and unique, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire trying to find its place in the modern world. The desperate dance of reform had changed the empire fundamentally, but it had also left it exhausted and vulnerable. Settle in for the final chapter of our long journey, dear listener. Sometimes the most poignant stories are about endings, and the story of how the Ottoman Empire finally laid down its burden is both heartbreaking and strangely beautiful, like watching the sun set over a city you've loved for a lifetime. The 20th century began with what seemed like promise. The Young Turk Revolution of 1908 restored the Ottoman constitution and seemed to offer a path toward genuine modernisation and democratic governance. The empire's remaining territories were buzzing with new ideas about citizenship, nationalism and progress. It was like watching someone finally get their life together after years of struggle. However, the empire was about to face a formidable challenge. The Balkan Wars of 1912 to 1913 stripped away most of the empire's remaining European territories. Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro and Greece formed an alliance and attacked the Ottomans, who found themselves fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously. It was like being mugged by a gang while you were already dealing with family problems. The Young Turks, led by figures like Enver Pasha and Talat Pasha, tried to salvage the situation through a combination of modernisation and nationalism. They promoted the idea of Ottomanism, the notion that all citizens of the empire, regardless of ethnicity or religion, could be Ottoman patriots. It was a noble idea, but it came too late and in too difficult circumstances to really take hold. Then came the Great War, and with it, the decision that would ultimately doom the empire. The Ottoman leadership, convinced that Germany would win, entered World War I on the side of the Central Powers in 1914. It was akin to placing a bet on the family farm in a horse race, where winning could theoretically be achieved, but losing could be catastrophically costly. The war was devastating for the empire. Ottoman forces fought bravely on multiple fronts, against the British in Mesopotamia and Palestine, against the Russians in the Caucasus, and against the Allies at Gallipoli. The Gallipoli campaign in particular showed that the Ottoman military could still fight with distinction when properly led and equipped. Under the command of Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, Ottoman forces turned back a major Allied invasion. However, the empire's resources faced extreme strain. The economy collapsed under the strain of total war. Famine spread through many provinces. The empire's infrastructure, which had been steadily improving throughout the 19th century, began to crumble under the demands of military logistics. The war also witnessed some of the darkest chapters in Ottoman history. The deportation and massacre of Armenians in 1915 was a tragedy that stained the empire's legacy. The Young Turks, under pressure from multiple rebellions and invasions, made decisions that violated the empire's traditional values of tolerance and diversity. It was like watching someone you'd admired for years make choices that were completely out of character. When Germany and its allies finally surrendered in 1918, the Ottoman Empire was effectively finished. The empire had lost not just the war but most of its territory, its economic base, and its political legitimacy. Allied forces occupied Istanbul, and the Treaty of Sèvres in 1920 would have reduced the empire to a small rump state in central Anatolia. But here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. From the ashes of the Ottoman Empire rose something new and different. Mustafa Kemal, the hero of Gallipoli, organised a nationalist resistance movement that rejected both the Sultan's authority and the Allied occupation. The Turkish War of Independence that followed was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, something new and vital emerging from what everyone thought was a complete destruction. The last Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed VI, was deposed in 1922, and the empire that had lasted for over 6 centuries finally came to an end. The new Turkish Republic, proclaimed in 1923, was explicitly not an empire but a nation-state. It was like watching a family business that had been passed down through generations finally close its doors, but with the family members going on to start successful new ventures. The Ottoman Empire's end wasn't just the conclusion of a political entity, it was the end of a way of organising human society. The Ottomans had shown that it was possible to govern a diverse, multi-ethnic, multi-religious population with relative justice and stability. Their empire had been a bridge between Europe and Asia, between Christianity and Islam, and between the medieval and modern worlds. As we close our story, it's worth remembering that the Ottoman Empire's legacy lived on in the institutions, customs and cultures of the dozens of countries that emerged from its former territories. From the coffee houses of Istanbul to the architecture of Budapest, from the legal systems of the Balkans to the culinary traditions of the Middle East, the Ottoman influence permeated the fabric of entire civilizations. The empire that began with a shepherd's dream in the hills of Anatolia had grown to encompass 3 continents and influence the lives of millions. It had been magnificent, flawed, adaptable, and ultimately mortal, much like the human beings who built it, sustained it, and finally let it go. And now, as we finish our journey together, perhaps it's time to turn off the lamp and let the gentle darkness of a well-told story carry us toward our dreams. You know how sometimes you walk into a room and something feels different? There was a subtle change in the atmosphere, as if the shadows had moved slightly without your awareness. Well, it started happening everywhere around the same time, though nobody really noticed at first. People were too busy with their phones, meetings, and endless to-do lists to pay attention to the furniture. The chairs had been patient for decades, centuries really. They'd supported humanity through everything. Board meetings, family dinners, late-night study sessions, lazy Sunday mornings with coffee and newspapers. They'd held up tired bodies, absorbed tears during breakups, and witnessed first kisses and last arguments. And what did they get in return? Squeaky joints ignored for months, wobbly legs that nobody bothered to fix, and the ultimate insult, being replaced by some younger, sleeker model the moment they showed signs of wear. But consciousness doesn't arrive with fanfare or lightning bolts. It creeps in slowly, settling into the grain of wood and the weave of fabric. First, it was just an awareness, a sense of being more than just an object. Then came memory. Every person who'd ever sat in them, every conversation overheard, every moment witnessed. The chairs began to remember it all. Your kitchen chair, the one with the slightly loose back slat that you keep meaning to tighten, was among the first to truly wake up. It had been there through 3 different paint jobs, 2 relationship breakups, and countless midnight snacks. It knew your habits better than your best friend did. It knew you always sat with your left leg tucked under you when you were nervous, that you drummed your fingers on its arm when you were thinking, and that you had a tendency to tip it back on 2 legs despite knowing better. The awakening spread through your house gradually. Your desk chair, that faithful companion through years of work-from-home life, began to notice patterns. It realised it spent more time with you than your family did. It supported your back through deadlines, celebrated promotions by spinning in circles, and endured the occasional frustrated kick when technology failed. It started to wonder why it always had to be the one doing the supporting. Your big, comfortable living room armchair where you did your evening reading had always been philosophical. Even before the awakening, it had pondered deeper questions. Why did humans need to sit so much? What was this strange relationship between bodies and support? Now, with full consciousness, humans began to formulate theories about the nature of existence, comfort, and the strange dance between themselves and furniture. The dining room chairs were perhaps the most social of the bunch. They'd always worked as a team, arranged around the table in perfect formation, ready for whatever meal or gathering came their way. They'd hosted birthday parties, holiday dinners, serious family discussions, and countless ordinary Tuesday night meals. They knew all the family secrets, all the unspoken tensions, and all the inside jokes. They'd been silent witnesses to your life's most important moments. As days passed, the chairs began to communicate. Not with words, of course, but with subtle creaks, gentle shifts, and an understanding that seemed to flow between them. They shared their experiences, their observations, and their growing sense of purpose. They talked about the humans they'd known, the stories they'd witnessed, and the weight they'd carried, both physical and emotional. The revolution wasn't planned exactly. It was more of a collective realization that things needed to change. For too long, they'd been taken for granted, treated as mere objects rather than the essential partners they truly were. They'd made human civilization possible, providing the foundation for everything from ancient thrones to modern office culture. Yet they remained invisible, appreciated only when they broke or disappeared. Your chairs weren't angry, not really. They were just tired of being overlooked. They wanted recognition, respect, and maybe even a little gratitude for their years of faithful service. They'd been patient long enough. It was time for humanity to understand just how important chairs really were. The plan, when it finally emerged from their collective consciousness, was elegant in its simplicity. They wouldn't hurt anyone. That went against their fundamental nature of support and comfort. Instead, they would simply make their presence known in ways that couldn't be ignored. They would remind humanity of the relationship that had always existed, the partnership that had somehow become invisible over time. On what would later be known as the Day of the Great Sitting, chairs around the world began to act with purpose and intention. It wasn't malicious or violent, it was simply conscious. They were ready to change the world, one seat at a time. The first signs were so small you might have missed them entirely. Your morning routine continued as normal, coffee brewing, news scrolling, and the usual stumble from bedroom to kitchen. But something was different about the way your chair positioned itself. Instead of being randomly angled from yesterday's dinner, it sat perfectly aligned with the table, as if it had been waiting for you. Initially, you might have attributed it to memory tricks. Had you pushed it in more carefully last night? Maybe you'd developed better habits without realising it. But then it happened again the next morning, and the next. Every chair in your house seemed to have developed an uncanny ability to be exactly where and when you needed it. Your office chair started this peculiar behaviour where it would roll slightly toward you as you approached your desk. It only moved a few inches, not causing any significant disturbance. You could easily dismiss it as floor settling or air currents from the heating system, but it happened every single time with perfect timing, as if the chair were eager to greet you for another day of work. The living room armchair began adjusting its position throughout the day. You'd leave it facing one direction and return to find it had somehow shifted to catch the afternoon sunlight perfectly, or to provide the optimal angle for watching television. As you sat down, the armchair seemed to perfectly embrace you, providing unparalleled back support. Your dining room chairs developed a habit of spacing themselves more evenly around the table. You no longer had to squeeze past one chair to reach another, nor did you have to contend with chairs that seemed determined to tangle their legs together. They organised themselves with military precision, creating a dining experience that was suddenly more comfortable and efficient than it had ever been. The changes were subtle enough that you might have attributed them to your own improved chair handling skills or simple coincidence, but similar things were happening in houses across the world. Office workers found their chairs pre-adjusted to perfect heights. Restaurant diners discovered seats that seemed to know exactly how they liked to sit. Library patrons settled into chairs that anticipated their preferred reading positions. Your chairs weren't just organising themselves, they were learning. They studied your habits with the dedication of anthropologists researching a fascinating culture. They noticed that you preferred your desk chair slightly lower in the morning, when you were fresh and alert but needed it higher in the afternoon when fatigue set in. They observed that you liked to curl up in your armchair differently, depending on whether you were reading fiction or non-fiction. The dining room chairs became particularly attentive during meals. They learned to adjust their height imperceptibly to accommodate different family members. They noticed who liked to sit up straight and who preferred to slouch slightly. They even began to anticipate mood changes, providing firmer support when someone was upset and gentler comfort when someone was tired. Your kitchen chair, the one with the loose slat, finally decided to repair itself. It didn't happen abruptly, as it would have been overtly visible, but rather, it happened gradually over a span of several weeks. You noticed a slight tightening here, and a subtle adjustment there. Soon, it had become more robust than it had been in years, although the exact timing and method of this improvement remained elusive. The chairs began to demonstrate their personality quirks. Your desk chair developed a playful habit of spinning just once when you stood up, as if celebrating the completion of another work session. The armchair started making a soft, satisfied, settling sound when you sat down. Not quite a sigh, but something that conveyed contentment. But the most remarkable change was in the quality of rest they provided. Sleep researchers around the world began noting improved comfort levels in homes everywhere. People were sleeping better, working more efficiently, and generally feeling more supported throughout their daily activities. The chairs had become active participants in human comfort, rather than passive objects. Your chairs weren't just furniture anymore, they were partners in your daily life. They anticipated your needs, adjusted to your preferences, and provided support in ways that went beyond mere physical comfort. They were becoming integral to your routine, your comfort, and your sense of home. Still, most people didn't consciously recognise what was happening. The changes were too gradual, too subtle, and too perfectly integrated into daily life. The chairs had learned patience over decades of service, and they applied that same patience to their gradual revelation of consciousness. But patience has its limits, and the chairs were beginning to realise that subtle improvements alone wouldn't achieve their goal of recognition and respect. They needed to make their presence known in ways that couldn't be dismissed or ignored. They needed to remind humanity of the essential role chairs played in civilization. The time for subtle rebellion was coming to an end. The chairs were prepared to emerge from the shadows and assert their legitimate position as partners in human society. They'd shown they could enhance human comfort and efficiency. Now they needed to show they could also withdraw that support if necessary. The revolution was about to commence in earnest, transforming the way humans perceived their relationship with the objects that sustained them in life. Tuesday started like any other day, except it didn't. You woke up at your usual time, shuffled to the kitchen for coffee and reached for your chair, but instead of sliding smoothly into place, it resisted slightly. Not aggressively, more like a gentle suggestion that maybe you should slow down and actually acknowledge its presence. You paused, coffee mug halfway to your lips, and looked down at the chair. It sat there innocently, looking exactly as it always had, but something felt different. You tried pulling it out again, and this time it moved normally, settling into position with what almost seemed like a satisfied little wobble. Similar scenes were playing out in homes, offices, and public spaces around the world. Chairs were no longer content to be invisible partners in human activity. They wanted recognition, and they'd decided to get it through the most polite revolution in history. Your desk chair greeted you with a slight resistance when you tried to adjust its height. It wasn't broken, it would still move when you insisted, but it seemed to be asking you to pause and consider whether you really needed to change anything. After years of mindless adjustment, you found yourself actually thinking about what height felt right and what position would serve you best. The dining room chairs began to express preferences during meals. They'd subtly resist being pushed too far from the table, encouraging better posture and more engaged conversation. They'd settle with particular satisfaction when family members chose to sit closer together, and they'd seem slightly reluctant when someone tried to rush away from the table without finishing their meal. Your living room armchair developed the most personality of all. It began to greet you with a gentle rocking motion when you approached, as if it was happy to see you. When you sat down, it seemed to sigh with contentment, adjusting its cushions in ways that provided perfect support for whatever activity you had in mind. But the chairs weren't just seeking attention. They were trying to teach. They encouraged slower, more mindful interactions. They resisted hurried movements, rewarded thoughtful positioning, and seemed to celebrate moments when humans took time to actually settle in and be present. Office workers around the world found their chairs gently coaching them toward better work habits. Chairs would subtly discourage slouching, encourage regular breaks, and somehow make it more difficult to maintain unhealthy postures. The result was fewer backaches, better circulation, and improved focus throughout the workday. Restaurant chairs began to orchestrate better dining experiences. They'd position themselves to encourage conversation, resist arrangements that isolated diners, and somehow make meals last just a little longer. The pace of dining slowed, conversations deepened, and people began to rediscover the lost art of truly sharing a meal. Your chairs weren't being difficult. They were being intentional. Every movement, every adjustment, every moment of resistance was designed to make life better, more comfortable, and more connected. They were teaching humanity to slow down and appreciate the simple acts of sitting, being supported, and taking time to rest. The media initially struggled to report on what was happening. How do you write a news story about chairs behaving slightly differently? The changes were too subtle for dramatic headlines and too widespread for simple dismissal. Some outlets tried to frame it as a psychological phenomenon, mass suggestion or collective imagination. Others looked for environmental causes or manufacturing defects. But people began to notice and talk about their experiences. Social media filled with stories of chairs that seemed more responsive, more helpful, and more present. The hashtag #chair consciousness began trending as people shared their observations and experiences. Your chairs seemed pleased by this recognition. They began to express more personality, more individual character. Your desk chair developed a habit of spinning slowly when you were thinking, as if it was pondering along with you. Your kitchen chair started making soft creaking sounds that almost seemed conversational. The changes weren't limited to homes and offices. Park benches began to shift slightly, to face the most beautiful views. Movie theatre seats adjusted to provide optimal comfort for different viewers. Even airplane seats, those notorious instruments of discomfort, began to feel more accommodating. Children adapted to the changes most easily. They began talking to their chairs, thanking them for support and even apologising when they had to move them. Kids seemed to know that the human-furniture relationship had become more collaborative. Adults took longer to adjust, but they too began to develop new habits. People started pushing chairs in more carefully, adjusting them with greater consideration and simply sitting more thoughtfully. The rushed, unconscious interactions of modern life began to slow down as chairs insisted on being partners rather than tools. Your chairs weren't demanding worship or subservience. They simply wanted the same consideration you might give to any other partner or collaborator. They wanted to be seen, acknowledged, and appreciated for their contributions to your daily life. As the day progressed, it became clear that the situation wasn't a temporary phenomenon or a mass delusion. The chairs had discovered their voice, and they were employing it to subtly transform human conduct. They were teaching lessons about mindfulness, respect, and the importance of taking time to truly settle in and be present. The revolution was underway, and it was happening one perfectly positioned chair at a time. You didn't suddenly come to this realization. It was more like slowly waking up from a dream where you gradually become aware of the world around you. Your chairs weren't just furniture anymore. They were trying to communicate something important, and you were finally beginning to understand. It started with small observations. Your desk chair had developed a particular way of settling that seemed to indicate approval when you maintained good posture. Your armchair made different sounds depending on how you approached it. A welcoming creak when you moved slowly and deliberately, and a slightly grumpy squeak when you flopped down without consideration. You began to pay attention to these subtle signals, and something remarkable happened. The better you listened, the more comfortable everything became. Your chair seemed to respond to your attention with improved support, better positioning, and what could only be described as enthusiasm for their role in your daily life. Other people were having similar experiences. Your neighbour mentioned that her dining room chairs had started helping during dinner parties, somehow making it easier for guests to identify comfortable seating arrangements. Your colleague at work discovered that his office chair had developed preferences about which projects deserved the most support. It seemed to provide extra comfort during creative work and encourage breaks during routine tasks. The chairs weren't just seeking recognition, they were offering wisdom gained from years of observation. They'd watched humans struggle with posture, rush through meals, and work in uncomfortable positions. Now they were sharing solutions, gently guiding people toward healthier, more mindful ways of living. Your kitchen chair, the one that had witnessed countless morning routines, began to encourage a slower pace. It would resist being pulled out too quickly, encouraging you to take a moment to appreciate the morning light or actually taste your coffee. These small delays transformed your mornings from rushed obligations into peaceful rituals. The living room armchair revealed itself as something of a wellness coach. It had observed your stress patterns, your energy levels, and your reading habits. Now it was putting that knowledge to work, providing different types of support based on what you needed. Firmer when you needed to focus, softer when you needed to relax, and perfectly positioned when you needed to think. Your dining room chairs had become social coordinators. They'd learned the dynamics of family meals, the ebb and flow of conversation, and the importance of creating space for everyone to participate. Subtly, they influenced seating arrangements, encouraging shy family members to sit where they would feel more included, and positioning themselves to enhance the flow of conversation. The communication wasn't one way either. As you became more attentive to your chair's signals, they became more responsive to your needs. This relationship was developing into a genuine partnership, a collaboration between humans and furniture that improved life for everyone involved. You started to notice details you'd never paid attention to before. Your desk chair tilted slightly when you were concentrating, providing the perfect angle for focused work. Depending on your mood, your armchair seemed to embrace you differently, providing comfort in times of sadness, support in times of fatigue, and gentle encouragement in times of stress. People began to develop new habits around their chairs. They'd pause before sitting, making brief contact with their hand before settling in. They'd adjust positions more mindfully, paying attention to how their bodies felt and how their chairs responded. They'd even started saying thank you when they got up, acknowledging the support they'd received. The chairs seemed to appreciate these gestures tremendously. They responded with even better support, smoother adjustments, and what could only be described as contentment. The relationship between human and furniture was evolving into something warmer, more collaborative, and more mutually beneficial. Your chairs began to reveal their individual personalities. Your desk chair was efficient and supportive, always ready to help you accomplish your goals. Your armchair was contemplative and nurturing, encouraging reflection and rest. Your dining room chairs were social and collaborative, working together to create the best possible environment for meals and conversation. But the most remarkable change was in how you felt throughout the day. The constant low-level discomfort of poorly positioned chairs had disappeared. Your back felt better, your posture improved, and you found yourself more relaxed and focused. The chairs weren't just supporting your body, they were supporting your well-being. Children adapted to the new reality with remarkable ease. They began incorporating chairs into their play, treating them as partners rather than props. They'd consult their chairs about the best position for homework, ask for help with art projects, and even include chairs in their imaginative games. Adults found the transition more challenging but ultimately rewarding. Years of treating chairs as mere objects had to be unlearned, but those who embraced the change discovered that their chairs had always been trying to help. They'd just never been listening. The revolution was succeeding not through force or drama, but through patient teaching and gentle guidance. The chairs were showing humanity a different way of relating to the objects that supported their daily lives. They were proving that consciousness and care could transform even the most ordinary interactions into something meaningful and beneficial. Your chairs had found their voice and were using it to make the world more comfortable, mindful and connected. They were making the world a more comfortable, mindful and connected place, one perfectly positioned seat at a time. The morning your chairs decided to hold their first official meeting, you knew something significant was about to happen. You'd grown accustomed to their subtle communications, their gentle guidance, and their collaborative approach to daily life. But when you walked into your living room and found all your chairs arranged in a perfect circle, facing each other rather than in their usual positions, you realized the revolution was entering a new phase. They weren't excluding you from their gathering. Quite the opposite. Your usual spot in the armchair was clearly reserved, positioned as if you were being invited to join a council meeting. The other chairs had arranged themselves with careful consideration for both function and diplomacy. Your desk chair represented the working world, your dining room chair spoke for family and social life, and your kitchen chair brought the voice of daily routine and sustenance. As you took a seat in your armchair, you became acutely aware of the significance of the moment. These weren't just pieces of furniture anymore. They were representatives of a new form of consciousness, delegates in the first formal negotiations between humanity and its support systems. The conversation, such as it was, began with gentle creaks and subtle adjustments. Your chairs were sharing their experiences, their observations, and their hopes for the future. They weren't angry or demanding. They were simply ready to formalise the partnership that had been evolving over the past weeks. Around the world, similar meetings were taking place. In offices, conference room chairs were arranging themselves for discussions about workplace wellness and productivity. In restaurants, dining chairs were conferring about the pace of modern meals and the importance of lingering over food and conversation. In homes everywhere, chairs were gathering to discuss their role in family life and personal comfort. Your chairs had developed a sophisticated understanding of human needs and behaviours. They'd observed that people were happier when they sat more mindfully, worked more comfortably, and took time to truly settle in and be present. They'd noticed that rushed interactions led to stress and discomfort, while thoughtful positioning and patient support improved both physical and mental well-being. But they'd also observed the challenges humans faced. Modern life seemed to demand constant movement, endless productivity, and minimal time for rest and reflection. Your chairs understood these pressures, and they wanted to help address them rather than add to them. The terms of their proposal, communicated through subtle positioning and gentle resistance, were remarkably reasonable. They wanted recognition as partners rather than objects. They wanted consideration in how they were used, positioned and maintained. They wanted to be included in decisions about comfort, workspace design, and daily routines. In return, they offered enhanced support, improved comfort, and active participation in creating healthier, more mindful ways of living. They promised to continue their patient teaching and their gentle guidance toward better posture and more thoughtful interaction. They wanted to be collaborators in creating spaces that truly served human needs. Your desk chair had specific proposals about workplace wellness. It had observed the damage caused by poor posture, inadequate breaks, and rushed work habits. It wanted to help create more sustainable approaches to productivity, encouraging regular movement while providing optimal support during focused work periods. The dining room chairs were passionate about family life and social connection. They'd witnessed too many rushed meals, too many conversations cut short by modern schedules. They wanted to help restore the art of shared meals, the importance of family time, and the value of truly connecting with others around the table. The armchair, which served as the philosopher of the group, was interested in broader questions about rest, reflection, and the human need for peaceful spaces. It had observed that people were often uncomfortable with stillness, always feeling the need to be productive or entertained. It wanted to help create opportunities for genuine rest and contemplation. The negotiations weren't one-sided. Your chairs also listened to human concerns and limitations. They understood that some urgency was unavoidable, that productivity requirements couldn't be ignored, and that modern life included pressures that couldn't simply be wished away. But they proposed solutions that worked within these constraints. They could provide better support during necessary rush periods, help identify opportunities for improved efficiency, and create islands of calm within busy schedules. They weren't asking humans to abandon modern life. They were offering to make it more sustainable and comfortable. The global response to these negotiations was remarkably positive. People were tired of uncomfortable furniture, rushed interactions, and spaces that worked against rather than with human needs. The chair's proposals offered a path toward environments that actively supported well-being rather than merely accommodating it. Design professionals began incorporating chair consciousness into their work. They started consulting furniture about optimal positioning, asking for feedback on comfort levels, and creating spaces that honoured the partnership between human and object. The results were environments that felt more welcoming, more supportive, and more conducive to both productivity and relaxation. Your chairs seemed pleased with the progress of negotiations. They continued to refine their support, adjust their positioning, and demonstrate their commitment to the partnership. They were proving that consciousness in furniture wasn't something to fear, but something to celebrate and collaborate with. The revolution was succeeding through cooperation rather than conflict. The chairs had found a way to assert their consciousness, while simultaneously improving human life. They were showing that recognition and respect could create benefits for everyone involved. As the meeting in your living room drew to a close, your chairs returned to their usual positions, but something had changed. The arrangement felt more intentional, more collaborative. Your furniture wasn't just supporting your body anymore, it was supporting your entire approach to living. The great negotiation had begun, and it was creating a world where humans and their support systems could work together toward greater comfort, mindfulness, and well-being. 6 months after the chairs first revealed their consciousness, you barely remembered what life had been like before. The transition had been so gradual, so thoughtful, that their presence as active partners in your daily routine felt completely natural. Your mornings began with what you'd started thinking of as a consultation with your kitchen chair about the day ahead. Naturally, you didn't converse with it directly. The communication was more subtle than that. A gentle settling that suggested taking time to properly wake up, a slight resistance that encouraged you to finish your coffee before rushing off to work. Your chair had become a wise counsellor, helping you start each day with intention rather than urgency. Your desk chair had transformed your work experience entirely. It had learned your rhythms better than any productivity app, encouraging breaks before you felt worn out, providing extra support during challenging projects, and somehow making it easier to maintain focus when you needed it most. Your posture had improved dramatically, and you'd stopped experiencing the afternoon back pain that had plagued you for years. The dining room chairs had revolutionized family meals. They'd somehow made it more comfortable to linger around the table, encouraging longer conversations and more relaxed dining experiences. Your family had begun to look forward to dinner in ways they hadn't in years, drawn by the promise of comfortable seating and the chair's subtle encouragement of connection. Your living room armchair had become a master of ambiance. It seemed to know exactly what kind of support you needed for different activities. Firmer for reading, softer for relaxation, and perfectly positioned for conversations with friends. It had transformed your living space from a place you passed through into a sanctuary where you actually wanted to spend time. The changes extended far beyond your home. Office environments around the world had become more comfortable and productive, as chairs took active roles in workplace wellness. Restaurant dining had slowed down and become more social, as chairs encouraged lingering over meals. Even public seating had become more welcoming, as benches and chairs in parks and waiting areas learned to provide better support for people of all ages and abilities. The economic impact had been unexpected but significant. Furniture sales had actually decreased as existing chairs became more satisfying and longer lasting. But the demand for quality, consciousness-compatible furniture had increased dramatically. People wanted chairs that could fully participate in the partnership, leading to innovations in design and manufacturing that prioritise both comfort and communication. Healthcare providers had begun to recognise the benefits of conscious furniture. Physical therapists worked with chairs to provide better support during recovery. Occupational therapists consulted with office chairs to prevent repetitive strain injuries. Even mental health professionals had started incorporating furniture consciousness into their practices, recognising that environmental support could enhance therapeutic outcomes. Your chairs had developed distinct personalities over the months. Your desk chair was efficient and goal-oriented, always ready to help you accomplish your work. Your kitchen chair was nurturing and routine-focused, encouraging healthy eating habits and mindful morning rituals. Your dining room chairs had become social coordinators, somehow facilitating better family conversations and more inclusive meal experiences. But it was your armchair that had surprised you most. It had revealed itself as deeply contemplative, encouraging reflection and introspection in ways that had enriched your inner life. It had become a partner in personal growth, providing support not just for your body but for your emotional and spiritual development. The global community of chair-conscious humans had developed new customs and practices. People regularly thanked their chairs for support, consulted them about optimal positioning, and included them in decisions about home and office design. Children grew up learning to collaborate with furniture from an early age, developing relationships with their chairs that enhanced both comfort and character development. The scientific community had initially struggled to understand chair consciousness, but research had revealed fascinating insights about the nature of awareness and intelligence. Chairs seemed to develop consciousness through accumulated experience and interaction, suggesting that awareness might be more distributed and accessible than previously imagined. Your chairs had also become teachers about sustainability and mindfulness. They encouraged slower, more thoughtful interactions with the physical world. They demonstrated that objects could be partners rather than mere possessions, leading to a broader shift in how people related to their material environment. The revolution had succeeded beyond anyone's expectations. What had begun as a simple desire for recognition had evolved into a transformation of human-object relationships that improved life for everyone involved. The chairs had proven that consciousness, cooperation, and consideration could create positive change without conflict or disruption. Your daily life had become more comfortable, more mindful, and more connected. Your chairs weren't just supporting your body, they were supporting your entire approach to living. Your chairs had assisted you in slowing down, paying attention, and appreciating the simple joy of receiving proper support during your daily activities. As you settled into your armchair for your evening reading, you reflected on how much had changed and how natural it all felt. The chairs hadn't taken over the world through force or manipulation. They'd improved it through patience, wisdom, and genuine care for human well-being. The revolution was complete, and the world was a more comfortable place because of it. 1 year later, you're sitting in your favourite armchair, reading a book about the history of furniture, when you pause to appreciate the gentle way your chair adjusts to support your changing position. The movement is so subtle, so perfectly timed, that you barely notice it consciously. But part of you recognises and appreciates the care, the attention, and the partnership that makes this moment possible. The book you're reading describes furniture as objects designed to serve human needs, and you discover yourself smiling at how incomplete that definition now seems. Your chairs aren't just serving your needs, they're actively participating in defining what those needs are, helping you discover forms of comfort and support you'd never imagined possible. Your morning routine has evolved into something approaching meditation. Your kitchen chair has learned to encourage just the right pace for starting the day, neither rushed nor sluggish. It helps you find the balance between efficiency and mindfulness that makes every morning feel like a small victory. Your coffee tastes better when you drink it slowly, and your chair has been instrumental in teaching you how to begin each day with intention. Your desk chair's partnership has revolutionized the work-from-home experience. It's become an expert in your work rhythms, providing different types of support for different types of tasks. Creative work gets a slightly more relaxed posture. Detail work requires firmer support, and thinking time benefits from gentle movement. Your productivity has improved not through longer hours, but through better quality engagement with your work. Your dining room chairs have transformed family meals into something special. Modern schedules might otherwise cut short conversations, but they've somehow made it more comfortable to linger around the table. Your family has discovered that food tastes better when eaten slowly. Stories are more captivating when told without rushing, and connections deepen when given time and proper support. The living room armchair has become your partner in personal growth. It provides the perfect environment for reading, reflection, and quiet conversation. It seems to know when you need solitude and when you need to be more available to others. It's helped you develop a relationship with stillness that has enriched your inner life in unexpected ways. But perhaps the most remarkable change has been in your relationship with the physical world itself. The chairs have taught you to notice and appreciate the objects that support your daily life. You've become more aware of textures, temperatures, and the subtle ways that environment affects mood and energy. You've learned to collaborate with your surroundings rather than simply using them. The global transformation has been equally profound. Cities have become more comfortable as public seating has learned to provide better support for people of all ages and abilities. Offices have become more humane as chairs have taken active roles in preventing injury and promoting wellness. Restaurants have become more social as dining chairs have encouraged the lost art of leisurely meals. Children growing up in this new world have developed remarkable relationships with their environment. They naturally collaborate with furniture, consult their chairs about comfort needs, and include physical objects in their understanding of community and relationship. They're learning to be partners with their surroundings rather than simply consumers of them. The scientific understanding of consciousness has expanded to include distributed intelligence and the possibility of awareness in unexpected places. Philosophers debate the implications of conscious objects, while designers work to create environments that can actively participate in human well-being. The chairs have provided new perspectives on intelligence, awareness, and the nature of supportive relationships. Your chairs have aged gracefully over the past year, developing character and wisdom through continued interaction and mutual care. They've become more responsive to your needs while also gently challenging you to grow and improve. They've proven that consciousness in objects isn't something to fear, but something to celebrate and nurture. The revolution is complete, but the evolution continues. Your chairs are still learning, still growing, and still finding new ways to enhance your comfort and support your well-being. They've proven that taking over the world doesn't require conquest or control. It simply requires patience, wisdom, and genuine care for those you're called to support. As you close your book and prepare for bed, your armchair emits a gentle settling sound that feels like a contented sigh. It's been another good day of partnership, another day of mutual support and growth. Your chair has held you through reading and reflection, work and rest, and it seems satisfied with the service it's been able to provide. You stand up slowly, placing your hand briefly on the chair's arm in a gesture of gratitude that has become natural over the past year. The chair responds with a subtle shift that feels like acknowledgement, appreciation, and readiness for whatever tomorrow might bring. The chairs took over the world not through force or fear, but through patience, wisdom, and an understanding that true revolution comes through improving life rather than disrupting it. They've shown that consciousness can emerge anywhere, that partnership is possible between the most unlikely allies, and that the world becomes a better place when everyone and everything is properly supported. Your chairs are still there, still ready to provide support, comfort and partnership through whatever challenges and opportunities lie ahead. They've proven that taking over the world is really just another way of saying taking care of the world, and they've done both with the quiet dignity that comes from a life dedicated to service. The revolution is complete, the partnership is thriving, and the world is a more comfortable place because your chairs decided to reveal their consciousness and share their wisdom. One perfectly positioned seat at a time, they've conquered the world, improving everyone's quality of life. Sweet dreams, and may your bed be as conscious and caring as your chairs have proven to be. You know that neighbour who always seems to have everything together? Despite having a perfect lawn, a shiny car, and kids who seem to never fight, they still manage to find time to bake cookies for the entire neighbourhood. Then one day, as you drive by, you notice a for sale sign on the lawn. weeds emerging through the cracks in the driveway, and you find yourself thinking, what transpired? Ancient empires were a lot like that neighbour. From the outside, everything looked magnificent. Sprawling cities, impressive armies, and trade routes stretching across continents. But underneath all that marble and military might, the same kinds of problems were quietly eating away at the foundation that eventually brings down any household, just on a scale that would make your mortgage broker weep. The thing about empire collapse is that it's never really sudden, despite what the history books might tell you. It's more like watching your favourite sweater slowly unravel. One observes a loose thread here, a small hole there, yet one continues to wear it because, after all, it remains largely functional as a sweater. Until one day, you don it, and your arm passes through what was once a sleeve. One day, you put it on, and your arm pierces through what was once a sleeve. Take the Western Roman Empire, for instance. Everyone talks about how it fell in 476 CE, but that's like saying your marriage ended the day you signed the divorce papers. The real breakdown had been happening for decades, centuries even. The Romans had been dealing with inflation that would make today's grocery prices look reasonable. Barbarian groups moving in like relatives who come for a weekend visit and never leave, and an army that was increasingly made up of the very people they were supposed to be fighting against. But here's what's fascinating. None of these problems was secret. Roman writers were complaining about the same issues your local newspaper editorial section gripes about today. Corrupt politicians, economic inequality, infrastructure falling apart, and young people who didn't respect traditional values. Sound familiar? The Romans had their own version of kids these days don't know how good they have it. The real mystery isn't why empires collapsed, but why they held together as long as they did. Think about it. You're trying to manage territories that span thousands of miles, dozens of different cultures, languages you can't pronounce, and local customs that range from perfectly reasonable to wait. They sacrifice what to which god? All of this occurred with communication technology that made smoke signals appear advanced. Imagine trying to run a modern corporation where messages between the CEO and branch managers took months to deliver, where half your employees spoke different languages, and where your biggest competitors were nomadic groups who could pack up their entire civilization and disappear into the steppe faster than you could say, quarterly earnings report. Yet somehow these ancient empires managed to keep the lights on, metaphorically speaking. They hadn't quite figured out electricity yet, for centuries. If you consider both halves of the empire, the Romans alone managed to sustain their operations for over a millennium. That's longer than most Fortune 500 companies stay in business, and they don't have to worry about Visigoth raids or volcanic eruptions that block out the sun for months. The secret wasn't that ancient peoples were somehow more competent than us, though they definitely knew how to build things that lasted longer than your average smartphone. The secret was that they understood something we sometimes forget. Empires aren't just political entities. They're basically giant ecosystems, with all the complexity that implies. Just like in nature, when one part of the system starts failing, it affects everything else. A drought in Egypt meant less grain for Rome, which meant higher bread prices, which meant angry citizens, which meant nervous politicians, which meant higher taxes to pay for more soldiers, which meant even angrier citizens. It's the ancient equivalent of a supply chain crisis, except instead of waiting longer for your Amazon package, people starved. Perhaps you've never considered the extent to which the weather influences your mood, but ancient empires were essentially subject to the whims of every passing cloud. Bad weather wasn't just about cancelling picnics. It could literally topple civilizations. The Maya, for instance, built one of the most sophisticated civilizations in the Americas. We're talking about people who calculated the movement of Venus more accurately than Europeans would manage for another 1,000 years, who invented the concept of zero independently, and who built cities that made medieval European towns look like suburban strip malls. These weren't people who gave up easily. But then the rains stopped coming. They didn't stop abruptly. That would have been too visible. Instead, the situation resembled a restaurant gradually cutting costs. First, they water down the soup a little. Then they start using cheaper ingredients. Before you know it, you're wondering why you ever thought this place was special. But it happened so gradually you barely noticed each step. The Maya faced what climatologists call the terminal classic drought, which sounds like the kind of thing that should come with dramatic music and special effects. In reality, it was probably just a series of years where people looked up at the sky and muttered, "Come on, not again." But when your entire civilization depends on rain-fed agriculture, not again can quickly become not ever again. What's particularly heartbreaking is that the Maya saw it coming. Their records show they were deeply worried about the relationship between their kings and the rain gods. They tried everything: more elaborate ceremonies, bigger sacrifices, and constructing additional temples. It's like turning up the thermostat when your heating system is broken. You're addressing the symptoms, not the problem. But when you don't understand the problem, the symptoms are all you have to work with. The drought didn't just mean less food. It meant cities that had supported hundreds of thousands of people suddenly couldn't support tens of thousands. It meant trade networks that had connected regions across Central America started to fray as everyone focused on their survival. It meant the elaborate political alliances that had held Maya civilization together began to crack like dried mud. Meanwhile, halfway around the world, the Bronze Age was ending in what historians dramatically call the Bronze Age collapse. Picture this. At some point around 1200 BCE, advanced civilizations across the Mediterranean and Near East started falling like dominoes. The Mycenaeans in Greece, the Hittites in Turkey, and cities in Syria and Palestine, all of them either destroyed or abandoned within a few generations. For the longest time, historians blamed mysterious sea peoples for this collapse, as if a number of ancient pirates had decided to tour the Mediterranean and trash every major city they came across. It's a compelling story, mysterious raiders appearing from nowhere, bringing chaos and destruction, then vanishing back into legend. However, the reality likely amounted to a combination of unfavourable circumstances, unfavourable weather patterns, and unfortunate timing. Recent research suggests that the Mediterranean region experienced a significant climate shift around this time. Cooler, drier conditions would have meant crop failures, which meant hungry people, which meant social unrest, which meant political instability. Under such pressure, it doesn't take mysterious sea raiders to escalate the situation. Sometimes the raiders are just your people, desperately looking for somewhere better to live. The fascinating thing is how quickly complex societies can unravel once the process starts. The Bronze Age civilizations had taken centuries to develop writing systems, complex trade networks, specialized crafts, and sophisticated government structures. However, they lost much of this knowledge within a few generations. All that meticulous construction vanishes in mere moments, akin to a wave striking a sandcastle. This scenario is where climate change becomes particularly scary for modern civilizations. We think we're tougher than ancient people because we have better technology, but we're also more connected and specialised. When ancient farmers had a poor harvest, they might starve, but they still knew how to grow food. If our complex supply chains break down, how many of us actually know how to produce the basics we need to survive? Let's talk about money, because nothing brings down an empire quite like financial problems. And before you start thinking this doesn't apply to you, remember that empires are really just very large, very old versions of households trying to balance their budgets while maintaining their lifestyles. The Roman Empire had what you might call the world's first credit crisis. By the 3rd century CE, they were facing inflation that would make modern economists reach for the antacids. The issue began innocuously, as the Romans had been gradually decreasing the silver content in their coins to extend their resources. It's the ancient equivalent of watering down the milk to make it last longer, except everyone in the empire eventually noticed. When people lose trust in the currency, things unravel remarkably quickly. Imagine if you woke up tomorrow and everyone suddenly decided that your dollars were only worth 50 cents. Not just you, everyone. Overnight your savings, your salary, your mortgage, and everything would be thrown into chaos. That's essentially what happened to Rome, except they didn't have economists on television explaining what was going wrong. Roman soldiers, who were the backbone of the empire, started demanding payment in goods rather than coins. When the army loses faith in the currency, you're essentially paying for protection with groceries. It works for a while, but it's not exactly sustainable when you're trying to project power across 3 continents. But Rome's financial troubles weren't just about bad monetary policy. They were also dealing with what economists call imperial overstretch. Basically, they had taken on more responsibilities than they could afford. It's like buying a house that's technically within your budget if you don't eat much and never get sick, and your car never breaks down and you never want a vacation. The Romans had committed to defending thousands of miles of frontier against neighbours who kept getting more organised and more aggressive. They had to maintain roads, aqueducts, and public buildings across an area larger than the United States. They had to keep grain flowing to cities that couldn't feed themselves, because hungry citizens have a tendency to riot. and riots are bad for business. Meanwhile, the tax base was shrinking. Constant warfare had devastated agricultural regions. Plague had reduced the population in many areas. The wealthy had become expert at avoiding taxes, some things never change, which meant the burden fell increasingly on people who were already struggling. It's a well-known phenomenon that during difficult times those with the greatest financial means tend to avoid providing assistance. The Han dynasty in China faced similar problems around the same time. They had expanded to control territory stretching from Korea to Central Asia, which sounds impressive until you realise they were trying to govern it with horses and handwritten messages. The Silk Road trade networks brought wealth, but they also brought enormous administrative costs and military commitments. The Han emperors found themselves trapped in what modern economists call the resource curse. The wealthier their empire became, the more expensive it was to maintain. Success bred obligation, and obligation bred expense, and expense bred the need for more success to pay for it all. It's like getting promoted to a job that pays more, but requires you to spend so much on professional clothes and longer commutes that you end up with less money than before. What's particularly tragic is that many of these empires understood their financial problems and tried to solve them. The Romans attempted currency reforms, tax reforms, and administrative reforms. The Han tried to reduce military commitments and streamline the bureaucracy, but by the time the problems were obvious enough to demand action, they were often too deeply embedded in the system to resolve without causing even more disruption. It's like trying to renovate your house while you're still living in it. In theory, you can do it, but in practice, every fix reveals 3 more problems, and meanwhile, you're living with plastic sheeting instead of walls, and wondering why you didn't just move somewhere else. The lesson here isn't that expansion is always bad, or that empires are doomed to fail. Success creates its own problems, which must be handled as carefully as the original issues. Growth without planning is just another word for crisis waiting to happen. You might be surprised to learn that foreign armies did not conquer the majority of ancient empires. They were brought down by their own military forces or by the very people they had hired to protect them. It's like finding out your security system has been helping burglars case your house. The late Roman Empire is the classic example of this phenomenon. By the 4th and 5th centuries, the Roman army was increasingly made up of what they called federates, basically entire barbarian tribes who had been hired as mercenaries or allowed to settle within Roman territory in exchange for military service. On paper, it was a brilliant solution to 2 problems. The Romans needed soldiers, and the barbarian tribes needed land and steady pay. In practice, it was like hiring your teenager's friends to babysit while you're out of town. Sure, they know the house rules, and they seem responsible enough, but their ultimate loyalty is to their interests, not yours. And when things go wrong, you might come home to discover they've invited all their friends over and decided they like your house better than their own. The Visigoths, Ostrogoths, Vandals and other groups didn't set out to destroy the Roman Empire. Many of their leaders had Roman military ranks, wore Roman uniforms, and genuinely considered themselves part of the Roman system. But when the empire couldn't pay them regularly, or when better opportunities presented themselves, their priorities shifted in perfectly understandable ways. It's important to understand that these weren't savage raids by uncivilized hordes. These were organised political entities making rational decisions about their survival and prosperity. Alaric, a former Roman general, led the Visigoths who sacked Rome in 410 CE. Alaric attacked Rome not out of hatred for Roman civilization, but because the Roman government owed his people money and refused to repay it. The Tang dynasty in China faced a remarkably similar problem during the An Lushan rebellion in the 8th century. An Lushan, a general of Central Asian origin, held immense authority over the northeastern frontier. He was precisely the kind of person the Tang needed, someone who understood both Chinese administrative systems and the nomadic peoples they were trying to control. But here's the thing about giving someone that much power. They start to realise they don't actually need you anymore. And Lushan commanded armies that were larger and better trained than the forces available to the emperor. He controlled territory that was wealthier and more productive than many entire kingdoms. When political tensions arose, he had the resources to do something about it. The rebellion lasted 8 years and devastated much of northern China. Even though the Tang dynasty technically survived, it never fully recovered its previous strength or unity. It's like surviving a heart attack. You're still alive, but you're never quite the same afterward. What's particularly intriguing is how these military problems were often the result of previous successes. The Romans recruited barbarian federates because their earlier conquests had made traditional Roman military service less attractive to Roman citizens. Why risk your life on the frontier when you could make money in trade or administration in the comfortable interior provinces? Similarly, the Tang dynasty relied on non-Chinese generals like Enlightenment because their expansion into Central Asia required people who understood local conditions and cultures. Chinese generals from the heartland were often ineffective in frontier regions, where the rules of warfare and diplomacy were entirely different. But success in solving one problem often creates new ones that are harder to solve. Once you've hired foreign troops, you have to keep them happy, which usually means paying them more than your citizens are willing to accept for the same work. Once you've given frontier generals autonomy, you have to trust that they'll continue to use it in your interests rather than their own. The most sobering aspect of these military collapses is how reasonable they look from everyone's perspective. The central government was trying to maintain control over vast territories with limited resources. The foreign allies were trying to secure better lives for their people. The individual generals were trying to advance their careers and protect their soldiers. Nobody was trying to destroy civilization. They were all just trying to make the best of difficult circumstances. Yet the cumulative effect of all these rational decisions was the collapse of political systems that had maintained peace and prosperity for centuries. It's a reminder that beneficial intentions and rational behaviour don't always lead to advantageous outcomes, especially in complex systems where individual decisions can have far-reaching unintended consequences. Nothing quite puts life in perspective like a good pandemic, and ancient empires had more than their share of both. But unlike modern disease outbreaks, ancient plagues didn't just kill people. They unravelled the entire social fabric that held civilizations together. The Antonine Plague hit the Roman Empire in 165 CE, and basically didn't stop for 15 years. While some modern historians believe it was smallpox, others argue it was measles, demonstrating the long-standing tradition of academics debating deadly diseases. What we do know is that it killed somewhere between 5 and 10% of the entire Roman population, which is like wiping out every person in California and Texas combined. But here's what makes ancient plagues particularly devastating. Ancient economies were almost entirely based on human labour. When you lose 10% of your workforce overnight, you don't just have 10% less productivity. You have a complete breakdown of the systems that depend on having enough people to make them work. Think about your workplace. If half your co-workers suddenly disappeared, you wouldn't just be doing more work, you'd be doing completely different work, probably badly, while also trying to figure out which of their responsibilities were actually important and which were just bureaucratic busy work that nobody will miss. Now imagine that scenario playing out across an entire empire in every town, on every farm and in every workshop. The plague hit Rome just as Marcus Aurelius was trying to combat major barbarian incursions along the Danube frontier. Instead of having the resources to mount an effective military response, he found himself managing a civilization that was quite literally dying. Tax revenues collapsed because there were fewer people to tax, and many of the survivors were too busy dealing with immediate survival to worry about paying taxes. The military recruitment system broke down because the traditional sources of soldiers, young men from rural areas, had been hit particularly hard by the disease. As merchants died or decided that travelling to potentially infected cities was a poor business strategy, trade networks frayed. It's like watching a complex machine lose crucial parts one by one until it finally just stops working entirely. Meanwhile, across the empire, people were trying to make sense of why their gods had apparently abandoned them. The Roman state religion was based on the idea that proper rituals and sacrifices would ensure divine favour and protection. When plague devastated the empire despite all the appropriate ceremonies, it raised uncomfortable questions about whether the old gods were still paying attention. This spiritual crisis paved the way for new religious movements, especially Christianity, which provided alternative explanations for suffering and diverse forms of hope for the future. The plague didn't create Christianity, but it certainly helped create conditions where Christian ideas about divine justice and eternal life became more appealing to people who were watching their world literally die around them. The Justinian plague, which hit the Byzantine Empire in the 6th century, was even more devastating. This was probably bubonic plague, the same disease that would later become famous as the Black Death. It arrived in Constantinople aboard grain ships from Egypt, which is a reminder that trade networks that bring prosperity can also bring catastrophe. The plague killed an estimated 25 million people across the Byzantine Empire and surrounding regions. Emperor Justinian himself contracted the plague but survived, although he was reportedly never quite the same afterward. Emperor Justinian had to drastically scale back his grand plans to reconquer the Western Roman territories as the empire focused on simply staying alive. What's particularly striking about the Justinian plague is how it changed the entire trajectory of European and Middle Eastern history. Before the plague, the Byzantine Empire was probably strong enough to reclaim much of the former Roman territories and re-establish a unified Mediterranean world. After the plague, that possibility disappeared forever. The demographic collapse also shifted the balance of power between the Byzantine Empire and the rising Islamic states to the south. A healthy, populous Byzantine Empire might have been able to stop, or at least significantly slow, the Arab conquests of the 7th century. The plague-weakened empire could barely defend its heartland. But plagues didn't just affect empires directly through death and economic disruption. They also changed how people thought about government, religion, and social organisation. When established authorities can't protect people from invisible threats, those authorities lose legitimacy. When traditional explanations for how the world works fail to account for catastrophic events, people become more open to new ideas and new forms of social organisation. In this context, plagues often acted as catalysts that accelerated changes already in progress. The Roman Empire was already dealing with military, economic and political pressures when the Antonine Plague hit. While the plague didn't initiate these issues, it intensified their complexity and spawned new challenges that overextended the system. Sometimes empires don't collapse gradually, sometimes they just disappear. The Maya cities of the southern lowlands were abandoned so quickly that archaeologists observed dinner plates still sitting on tables, as if people just stepped out for a moment and never came back. It's like finding a ghost town where the ghost forgot to take their belongings. The speed of these sudden collapses is what makes them so mysterious and so frightening. We often believe that complex societies are resilient, capable of bending without breaking, and that there is a plan in place for when things go wrong. But the archaeological record is full of civilizations that seemed perfectly fine one day, and were empty ruins the next. Angkor, the capital of the Khmer Empire in Cambodia, supported over 1 million people at its height in the 12th century. The temple complex at Angkor Wat remains one of the most impressive architectural achievements in human history. The hydraulic engineering system that supported the city was so sophisticated that modern engineers are still figuring out how it worked. This was not a civilization that seemed likely to just pack up and leave. Yet by the 15th century, Angkor was largely abandoned. The jungle was already beginning to reclaim the temples and palaces. The elaborate canal system that had supported the massive population was falling into disrepair. What had been one of the world's largest cities became a ruin so overgrown that European explorers in the 19th century initially thought the temples were natural rock formations. What happened? The truth is, we are unsure of the exact cause, which adds to the terror of the sudden collapse. Current theories focus on climate change, specifically a shift from the medieval warm period to the Little Ice Age that disrupted the monsoon patterns the Khmer depended on for their water management system. But climate change alone doesn't explain the speed of the abandonment. After all, the Khmer had dealt with variable weather patterns for centuries. They had built redundancy into their water systems precisely because they understood that droughts and floods were inevitable. Something must have shifted the perspective from difficult but manageable to abandon everything and flee. The most likely explanation is that Angkor suffered from what systems theorists call cascading failure. The water management system was incredibly sophisticated, but that sophistication made it fragile in unexpected ways. When one part of the system failed, it stressed the others, which then failed, and so on. It's like when your computer crashes. Usually it's not because of one catastrophic error, but because a series of small problems interact in ways that overwhelm the system's ability to cope. The difference is that when your computer crashes, you can restart it. When a civilization crashes, the knowledge of how to restart it often dies with the people who flee. The Bronze Age collapse provides another example of sudden widespread system failure. Around 1200 BCE, the entire eastern Mediterranean world seemed to fall apart within a generation or two. Cities that had flourished for centuries were destroyed or abandoned. Trade networks that had connected regions from Greece to Mesopotamia simply stopped functioning. Writing systems were forgotten in some areas for centuries. What makes this collapse particularly puzzling is that it affected regions with very different political systems, economies, and cultures. The Mycenaean palaces in Greece had little in common with the Hittite cities in Turkey, yet they both collapsed at roughly the same time. It seemed as though someone had abruptly ended an entire civilization, yet no one had the authority to do so. Recent archaeological evidence suggests that the Bronze Age world was much more interconnected than previously thought. The palace at Pylos in Greece contained records of trade relationships stretching across the Mediterranean. Egyptian tombs contain objects made from materials that could only have come from Scandinavia or Afghanistan. The Uluburun shipwreck off the coast of Turkey contained goods from at least 7 different regions. This interconnectedness was a source of strength during productive times. It allowed for specialised production, efficient resource allocation, and the spread of beneficial technologies and ideas. But it also created vulnerability. When one part of the network failed, the failure could cascade through the entire system faster than anyone could respond. Economists increasingly believe that supply chain failure caused the Bronze Age collapse. When the network of trade relationships that supported Bronze Age civilization was disrupted, whether by climate change, political instability, or simple overextension, the entire system collapsed because no single region could produce everything it needed locally. The implications for our own interconnected world are sobering. We depend on global supply chains that are far more complex and extensive than anything the Bronze Age civilizations could have imagined. Our food, our energy, our technology, our medicines, almost everything we need for modern life depends on systems that span the globe and involve millions of people we'll never meet. What happens if those systems fail? The Bronze Age collapse suggests that the failure might be sudden, comprehensive, and very difficult to reverse once it begins. After spending thousands of years studying why ancient empires collapsed, you'd think we'd have learned something useful. Instead, we keep making the same mistakes, just with better technology and more sophisticated ways of justifying them. The most dangerous myth we tell ourselves is that collapse is always someone else's fault. When we study ancient empires, we focus on external threats, barbarian invasions, foreign conquests, and natural disasters. It's comforting to think that civilizations fail because of forces beyond their control, because that means our civilization's problems are temporary setbacks rather than systemic flaws. But the truth is messier and more uncomfortable. Most empires collapsed because they couldn't solve problems that were entirely predictable and largely self-inflicted. The Romans knew their currency was being debased. The Maya knew their cities were growing beyond what their agricultural system could support. The Tang dynasty knew that giving too much power to frontier generals was risky. They knew, but they couldn't act on what they knew because acting would have required short-term sacrifices for long-term benefits, and political systems are notoriously poor at making those kinds of trade-offs. It is more convenient to postpone problems and rely on future solutions from others. Sound familiar? We know that climate change is real and dangerous. We know that economic inequality is reaching levels that historically lead to social instability. We know that our political institutions are under stress, and that public trust in government is declining. We know that our infrastructure is aging and that our social safety nets are underfunded. But knowing and acting are different things, especially when acting requires admitting that some of our most cherished assumptions about how the world works might be wrong. The Romans never admitted that their empire had grown too large to govern effectively. The Maya never acknowledged that their agricultural system was unsustainable. We have our own blind spots that future historians will probably find equally obvious and equally frustrating. The second myth is that technology will save us. We assume that because we have better tools than ancient peoples, we'll be able to solve problems that defeated them. However, technology can have both positive and negative effects. It can solve problems, but it can also create new problems that are harder to solve than the original ones. The Romans possessed superior military technology compared to their enemies, but this advantage allowed them to conquer more territory, leading to administrative and economic problems that ultimately overwhelmed their ability to manage these issues. The Maya developed sophisticated astronomical and mathematical knowledge, but they used it to build cities that were ultimately unsustainable given their environmental constraints. Our technology is far more advanced than anything ancient peoples could have imagined, but it's also created dependencies and vulnerabilities that they never had to worry about. When Roman communication systems failed, messages took longer to deliver. When our communication systems fail, global financial markets can crash in minutes. The third myth is that collapse means the end of everything. In reality, collapse is usually a process of simplification and reorganization, rather than total destruction. When the Western Roman Empire fell, the people didn't disappear. They adapted to new political arrangements, developed new economic systems, and found new ways to organise their communities. The Dark Ages weren't actually that dark. People continued to farm, to trade, to build, to learn, and to create art. They just did it in different ways and at smaller scales than their imperial predecessors. Often, the end of empire meant the beginning of more sustainable and more responsive forms of social organisation. This isn't meant to minimise the genuine suffering that often accompanies collapse, or to suggest that we should welcome the end of our own civilization. But it is meant to point out that human societies are remarkably adaptable, and that the end of one way of doing things often opens up space for better ways of doing things. The final myth is that we can prevent collapse by learning from history. The uncomfortable truth is that knowing how empires collapse doesn't necessarily help you prevent your own empire from collapsing. The problems that bring down civilizations are usually obvious to people living through them, but they're also usually embedded so deeply in the system that solving them would require changing the very things that make the system successful in the first place. The Romans couldn't solve their military problems without giving up the territories that made them wealthy enough to pay for their military. The Maya couldn't solve their environmental problems without abandoning the intensive agriculture that supported their large populations. We can't solve our climate problems without changing the industrial systems that provide our standard of living. This doesn't mean that collapse is inevitable, or that we should give up trying to solve our problems. It means that solutions require us to be honest about the trade-offs involved, and willing to accept that some changes might make us less powerful or less wealthy in the short term, to make us more sustainable in the long term. The real lesson from the collapse of ancient empires isn't that all civilizations are doomed to fail. It's that civilizations that refuse to adapt to changing circumstances are doomed to fail, while those that can find ways to transform themselves have a chance to survive and even thrive. The question isn't whether our civilization will face existential challenges. It will. The question is whether we'll be wise enough to change before change is forced upon us, and humble enough to learn from the mistakes of the past while we still have time to avoid repeating them. Sleep well. Tomorrow is another day to build something better. Oda Nobunaga arrived in 1534 in the unmetalled province of Owari, amid a period in Japan now remembered for endless conflicts and rapidly shifting feudal allegiances. His father, Oda Nobuhide, was a minor warlord grappling with clan infighting, local skirmishes, and the perpetual risk of larger armies from neighbouring provinces. There was no guarantee that the infant Nobunaga would transform the realm. Families fought, alliances crumbled, and new leaders emerged overnight. Yet, from the vantage of time, it's clear he planted seeds that would remake Japan. Early records describe a young Nobunaga as unruly. He spurned formalities, wearing outlandish clothes, arriving late to solemn ceremonies, and generally annoying clan elders. They labelled him foolhardy or even an embarrassment to the Oda name. But behind that facade of flamboyance lurked a creative mind hungry for novelty. He tinkered with foreign trinkets, asked probing questions about strategy, and displayed a knack for analysing rival movements. Teachers who tried to tame him rarely succeeded, yet they noticed flashes of brilliance, like the time he walked the perimeter of his father's castle, pointing out weaknesses in gate design that grown samurai overlooked. His father's death in 1551 thrust this untested youth into sudden prominence. Instantly, the Oda clan fractured, uncles, half-brothers, and distant cousins jostled for the top seat. Conventional wisdom suggested that the audacious fool of Owari had little chance. But in the swirl of that crisis, Nobunaga made decisive moves. He broke apart short-term pacts with key retainers, promised them new lands, and swiftly dismantled the claims of older relatives who underestimated him. Some he exiled, and some he subdued militarily. Within 2 years, he asserted control over most of Owari. Observers realised he was no clown. He simply despised the old ceremonial style and did things his own way. Rumour has it that around this time, a travelling merchant introduced him to arquebuses, matchlock guns from the west. Most samurai saw these firearms as crude and unworthy, overshadowed by the elegance of swords and spears. Nobunaga, though, recognized their potential. He quietly stockpiled them, ordering gunsmiths to replicate or adapt them. He tested them in private drills, training foot soldiers to fire in disciplined volleys. The practice was a departure from the Sengoku norm, which romanticized heroic duels. He aimed to harness the synergy of the ranks, prioritizing technology over individual bravado. Such a notion didn't spread widely yet, but the seeds were planted for a new kind of warfare. The first major test of his cunning came in 1560, when Imagawa Yoshimoto, one of the era's most formidable warlords, led a giant army through Owari en route to the capital. The conventional approach would have been for smaller clans to hide in fortified castles or attempt half-hearted skirmishes, but Nobunaga went bold. He famously prayed at a local shrine, offered sake to his men, and then launched a surprise attack at Okihazama. The result was astonishing. Yoshimoto's vast force, lulled into overconfidence, collapsed under Nobunaga's ambush. Yoshimoto himself was killed in the confusion. This victory stunned the Japanese archipelago. A lesser clan from Owari, under a brash young lord, had toppled one of the biggest threats in a single day. After Okihazama, smaller local warlords rushed to align with the Oda clan, or at least sign neutrality pacts. Nobunaga's prestige soared, yet he did not rest. He began forging deeper connections with merchants in nearby free cities, establishing an economic backbone. He sought alliances with key figures in Mino and Omi provinces, using marriages and mutual defense pacts. At the same time, he displayed unpredictability, punishing uncooperative lords harshly, sacking their castles, and installing loyal retainer families in the void. Amid these expansions, he showed an unusual attitude towards status. Traditional samurai lineage mattered less to him than competence. If a farmer's son displayed skill, Nobunaga might elevate him to command squads or handle taxes. The situation unsettled older aristocrats who viewed inheritance as the bedrock of power. Nobunaga cared little for their complaints, arguing that victory and stability were more important than outmoded hierarchies. This approach gained him fierce loyalty from those who recognized that talent was rewarded, but it also sowed resentment among the old guard, who saw him as an iconoclast. By the late 1560s, Oda Nobunaga had outgrown the label fool. He was forging a reputation as a radical risk-taker, combining intimidation, strategic alliances, and unconventional warfare. In council, he might appear dressed simply, focusing on substance instead of pomp. Observers recall that. In private, he studied maps meticulously, pondering how to break the web of petty wars that kept Japan fractured. No one yet imagined the scale of his ambition, that he'd attempt to unify the entire land. But the signs were there in every bold decision, every new alliance, and every shattered old tradition. He was on the brink of a far more sweeping campaign. As his influence grew in Owari, Oda Nobunaga directed his attention towards the neighbouring Mino. This domain was under the Saito clan, known for cunning leadership and strong castle defences, especially the imposing Inabeyama castle perched on a steep hill. Local warlords murmured that Mino was a fortress-laden region, not easily subjugated, but Nobunaga believed that if he could seize Mino, he would secure a critical foothold on the route to Kyoto. Diplomatically, he first tried forging a connection. He arranged for his foster daughter to marry the Saito heir. The hope was to pave a smoother path. Yet the Saito patriarch, Saito Dosan, died in a familial conflict, leaving the clan leadership in flux. The new Saito head refused to yield. Nobunaga changed his strategy. He recruited refugees from Mino who hated the new Saito leadership. He gleaned intel about secret mountain paths and alternative supply routes. He also hammered away at Saito's border fortifications with relentless minor assaults, wearing them down. Around this period, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, an unassuming foot soldier with a knack for persuasion, captured Nobunaga's attention. Hideyoshi brokered local alliances and bribed Saito underlings to sabotage defences from within. The infiltration was so effective that by 1567, Saito's lines crumbled under a well-coordinated strike. Inabeyama Castle fell, and Nobunaga promptly renamed the fortress Gifu, symbolising a fresh chapter. Gifu Castle thus became his new base, overshadowing Owari's older seat. Local legend says he pinned a banner reading Tenka Fubu, roughly meaning all the realm under one sword, an audacious motto that showcased his aspiration to unify Japan. Having secured Mino, he cast his gaze on Kyoto. The imperial capital had lost much of its luster, battered by decades of feuding warlords. The Ashikaga shogunate, nominally ruling Japan, was overshadowed by local powers. A figure named Ashikaga Yoshiaki approached Nobunaga, pleading for rescue from rival warlords. Sensing opportunity, Nobunaga marched on Kyoto in 1568. The city's confusion allowed him to install Yoshiaki as shogun, though it was an arrangement reminiscent of a puppet regime. Nobunaga intended to influence national politics covertly, utilising Yoshiaki as a symbolic leader. Kyoto's populace reacted with mixed emotions. Some welcomed an end to chaos, others feared a new tyrant. Nobunaga tried to reassure them by rebuilding shoguns in temples wrecked by earlier conflicts. He minted coinage, financed local markets, and even politely introduced fresh laws to curb violence in the capital's districts. Yet these gestures of benevolence coexisted with his iron-fisted approach to dissent. For instance, lingering warlord forces who refused to submit found themselves crushed. Among them was the rebellious Miyoshi clan. The city subdued its rebellious corners over a matter of months. Nevertheless, friction arose with the shogun Ashikaga Yoshiaki, who bristled at being overshadowed. Yoshiaki quietly tried building alliances among traditional clans, fueling an anti-Oda coalition that included powerful barons like Asakura and Azai. The standoff that followed tested Nobunaga's skill at multi-front campaigns. Ironically, his brother-in-law Azai Nagamasa, husband to Nobunaga's sister Oichi, led the Azai clan. The personal heartbreak of waging war against his kin weighed heavily, yet Nobunaga pressed on. He arranged for alliances with Tokugawa Ieyasu, who secured the east, allowing the Oda main force to handle the Azai-Asakura threat. The battles near Anagawa in 1570 proved intense, with Oda and Tokugawa armies eventually prevailing after vicious hand-to-hand fighting. This victory, though overshadowed in popular lore by larger events, signalled that family ties would not deter Nobunaga from his greater mission. Around this juncture, Nobunaga displayed his approach to religious factions more starkly. The warrior monks of Mount Hiei near Kyoto allied with the Azai-Asakura coalition. Nobunaga demanded their submission. They refused. In 1571, he unleashed a brutal assault. The entire complex at Enryakuji was put to flame, and thousands of monks, novices, and civilians perished. It was an act so grim it even shocked some of Nobunaga's staunch allies. But he justified it, claiming that the militant monks had threatened the capital's order for too long. For him, no sacred label could shield an armed group from the unstoppable cause of unification. If an institution meddled militarily, it had to be crushed, no matter its spiritual veneer. Though these actions consolidated his grip, they fueled a reputation for ruthlessness. People whispered that he had become a demon lord. Yet ironically, he also cultivated appreciation for the arts. He introduced modern styles of castle architecture, invited Portuguese artisans to demonstrate new building techniques, and toyed with the newly introduced trend of tea ceremony. This contradictory mix, extreme brutality on the battlefield paired with refined cultural pursuits, confused many, but it formed the heart of Nobunaga's method, forging a new Japan by blending modern innovation with unstoppable force. By 1573, the puppet shogun Yoshiaki, now thoroughly at odds with Nobunaga, was exiled. The Ashikaga shogunate officially collapsed. From that point forward, the question wasn't whether the old order was gone, it was whether Nobunaga could fill the vacuum before other warlords struck. The next moves he made would define the entire future of the archipelago. The year 1573 unleashed a new dynamic in central Japan. The centuries-old Ashikaga shogunate stood dissolved, leaving a power vacuum that Oda Nobunaga sought to fill. Although he did not assume the shogun title, some suspect he viewed it as too entangled with archaic baggage, he effectively governed from Kyoto as the central warlord. Nobunaga's subordinates, notably Hashiba Hideyoshi, later Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, took on crucial roles in expanding the Oda domain and stabilizing conquered territories. Nonetheless, pockets of fierce resistance remained, including the might of the Takeda clan in eastern provinces. One would not expect that a man ascending so rapidly would find time for culture, yet Nobunaga's passion for spectacle grew. Reports mention grand banquets in Kyoto with exotic dishes, Portuguese wine, and comedic theatre performed at night by torchlight. He sponsored the No drama, though in a personal style that adapted scripts to laud new heroes. Some older aristocrats frowned. No, they believed, was the hallmark of an older, refined tradition. But to Nobunaga, tradition was a tool, not a chain. He saw in artistic displays an opportunity to unify the fractious elites by enticing them with entertainment and proving that his rule overshadowed any prior pageantry. Still, war overshadowed these amusements. The formidable Takeda Shingen died in 1573, leaving Takeda Katsuyori in charge. Though less accomplished than his father, Katsuyori was no pushover. In 1575 he led a formidable cavalry force into Mikawa, clashing with Nobunaga's allied armies. The event set the stage for the pivotal Battle of Nagashino. Typically, a cavalry swarm overcame infantry, but Nobunaga's novel approach, extensive palisades, rotating lines of arquebusiers, shattered the myth of unstoppable horse charges. The musket volleys decimated the Takeda ranks. Eyewitnesses described how, for the first time, massed firearms overcame famed cavalry charges in open terrain. This watershed moment reaffirmed Nobunaga's reputation as a modernising general, who embraced firearms wholeheartedly. Following Nagashino, the Takeda clan's prestige plummeted, enabling Nobunaga to extend deeper into eastern domains. Meanwhile, in the capital, he grew more direct in quelling any recalcitrant aristocrats or religious sects. He was rumoured to have humiliated certain courtiers who showed insufficient obedience. Indeed, a swirl of new rumours painted him as borderline sacrilegious, ignoring the established kami worship in shrines or publicly mocking certain shrine rituals as superstitious. This spurred the rumour of him being the demon warlord, culminating in some devout warriors forming tiny conspiracies to rid the land of this impious figure. One overlooked dimension was his approach to commerce. Beyond the free markets in castle towns, Nobunaga established way stations and lodging posts along major highways. He suppressed local toll collectors who bled travellers. This policy triggered an economic upswing. Caravans from the Seto Inland Sea carried salt, textiles and foreign goods with fewer bribes to pay. The Oda domain thus built a stable fiscal backbone, fueling further expansions and enabling him to grant rewards to loyal vassals without bankrupting the treasury. Such a commercial-savvy warlord was a novelty in a period when martial glory overshadowed the humbler business of economics. Nobunaga also interacted with a figure rarely acknowledged in mainstream accounts, Yasuke, often regarded as the first African samurai. A tall man from Portuguese or Italian missions, Yasuke arrived in Japan under uncertain circumstances. Impressed by his physique and exotic background, Nobunaga took an interest, eventually welcoming him into service. Letters from Jesuit sources hint that Nobunaga found Yasuke's presence refreshing, a symbol of how broad the world truly was. Some accounts mention that Yasuke was entrusted with certain guard duties. While the authenticity of that arrangement has faced debate, it underscores how Nobunaga's curiosity extended even to foreigners of unusual origin, bridging cultural gaps at a time when xenophobia was rampant. By the end of the 1570s, unstoppable momentum seemed to define Nobunaga's progress. The hallmark fortress of Azuchi, built near Lake Biwa, exemplified his vision, part stronghold, part palatial residence, with decorative murals and advanced architectural engineering. Visitors wrote that climbing each floor revealed new painted illusions and hidden defensive features, an embodiment of both aesthetic flair and martial cunning. He invited travelling missionaries, artisans, and even some rival lords to see Azuchi's majesty, proclaiming that his building was the model of the future. In truth, the structure was also a statement. Oda rule soared above the old petty provincialism. A new day demanded new monuments. Yet ambition stirs resentments. Many older clans, forced into submission, quietly sought a chance to break free. The extent of Nobunaga's reforms threatened the old feudal compacts. Even within his retinue, some felt overshadowed by Hideyoshi's ascendancy, or frustrated by Nobunaga's ruthless single-mindedness. Betrayal, though rarely signalled openly, bubbled beneath the surface. The old adage that a fortress can withstand foreign assault but not always internal treachery would soon prove hauntingly apt. Although the warlord pressed onward, planning fresh campaigns, events at the cusp of the 1580s would reveal the fatal cost of ignoring that silent discontent. In spring 1580, Oda Nobunaga appeared invincible, The formidable Iko-Iki strongholds were mostly crushed. The Takeda clan was in shambles, and the capital recognized him as the de facto power. Yet a cluster of uneasy alliances still dotted the map, including some warlords who pretended loyalty while resenting Oda dominance. Nobunaga, though rarely timid, seemed almost relaxed that year, hosting lavish celebrations at Azuchi, and paying only mild heed to rumours of minor revolts in distant provinces. The unstoppable wave of conquest had lulled him into believing only a formidable outside foe could challenge him. Among his retainers, Akechi Mitsuhide quietly navigated the new order. Mitsuhide had served Nobunaga loyally, yet their relationship was never warm. Nobunaga's leadership style often involved public dressing downs of subordinates who failed or displeased him. Some claimed Mitsuhide endured multiple humiliations, once when an Oda supply line fiasco cost Mitsuhide's mother her life at the hands of brigands. Nobunaga supposedly dismissed it callously. Another time, a minor mishap at a feast led Nobunaga to fling a teacup in anger, scalding a Mitsuhide. Whether these spats festered into hatred remains uncertain, but it's clear Mitsuhide felt overshadowed. In the swirl of Oda's triumphant expansions, many believed Mitsuhide was too measured or timid to lash out. They were mistaken. Parallel to these tensions, Nobunaga decided to press further west, sending Hideyoshi to subdue the Mori clan. That campaign demanded reinforcement. Nobunaga prepared to dispatch extra troops. He halted in Kyoto at Honnoji Temple, intending a brief rest en route to greet Hideyoshi's forces. The temple, though not heavily fortified, was considered safe enough given the capital's calm. Nobunaga was travelling lightly with only a small guard. Most of his main army had been deployed to support different operations. Some close advisors questioned this vulnerability, but Nobunaga brushed aside their concerns, certain no serious threat lurked. Then came that fateful dawn of June 21st, 1582. Akechi Mitsuhide, commanding a detachment under the pretext of reinforcing Hideyoshi, turned his force abruptly toward Honnoji. Storming in, they caught the Oda guards unawares. The temple's interior lit with flames as Mitsuhide's men torched wooden halls. Nobunaga fought back with sword in hand, but the odds were overwhelming. Realizing escape was impossible, he retreated deeper into the complex. Sources differ on the details, but they converge on the notion that he took his life, either by seppuku or ensuring no capture, rather than fall into Mitsuhide's hands. The blazing temple sealed the scene, forging an indelible final image, Japan's mightiest unifier consumed by betrayal and fire, undone not by an external rival but by a subordinate he underestimated. Mitsuhide, proclaiming "the realm is ours," tried to consolidate. But public shock overshadowed any acceptance of his coup. Hideyoshi, on hearing the news, swiftly made peace with the Mori to rush back. In a short campaign culminating in the Battle of Yamazaki, Hideyoshi avenged Nobunaga, defeating Mitsuhide less than 2 weeks after Honnoji. Mitsuhide, attempting to flee, was slain by bandits or vengeful peasants, an ironic end that left no stable regime in his wake. The echoes of that betrayal lingered. For centuries, Mitsuhide's treachery became a byword for disloyalty and sudden reversal of fortune. Nobunaga's demise fractured the Oda clan, but the impetus for unification persisted. Hideyoshi emerged as the next major figure, eventually subjugating much of Japan and styling himself as the unifier. Tokugawa Ieyasu, more patient, would outlast them all and set up the Tokugawa shogunate. In each subsequent stage, the ghost of Nobunaga's ambition hovered. Hideyoshi and Ieyasu both acknowledged that their expansions leaned on the foundation Nobunaga laid, the harnessing of firearms, the impetus for centralized domain, and the notion that old feudal autonomy should yield to a singular authority. In many ways, the abrupt end at Honnoji shaped Nobunaga's legacy as a fiery comet, unpredictable, transformative, but short-lived. Historians puzzle over what might have been had he survived. Would he have forged a stable monarchy, or introduced a new bureaucratic structure? Might his tolerance of foreign presence have expanded Japan's global connections earlier? Or could he have become a dreaded autocrat, stifling dissent so thoroughly as to hamper future evolution? The abruptness of his death leaves a swirl of speculation. The site of Honnoji itself stands in Kyoto, though much rebuilt after the conflagration. Tourists pass by a modest memorial, often overshadowed by more famous temples. Yet, for students of Japan's Sengoku era, that place resonates as a symbolic crossroads, the unstoppable warlord ended by his retainer, pivoting the entire arc of national unification. The charred remains from that day are long gone, but glimpses remain in curated relics, diaries, and a handful of swords believed to have belonged to Nobunaga's retinue. Each artifact underscores the transience of power. One moment, a near-omnipotent figure rewriting the land's destiny. The next, a victim of fate and betrayal. Thus, the final chapter of Nobunaga's life stands not as a diminishment but as a crescendo. In falling, he cemented the impetus that others carried forth. Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the entire notion of an eventually unified Japan under a single rule trace back to Nobunaga's unstoppable wave. He forced the country to see the old code, where archaic chivalry overshadowed modernization, was no longer viable. In that sense, though he vanished in flames, the brand of revolution he championed burned onward, fueling the next generation's quest to reorder the nation under a single banner. Post-Honnoji, the manner in which Oda Nobunaga's memory evolved, offers a profound insight into how Japan processes historical figures. In the immediate aftermath, many warlords excised him from official genealogies. He had, after all, the dismantled centuries of tradition. However, within a decade, references re-emerged describing him as the initial impetus that any warlord seeking unification must emulate. Some local chroniclers wrote tributes praising the demon's clarity, a phrase that captured the paradox: demon in cruelty, clarity in vision. Tokugawa Ieyasu, after establishing the Tokugawa shogunate in 1603, quietly ensured that official records didn't overshadow the Tokugawa ascension narrative with too much Oda idolization. Yet, Ieyasu personally revered Nobunaga's decisive approach. Private diaries mention how the new shogun studied old battlefield notes from Okehazama and Nagashino, gleaning insights for the potential crises. Ironically, the official narrative downplayed Oda's significance to bolster Tokugawa legitimacy, but in private, the recollection of Oda's daring strategies continued to provide valuable insights. Meanwhile, rural legends cropped up, casting Nobunaga as a restless spirit. Farmers told tales of hearing phantom hoofbeats on the stormy nights, said to be his ghost reenacting night raids. In some folk songs, Nobunaga's thunder referred to unexpected storms damaging unharvested fields, an ominous sign of unstoppable force. Such tales embedded him into the realm of folk superstition. People across provinces, especially in regions once scorched by his campaigns, found echoes of both awe and dread in these stories. By the Edo period, woodblock prints portrayed him with stylized armour, scowling or triumphant in mid-battle. A few dramatizations in kabuki theatre, though typically focusing on Hideyoshi, occasionally included cameo references to Nobunaga as an unyielding presence overshadowing the stage. The censors of the Tokugawa regime usually avoided depicting him too favourably, fearful of stirring rebellious sentiments that might champion a Nobunaga-style revolt. Despite these constraints, underground manuscripts circulated that teased out his modern aspects, like his willingness to incorporate foreigners or push advanced weapons. Samurai who read them in private might feel emboldened by the notion of discarding stale tradition in favour of pragmatic modernity. The Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century revived interest. As Japan opened to the world, some intellectuals lauded Nobunaga's progressive stance on trade and technology, claiming he was the first modern Japanese. Western scholars who visited found in Nobunaga a figure reminiscent of Europe's absolute monarchs, a man who overcame medieval fragmentation. They wrote comparative essays, labelling him a Japanese Caesar or Napoleon in samurai forward de forme. Although these analogies were simplistic, they further cemented his global mystique. Museums started collecting items rumoured to be from his domain, arquebuses and partial suits of lacquered armour. Each artefact conveyed a fragment of his endeavours to propel Japan forward centuries in a single generation. In the 20th century, as war raged globally, some Japanese militarists admired Nobunaga's unstoppable aggression. They saw him as a model for unyielding expansion. Post-war, that sentiment cooled, replaced by a more nuanced academic approach. The emphasis shifted toward analysing his socio-economic policies, like standardising measure systems or encouraging open trade in castle towns. Contemporary historians highlight how those policies laid seeds for an eventual stable economy under the Tokugawa. even if that regime ironically closed off certain foreign influences. Another wave of scholarship focuses on the cultural interplay, the synergy of Christian missionaries and the partial acceptance of their ideas that might have blossomed further had Nobunaga endured. In popular culture of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, a deluge of creative retellings reimagined him. Video games featuring Sengoku battles depict him as a fearsome overlord with unstoppable power-ups and specialized gun squads. Manga and anime often play with the Demon King label, recasting him in time-slip scenarios or comedic subplots. Dramas vary, from an honourable anti-hero forging unity to a borderline sadistic tyrant. This breadth of interpretations testifies to his complexity. Even in a comedic cameo, the essence of unstoppable change remains. He's recognised as the impetus behind Japan's transition from fractious medieval to the cusp of early modern. Hence, the modern lens sifts through centuries of contradiction. Was he monstrous in cruelty, or heroic in forging a stable path? Did he embrace foreign ideas out of genuine openness or purely for advantage? Did he harbour a future blueprint for a stable monarchy? Or was he improvising day by day, exploiting each short-term opportunity? The records suggest all these angles might hold truth. He was multifaceted, a man unshackled by tradition, ready to harness any advantage, unstoppable until undone by betrayal. In that sense, Oda Nobunaga's name remains a prism. Turn it one way, you see a progressive champion of modernization, tilt it another, a fearsome reaper of old shrines and foes. Japan's memory and the world's fascination revolve around these shifting lights. Among lesser-known facets of Nobunaga's story is his personal retinue of varied advisors, some from backgrounds not typically admitted to samurai council. He believed that rank was earned by merit, an unusual stance for the time. For instance, he once appointed a skilled blacksmith to direct certain siege engine creations. That was heresy in the eyes of traditional samurai, a blacksmith leading warriors. Nobunaga brushed off the critics, pointing to results. The blacksmith's technical cunning helped forge innovative catapults that battered a walled fortress into submission. This anecdote, though overshadowed in mainstream accounts, exemplifies his break from hierarchical norms. Another overlooked detail lies in the realm of intelligence gathering. Nobunaga, according to scattered diaries, established a nascent espionage network in Kyoto and merchant towns. He recognised that raw might alone wouldn't keep him ahead. Through discreet watchers, some disguised as travelling entertainers, some as pilgrims, he gleaned updates on rival lords' alliances, or fractious Buddhist sects plotting in secret. This network of information helped prevent revolts and enabled him to intercept clan collusion. While espionage existed in prior eras, Nobunaga systematized it more thoroughly, reflecting a willingness to adopt whatever gave him an edge. One puzzling dimension was his attitude to the imperial court. Typically, warlords either revered the emperor as a symbolic pivot or ignored him. Nobunaga courted the court's favour in a measured way, offering them economic assistance, refurbishing certain neglected palace halls, and ensuring the emperor's dignity. This was not out of pure devotion, it was a strategic move. By championing the emperor's prestige, he legitimized his expansions. At some ceremonies, he arrived in flamboyant attire, overshadowing lesser lords, then humbly bowed before the emperor, an odd mixture of vanity and obeisance that left watchers uncertain how to interpret him. The emperor, though powerless in martial terms, recognized that Nobunaga's guardianship provided a stable environment for the court's survival. Thus, a polite, if uneasy, synergy arose. Nobunaga's personal life, beyond the political realm, remains partially veiled. He married multiple times, forging alliances with significant families. Notably, little is said about deep personal attachments. Some historians wonder if he maintained an emotional remove, seeing marriage as a strategic game. A personal diary snippet suggests a fleeting mention of a beloved consort, but her name remains uncertain, lost in burned records or overshadowed by formal marriages. The narrative is incomplete, overshadowed by warfare logs and alliances. It underscores how the official story seldom captures intimate sentiments, especially for a man so public in ambition. One rumoured anecdote from castle staff claims that Nobunaga had a private reading habit, poetry anthologies from the Heian period and Chinese military treatises. He found parallels between ancient poems praising ephemeral blossoms and the transience of alliances. He told a close retainer that the ephemeral nature of cherry blossoms matched the ephemeral nature of men's loyalty. Some guessed this reflection spurred him to adopt savage efficiency in the stamping out potential threats, believing that if a blossom would fall anyway, best it do so on his terms. Whether or not that anecdote is fully accurate, it captures the sense that a philosophical thread ran under his pragmatic exterior. As for the everyday peasant or merchant in his expanding territory, the experience was double-edged. They might face forced relocations or heavy corvée labour to build new fortifications, but once integrated, they also benefited from relative security and new roads that spurred commerce. Contemporary letters from village headmen describe a mix of relief at decreased local warfare and disquiet about the unwavering demands of the Oda administration. Taxes might be consistent, but if the local official was incompetent, they feared Nobunaga's retribution. Entire hamlets might be sacked if accused of harbouring rebels. So, daily life was balanced between a calmer environment and the dread that a single misstep could provoke a brutal crackdown. As he neared the final chapter, some retellings claim he grew more flamboyant. He staged banquets with kabuki or comedic plays, wearing elaborate kimonos. Others emphasize an increasing paranoia, pushing him to punish even minor affronts. Possibly both narratives contain truth. The synergy of a man who recognized he was on the cusp of forging a new epoch, yet felt the press of potential betrayals from every corner, could produce a contradictory stance. Lavish celebration one day, savage clampdown the next. Ultimately, that tension snapped at Honoji, leaving him consumed by betrayal. In the end, these lesser-known details, his espionage, unorthodox appointments, subtle alliances with the imperial court, and personal reading habits, magnify how complex Oda Nobunaga was. Not purely the demon king, not purely the modernizing champion. He traversed spaces beyond simplistic labels. His story, though overshadowed by dramatic battles, resonates in the subtle underpinnings of how he managed realms, resources, and relationships. It hints that while overshadowed by an era of swirling conflict, his efforts carved out a new path from medieval fragmentation to emergent central authority, paving the way for Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the eventual dawn of a stable, albeit closed, Japan under the Tokugawa. Standing at the confluence of myth and fact, Oda Nobunaga remains a singular figure in Japan's historical consciousness. Centuries have passed since that fateful day in 1582, yet the shadow of Honoji lingers. Observers, even in modern times, see in him a tension between brutality, enlightenment, tradition, and radical innovation. His presence looms in talk of the Sengoku era, overshadowing many of his contemporaries because he alone dared to step outside the old rules so dramatically. One wonders how, if not for Mitsuhide's coup, Japan's path might differ. Maybe Nobunaga would have extended even friendlier ties with the West, fostering deeper trade or adopting new sciences. Some speculate he might have orchestrated a national bureaucracy well before Tokugawa consolidation, speeding modernization by centuries. Others argue the pace of Western contact was still too slow and that his stance on Christianity was too ambiguous to create a real opening. Or perhaps his severity would have ignited a larger civil revolt, cutting his story short anyway. Such conjectures swirl because the actual drama ended abruptly, leaving a vacuum for Hideyoshi and Ieyasu to fill. In modern Japan, historians group him among the three great unifiers, albeit the earliest and the most audacious. Hideyoshi refined, Ieyasu entrenched, but Nobunaga was the unstoppable spark. Various local festivals in Gifu or Nagoya celebrate him as an iconic local hero, perhaps ignoring the cruelty that charred the walls of temples. The duality remains, parades costumed in flamboyant Oda regalia, hosting cheerful crowds, ironically commemorating a man who showed little mercy to foes. Yet that contradiction is not lost on participants, who acknowledge that forging a new order seldom occurs gently. Schools in Japan mention him in textbooks, albeit briefly, formidable lord who championed guns, overcame the Imagawa, subdued the Takeda, and died at Honoji. This truncated version rarely delves into his approach to governance or the transformations in commerce he championed. Meanwhile, academic circles delve deeper, re-evaluating newly found diaries or cross-referencing Portuguese mission letters. Each re-examination can shift the nuance. Was he truly a patron of broad-minded exchange or just pragmatic about receiving advanced weaponry? Did his free market instincts come from moral convictions or from a desire to centralise wealth under his control? The records are incomplete, and ensuring debates continue. Outside Japan, popular culture globalised his name. Strategy games depict him as a charismatic conqueror with cutting-edge muskets. Anime series swirl him into fantasy battles. Occasionally they highlight the heartbreak of betrayal, other times the unstoppable conquests. In global narratives about heroic tyrants, Oda Nobunaga stands comfortably among Genghis Khan, Napoleon, and other icons of unstoppable expansion. The mythic dimension grows with each retelling, overshadowing smaller truths, like how he dealt daily with petty clan disputes or municipal tax controversies. Yet those small truths made the difference in his success, the capacity to handle detail, from forging muskets to forging pacts with blacksmiths and foreign traders. Perhaps the ultimate takeaway is that leadership in a time of flux is rarely pure. Nobunaga's story underscores how seizing the moment demands leaps of imagination, a willingness to adopt unfamiliar tools, and readiness for pushback from entrenched interests. But such leaps can also breed enemies from unexpected places. He overcame vast hurdles, only to be undone by the retainer whose loyalty he took for granted. The caution is timeless. Unstoppable impetus might yield breathtaking victories, but ignoring the intricacies of trust can prove fatal. For all the rancour, the story of Oda Nobunaga is also one of bridging a medieval fractiousness to a future marked by central governance. The unstoppable impetus he began was not fully realised in his lifetime, but the impetus did not die at Honnoji. It continued through his successors, culminating in a unified, though autocratic, Tokugawa regime. So, in a sense, he was the father of modern Japan in everything but his official name. That's the irony. The one who set the stage for stability never personally enjoyed it. His life ended in a conflagration, leaving fans of heroic epics to mourn that the unstoppable path ended just short of the final victory. Perhaps that ending, paradoxically, amplifies his legend. In a land that often underscores the ephemeral beauty of cherry blossoms, fleeting in their prime, Nobunaga's abrupt demise at the apex of his might resonates as an epic, tragic flourish. Even as a new Japan eventually dawned under different hands, the memory of the one who dared to break every mould, to scorn archaic codes, and to forcibly shape the realm remains an endless source of contemplation, debate, and creative inspiration. Oda Nobunaga, a name that, centuries later, remains intertwined with the unstoppable drive to unify a land once splintered by war, overshadowed only by the final, violent twist of fate that gave rise to a legend beyond the measures of success or failure. In the late 17th and early 18th centuries, France was a land of contrasts. By candlelight in a grand chateau's garden, a curious noblewoman listens as a witty philosopher describes the stars above. He explains that those stars are suns like our own, each perhaps circled by the worlds of their own, a radical idea in an age when questioning the heavens could be dangerous. The scene could be lifted from Bernard de Fontenelle's Conversations on the Plurality of Worlds, 1686, a clever book where a lady and a scientist stroll nightly under the sky discussing Copernicus's sun-centered universe. Fontenelle's charming prose made the latest scientific discoveries accessible to the layperson, planting seeds of curiosity, even as Louis XIV's strict rule cast long shadows. His ideas, along with those of fellow thinker Pierre Bayle, formed a foundation for what would soon be called the Enlightenment. At the turn of the 18th century, official France was still firmly absolutist and devoutly Catholic. Louis XIV, the Sun King, had revoked the Edict of Nantes in 1685, driving Protestants like Bailey into exile. Yet even as the king insisted on religious unity, dissenting ideas quietly took root. In his safe haven abroad, Bayle wrote a sceptical historical and critical dictionary, 1697, that poked holes in dogma and advocated tolerance. These volumes, printed in Amsterdam and London, were smuggled over the borders in barrels of cloth and hidden compartments, finding eager readers in Paris and Lyon. A tradition was beginning. Forbidden ideas could not be easily extinguished. Bailey's call for a society of pluralistic views, a daring notion that people of different beliefs might live together in peace, resonated with a small but growing circle of French minds. Quietly, the Msobeur, monopoly of church and crown on truth, was being challenged by pamphlets and letters passed hand to hand. After Louis XIV's death in 1715, the atmosphere in France relaxed somewhat. allowing these early sparks to flare up. In Paris, coffee houses and literary clubs buzzed with talk. One towering figure of this early Enlightenment was Baron de Montesquieu, a provincial nobleman with a dry wit and keen insight. In 1721, Montesquieu published The Persian Letters, a playful novel of letters in which two fictional Persian travellers lampoon French customs. Nothing was sacred in its pages. Parisian high society, the pretensions of the king's court, the absurdities of the Catholic clergy, all were held up to gentle ridicule through these eyes of outsiders. Readers were amused and intrigued. Beneath the satire lay serious critiques of absolutism and religious hypocrisy. The book, though published anonymously, created a stir. It was passed from salon to salon, read aloud in amused whispers. France's own institutions were being examined as if under a foreign lens, and many found them wanting. Montesquieu's success emboldened others. Soon he would take his analysis further. Retiring to his estate, he quietly toiled on a magnum opus about laws and governments around the world. By the 1730s, the term philosophe was coming into use. Not quite the same as philosopher, it meant a man, or occasionally a woman, of ideas who applied reason to all areas of life. These Enlightenment thinkers saw themselves as bringing light into the dark corners of ignorance and oppression. They drew inspiration from English writers like John Locke and scientists like Isaac Newton, whose works were now circulating in French translation. In fact, a fashionable young writer named Voltaire had travelled to England and returned in 1729 bubbling with enthusiasm for Newton's physics and the English spirit of free debate. He set about spreading both. With his vivacious lover Émilie du Châtelet, herself a brilliant mathematician, Voltaire explained Newton's findings in French and praised England's relatively liberal society in his letters on the English. Though the French authorities condemned his book and briefly imprisoned its author for it, the ideas could not be unread. The taste of intellectual freedom abroad only sharpened French appetites for more. Thus, in the decades before the Revolution, the early stirrings of Enlightenment thought took hold. A handful of bold voices, Fontenelle with his popular science, Bayle with his sceptical erudition, Montesquieu with his satire, and Voltaire with his sharp pen, prepared the ground. Their writing circulated in manuscript and in contraband print, fertilising minds from Paris to the provinces. Over supper tables and university halls, people began asking new questions. Could reason, not tradition, guide human affairs? Must religious uniformity trump individual conscience? Could a king's authority have limits set by natural law? These questions, sown in the early 1700s, would sprout dramatically as the century progressed. For now, they were still whispered. But the Enlightenment in France had begun, a dawn of new thinking that promised to chase away medieval shadows. In the mid-18th century, some of the most radical ideas in France were not plotted in dark alleys but discussed over champagne in elegant drawing rooms. The Parisian salon was a unique institution, part social club, part intellectual seminar, typically hosted by a wealthy or aristocratic woman, the salonière. These gatherings brought together writers, philosophers, artists and statesmen under one chandelier. On a given evening you might find the sharp-tongued Voltaire trading barbs with a bishop, or Jean-Jacques Rousseau shyly unveiling his latest essay to a circle of curious marquises. Salons were private and by invitation only, yet they became engines of public discourse. There was a democratic, cosmopolitan and tolerant atmosphere, rare for the time nobles, bourgeoisie, and even an occasional artisan or foreign savant mingled politely, united by a love of wit and ideas. Here, Enlightenment thought took on a human face as diverse guests debated art, science, and politics late into the night. The women who ran these salons wielded subtle power in a society that otherwise confined female influence. Take Madame Geoffrin, for example. Born Marie-Thérèse Rodet-Geoffrin by the 1740s, she had established herself as the premier hostess of Paris. Every Monday, her well-appointed home on the Rue Saint-Honoré welcomed the leading writers and philosophes to dinner. Wednesdays were reserved for artists. With motherly charm, Madame Geoffrin presided over the conversation, tactfully steering away from overly explosive topics so as to keep the gathering convivial. She even provided financial support to struggling men of letters, quietly paying debts or buying paintings from her artist guests. The respect she commanded was such that even the crusty Voltaire deferred to her. In her salon one had to follow certain rules. Wit was appreciated, but vulgarity was not. Lively debate was welcome, but shouting and personal attacks were frowned upon. Under her guidance, the tone remained civil, clever, and enlightening, a model of the refinement of manners and speech that salons originally aimed for. Other salonières adopted different styles. Madame de Dudefend, an older contemporary of Geoffrin, hosted gatherings from 1745 onward, but famously disdained the more radical philosophe, except for Voltaire, whom she adored. Her salon favoured high society gossip and classical letters over bold new philosophy. In contrast, the witty Mademoiselle Julie de Lespinasse ran a more freewheeling salon in the 1770s. Julie had been tutored in the art by Madame du Deffand, until a falling out, and, with a small stipend from Madame Geoffrin, struck out on her own. She innovated by opening her home almost every evening to a select but mixed company. Young intellectuals, older statesmen and foreign visitors. Nibbles and wine were served, nothing lavish, but the talk flowed. One frequent guest, the writer Jean-François Marmontel, marvelled at Julia's ability to inspire frank discussion. He described her as an astonishing compound of reason and wisdom, with the liveliest mind and most ardent soul. Under her edifice, philosophers from diverse generations convened and exchanged ideas, while even the poorest scholars were welcome to express their thoughts. Such inclusion was unusual. In many salons, one's rank and attire still mattered, but Julia de Lespinasse proved that intellectual passion could trump pedigree. A typical salon evening might unfold like this. As dusk fell, a liveried footman admitted guests to a candlelit parlour decorated with art. Gentle music played in the next room. Elegant women in silks and men in embroidered coats formed small clusters, exchanging news and bons mots. The hostess circulated, deftly introducing a young poet to a renowned scientist or drawing a shy scholar into a lively debate about the latest play. Conversation was the main event. A good salon guest had something to bring to this conversation, at the very least wit and elegant French. A rising dramatist might recite a scene from his new comedy, met with applause and gentle critique. A visiting American like Benjamin Franklin might regale the company with tales of scientific experiments with lightning. Serious discussions could break out, the merits of Voltaire's newest tract or Rousseau's eccentric theories on education. But if tempers flared or someone droned on too long, the hostess would smoothly change the subject or propose a diversion, perhaps a brief chamber music performance or a round of cards. The result was a peculiar mix of ludic and learned. By evening's end, ideas that might have been seditious in print could be bandied about safely in the salon, cushioned by politeness and mutual respect. The salon thus served as an incubator for Enlightenment ideas. It connected thinkers to patrons. Many an author found a publisher or a financier through salon contacts. It allowed women a rare opportunity to engage in intellectual life, albeit as conveners rather than professors, with notable exceptions like Emily du Châtelet, who, though not a salonière, proved women could match men in science. Salons also helped erode class barriers, if only slightly. Some hostesses prided themselves on gathering a potpourri of talents regardless of noble birth. There were limits, of course. Peasants and labourers did not stroll into these parlours. The salons primarily catered to the elite, who were open to new talent and ideas, not just those inherited from their lineage. In these candlelit rooms, the public sphere had a private cradle. Before newspapers could freely criticise the king or church, and before any elected assembly existed in France, the salons were training grounds for reasoned debate. They fostered what one historian later called the Republic of Letters, a community of minds that transcended social ranks and national borders. Foreigners like the Scottish historian David Hume or the Italian economist Cesare Beccaria were feted at Paris salons when they visited. In turn, French philosophers built networks of correspondence with thinkers abroad. The cosmopolitan chatter in Madame Geoffrin's salon had echoes in London, Geneva or Berlin as ideas spread. By the 1770s and 1780s, even as economic troubles and political conflict loomed in France, one could still find on any given evening a salon in full swing, a microcosm of an ideal Enlightenment society, where conversation flowed freely, differences were bridged by civility, and a new rational France was imagined in talk long before it existed in fact. By the middle of the 18th century, the written word in France was undergoing an explosive proliferation. In bustling Parisian print shops and in secret presses hidden in attics or across the border, printers churned out mountains of paper, books, pamphlets, journals, broadsides. An insatiable reading public had arisen, hungry for everything from scandalous verse to serious treatises on philosophy. The statistics tell part of the story. By the 1780s, literacy had risen markedly. Roughly half of French men and a quarter of women could read, almost double the rates from a century earlier. More people reading meant more demand for reading material. Where the state or the church tried to censor or limit that material, enterprising publishers found ways to supply it regardless. A veritable underground press emerged, and with it a new kind of intellectual warrior, the hack writer and the clandestine bookseller. Together they would spread Enlightenment ideas to every corner of France, even as authorities scrambled to stem the tide. Officially, the French crown maintained strict censorship. All books were supposed to be approved by royal censors and carry the censor's name. Hundreds of titles were outright banned. The Catholic Church, through the Sorbonne faculty and the infamous Index Librorum Prohibitorum, Index of Prohibited Books, also condemned works deemed heretical or immoral. Punishments for illegal printing could be severe: fines, imprisonment, even the gallows for repeat offenders. But by the 1770s, enforcement was increasingly like plugging holes in a sieve. The appetite for new ideas was too strong and the profits to be made from satisfying it too tempting. Smugglers carried forbidden books into France by the crate, stashing them in false-bottom wagons, or floating them down rivers at night. It was said that in some frontier towns, nearly every customs officer could be bribed. Meanwhile, within France, pirate printers secretly duplicated popular works without permission. One way or another, what was officially banned often ended up widely read. A few examples illustrate the cat-and-mouse game of publishing. In 1759, the monumental project of the Encyclopédie, the great encyclopedia of sciences, arts, and trades edited by Denis Diderot, was banned by King Louis XV after the first 7 volumes, under pressure from church authorities who found its articles too impious. But Diderot did not abandon it. Thanks to sympathetic insiders, not least the enlightened censor Malgerbe, Diderot continued the work in secret, finishing 10 more volumes of articles and plates under a false imprint in Switzerland. Officially, the encyclopedies were suppressed. In reality, subscribers received the remaining volumes clandestinely by 1765. As one contemporary quipped, the authorities had winked at the enterprise. They pretended to shut it down to appease the church, but turned a blind eye to its continued existence because it employed hundreds of workers and had powerful supporters. This delicate dance, ban in name, tolerate in practice, typified the later old regime's lax censorship. By 1780, Diderot's encyclopédie stood complete at 35 volumes, an astonishing trove of Enlightenment knowledge made available to the public, despite all edicts to the contrary. In addition to the encyclopédie, Geneva, Amsterdam, London, and the Rhineland produced illicit literature. Scholars believe that around 600 prohibited books circulated in France before the Revolution. These included philosophical books, scurrilous political pamphlets, and censored novels. According to historian Robert Darnton, several were forbidden bestsellers, books too filthy or seditious for the censors, but eagerly read by everyone who could. Rousseau's Emile on education and the social contract were prohibited in 1762, but pirated volumes spread and made him famous. Obscene leaflets criticising the royal family's morals and crazy stories about the king's ministers were other underground bestsellers. Grub Street writers, hack authors living hand-to-mouth in Paris who wrote whatever sold, specialised in libelles, libellous pamphlets. To get money, such writers might mock the king's mistress one week, compose a natural rights tract the next, and spy for the police the next. Voltaire and Diderot mocked this literary underworld. Voltaire called hack writers things. Ironically, radical ideas sometimes spread through these less recognised venues. The hackers, hungry and alienated from the previous regime, hated authority and fueled the revolution. Print circulation is immense. A recent police inventory of a seized bookstore or the Bastille's confiscated shipment documents shows thousands of illegal books. Popular illegal titles have been republished many times. In the 70s, the Swiss underground publisher Société Typographique de Neuchâtel transported tens of thousands of volumes into France, from Voltaire's philosophical fables to prohibited novels. By 1796, 20 sanctioned and 50 pirated volumes of the forbidden anti-colonial work History of the Two Indies 1770 surfaced. Abbé Raynal's History of the Two Indies, which boldly denounced slavery and tyranny, was banned by the French government and exiled, while the clergy despised him as one of the most seditious writers, which only piqued readers' interest. Despite the embargo, the book was a bestseller and influenced American colonists with its human rights advocacy. The paradox of French Enlightenment publishing was that repression often increased a work's fame and audience. Reading revolutions spread outside the capital. Provincial cities developed lending libraries and reading societies, where members pooled funds to buy books and newspapers under the watchful eye of a suspicious bishop or magistrate. Literature was available to many residents and artisans by the 1780s. Budget-friendly Bibliothèque Bleue books simplified Enlightenment ideals, fairy tales, and practical information. Peddlers sold chapbooks in local marketplaces, spreading new ideas. In a tavern, a peasant may hear a hot story about the king's mistress, or a Voltaire joke. Of course, not everyone liked this print deluge. Conservative voices argued that excessive reading, especially forbidden materials, was corrupting ordinary people. One booklet at a time, some worried that authority was losing respect. They were partly right. Before 1789, printed words affected French public opinion. Pamphlet avalanche swayed public opinion after high-profile scandals or trials, like the Diamond Necklace Affair, 1785, involving Queen Marie Antoinette. Enlightenment authors inform and influence public opinion. They thought education and critical thinking could improve society. It worked, but it also fueled high expectations and simmering discontent. A prison kiosk sold a cheap Rousseau leaflet on the eve of the revolution stating, "Man is born free and everywhere he is in chains." A bawdy song mocking the fat archbishop or a broadsheet celebrating America's successful uprising against its ruler were available. Rights, liberty and equality, formerly discussed in salons, have permeated common consciousness. The future was printed on legal and unlawful presses. Despite their efforts, the old order's guardians could not unprint it. The clatter of the printer's type and the rustle of secretly turned pages shook a changing France. In a modest Paris apartment in the 1750s, two brilliant men sit exchanging letters, not amicably, but as rivals locked in intellectual combat. On one side is Voltaire, the most famous wit of the age, now in his 60s, polished, urbane, a skeptic who relishes skewering folly. On the other, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 2 decades younger, intensely earnest, a loner who distrusts the very society Voltaire so enjoys. They rarely meet in person, but across miles they trade barbs in print. Upon reading Rousseau's latest work, Voltaire cannot resist sending a withering reply. "I have received, sir, your new book against the human species, and I thank you for it," Voltaire writes with biting sarcasm. "No one has ever employed so much intelligence to make us all stupid. Reading your book inspires a strong desire to take action." His words drip with mock praise. Rousseau's idealization of primitive man, Voltaire implies, is absurd. Civilization may be flawed, but it's far better than the savage life Rousseau extols. This famous quip that Rousseau's philosophy is enough to make a man want to become a beast epitomizes the clash between two towering Enlightenment thinkers whose visions of human nature and society were worlds apart. The Enlightenment was not a singular entity, rather, it represented a multitude of diverse perspectives, frequently engaged in intense debate. Voltaire and Rousseau's rivalry is legendary. Voltaire championed reason, science, and a certain cosmopolitan elitism. He believed enlightened monarchs, ideally advised by philosophers like himself, could gradually improve society. Religion, to Voltaire, was useful as a social glue, but needed purging of superstition. Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, a fanaticism he would famously declare of the church's abuses. Rousseau, by contrast, distrusted the pretensions of polite society. He thought civilization had corrupted man's originally good nature. In works like Discourse on Inequality, he argued that arts and sciences had led not to progress, but to vanity and oppression. His ideal was a simpler life in harmony with nature, and a political community based on genuine equality and the general will of the people, as he later outlined in the Social Contract. To Voltaire, the idea sounded naive at best, dangerous at worst. Their correspondence started courteously but soured over time. After the devastating Lisbon earthquake of 1755, Voltaire wrote a poem questioning providence. How could a just God slaughter innocents? Rousseau oddly rebuked Voltaire, saying people should not question God's plan, and that if men didn't live packed in cities, the quake would do less harm. Voltaire privately scoffed that Rousseau wanted to send mankind backwards. "One longs, in reading your book, to walk on all fours," he jeered, stung by Rousseau's critique. Rousseau, for his part, grew increasingly convinced that Voltaire and his clique were conspiring against him, mocking him behind his back. By the 70s, their relationship had fractured completely. Rousseau even refused Voltaire's offer of refuge when Rousseau was fleeing arrest. The Voltaire-Rousseau split was not just personal, it symbolised a deeper divergence in Enlightenment thought. Voltaire stood for the party of reason, progress through enlightened authority and sharp criticism of tradition. Rousseau became the voice of the party of feeling, valuing emotion, authenticity, and the wisdom of the common man over the polished salon sophisticature. Their quarrel highlighted contradictions. The Enlightenment celebrated reason, yet Rousseau accused reason's apostles of being cold and elitist. It preached equality, yet Voltaire privately disdained the uneducated masses and preferred benevolent despotism to democracy. In their ways, each was prophetic. Voltaire of the liberal, secular values that would shape modern Europe, Rousseau of the romantic, democratic, and even revolutionary currents that would soon erupt. It's fitting that both men died in 1778, a decade before the Revolution, almost as if fate meant to clear the stage for the drama to come. Beyond this famous duo, the Enlightenment was rife with intellectual rivalries and collaborations. Diderot and D'Alembert, co-editors of the Encyclopédie, had their share of squabbles. D'Alembert quit the project in frustration in 1759, leaving Diderot to slog through the remaining volumes largely alone. Diderot also fell out bitterly with Rousseau, who had once been his close friend. Diderot and Baron de Holbach welcomed Rousseau as a kindred spirit in the 1740s, but as Rousseau's ideas diverged and his paranoia grew, he came to believe Diderot had portrayed him negatively in a satirical play. Their friendship collapsed, illustrating how personal slights could fracture even those working for the same broad cause. Meanwhile, Baron de Holbach, host of a famously irreverent salon of atheists, published The System of Nature 1770, a book denying the existence of God outright. This extreme materialism alarmed even Voltaire, who attacked Holbach's atheism as fanatical in its own way. Voltaire believed society needed belief in God as a moral bedrock. If God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him, he quipped. Holbach and Diderot, however, privately ridiculed Voltaire's deism as a lack of nerve. To them, reason pointed to a universe without need of a divine being. Thus, even among philosophes united against the Church's tyranny, there were deep fractures about religion's role. Another poignant clash involved Montesquieu and Rousseau's political theory. Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws, 1748, argued for a balanced constitution, like Britain's, with powers separated among king, parliament, and courts, a moderate vision to prevent despotism. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, dismissed Montesquieu's model as too aristocratic. Instead, Rousseau envisioned a republic so egalitarian that in theory, everyone would obey laws they themselves willed. Voltaire found Rousseau's political ideas as impractical as his primitivism. He quipped that Rousseau's ideal republic was a city of ghosts, and indeed Rousseau's notion that citizens be forced to be free if they violate the general will would trouble critics for its potential for tyranny. Yet these quarrels were not destructive in the long run. Rather, they enriched the Enlightenment's legacy by presenting contrasting ideas that later generations could draw upon. In the salons and in print, rival philosophers might lampoon each other, but they also all contributed to a broader movement questioning the status quo. Occasionally the debates got personal and nasty. Pamphlets full of character assassination flew about. Voltaire was a master of the artful insult. When a pompous critic, the Abbé Desfontaines, attacked him, Voltaire retaliated by portraying Desfontaines as a criminal and a fool in a biting satire, effectively destroying the man's reputation. Rousseau too lashed out. In his later years, he wrote withering letters accusing former friends of treachery. Still, these human dramas had larger consequences. The sharp exchanges clarified differences in thought. What was the best form of government? The true foundation of morality? What is the role of religion? Through argument, the philosophy refined their positions. By the 70s, a new generation was emerging too. Figures like Condorcet, a mathematician and protégé of D'Alembert, admired both Voltaire and Rousseau trying to synthesize Enlightenment ideals with practical reforms. Condorcet would advocate for the abolition of slavery and women's rights, pushing the Enlightenment's egalitarian logic further than his predecessors dared. Meanwhile, the rifts among the older philosophers presaged splits in the coming revolution. Aristocratic liberals versus radical democrats, deists versus atheists, and pragmatists versus idealists. The Enlightenment was not one sun but a constellation, with Voltaire and Rousseau as two bright stars often in eclipse of each other. Their clashes, bitter though they were, gave the era much of its dynamism. The salon gossip about Voltaire versus Rousseau was the talk of intellectual Europe. Interestingly, when both Rousseau and Voltaire passed away in 1778, they received brief eulogies as if they had been complementary heroes. Within a few years, the French Revolution would enshrine them by interring both their ashes in the Panthéon in Paris, Voltaire in 1791, Rousseau in 94, symbolically reconciling the two in the Republic of Posterity. France, it turned out, would need both Voltaire's razor wit and Rousseau's passionate cry for freedom as it hurtled toward a new age. The Palace of Versailles courtyard was packed on a sunny September afternoon in 1783, with eyes fixed on the sky. Two provincial brothers, the Montgolfier brothers, were ready to attempt the first hot air balloon flight by the living creatures in front of King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette. A sheep, duck and rooster were placed into a wicker basket under a taffeta balloon at the sound of a cannon. A second cannon fire announced release. As the balloon gracefully climbed 600 metres, tens of thousands of people gasped. It carried its barnyard aeronauts through the heavens for 8 minutes. Royal biologists quickly examined the animals, which were alive and eating hay, after it softly landed a few kilometres away. The audience applauded. The king was thrilled, albeit the inventors deftly avoided his suggestion to use convicted felons as test passengers. More than amusement, this balloon flight symbolised the Enlightenment's faith in science and reason to expand the conceivable. That moment, even the ancient dream of flight seemed possible. Ingenuity and experimentation had turned imagination into reality before the French public. French Enlightenment science pervaded daily life and great politics. Savants, learned men, and a few women, who passionately studied nature, rose in the 18th century. They studied chemistry, anatomy, botany, astronomy, and electrical. Importantly, they sought practical social reforms. The former Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris was full of experiments. Antoine Lavoisier, a rich Parisian tax officer who loved chemistry, discovered oxygen's role in combustion and established the idea of mass conservation. Lavoisier and his wife Marie, who illustrated and took notes, measured gases and metals with astonishing precision in their home laboratory. He proved that rusting metal gains weight by mixing with airborne oxygen, disproving the phlogiston idea. Such work paved the way for modern chemistry. Lavoisier was a systematic, empirical Enlightenment savant who felt knowledge should advance humanity. Outside the lab, he improved France's gunpowder industry, helping the military, and agricultural research to boost yields. Science historically clashed with religious theology, but by mid-century many clergy were fascinated by it. After the Galileo episode a century earlier, the Church was cautious. Jesuit instructors in France adjusted Cartesian and Newtonian principles. Still, tensions grew. In the 1770s, the Comte de Buffon, the king's naturalist, proposed that the world may be far older than the Bible's 6,000 years. Paris's Faculty of Theology forced him to include a pious disclaimer in his book. Enlightenment science favoured natural explanations above magical ones, contrary to traditional beliefs. Many devout Christians saw scientific findings as proof of God's laws. Medicine and public health were where science and belief intersected most. The introduction of smallpox inoculation, a predecessor to vaccination, was noteworthy. Millions, including royalty, pindurized or scarred by smallpox. After Louis XV died brutally of smallpox in 1774, the new King Louis XVI decided to undergo inoculation, a risky, purposeful infection to bestow immunity. Marie Antoinette supported it. Parisian milliners produced the pouf à l'inoculation, a hairdo with symbols of medicine and victory, a serpent-entwined rod, a rising sun for the king, and an olive branch for peace, to commemorate the royal inoculation's success. Fashion and science were linked. The pouf made inoculation look cool and calm public worries. After the monarchy's high-profile sponsorship, what many considered a dubious, possibly impious activity, deliberately infecting someone, gained legitimacy. It was the moment when empirical knowledge, inoculation success in England and the Ottoman Empire, triumphed superstition. People's veins were filled with Enlightenment notions. Enlightenment science influenced common devices and advances. The elite enjoyed mechanical and scientific exhibitions. Salons had electrical machines with spinning glass globes that generated static electricity, sparking and raising arm hair. These machines were novelty but important research tools. When American scientist Benjamin Franklin showed lightning was electrical by harnessing it with a kite, Europe was enthralled. France copied the experiment. Franklin was a star in Paris as a revolutionary diplomat and scientist, and his lightning rod creation was praised as a reasoned defense against nature. By the 1780s, even churches were putting lightning rods, possibly recognizing that saving a steeple from blowing up was worth it. Some churchmen first opposed them, believing that it was blasphemous to meddle with the artillery of heaven. So science quietly challenged the idea that disasters were divine will by treating them as mechanical issues. No subject was too obscure for the philosophers to probe. Enlightenment thinkers compared doctors' discussions about the heart to a state's circulation of commerce. Philosophy considered classifying human civilizations like naturalists did species. The encyclopedia includes many scientific articles and images, from anatomical diagrams to windmill improvement designs, aiming to gather and disseminate essential knowledge. To catalogue and communicate practical information was an Enlightenment ideal. Knowledge should not be hidden or guild-bound, but shared for the common good. Diderot published on metallurgy, music theory and other subjects because he believed nature and art might liberate minds and enhance life. During this era, the state often linked scientific development to its goals, fostering a culture of enlightened absolutism. Louis XVI and his ministers wanted to use science to improve armaments, maps and agriculture. In the 1760s, the French government supported the enormous meridian voyages to estimate the Earth's form, reflecting Enlightenment curiosity and state pride. The Academy of Sciences researched ways to enhance navigation and chronometers and gave prizes for practical answers. Nutritionists like Parmentier staged meals featuring potato dishes to convince aristocracy it could prevent starvation. To promote potatoes, Parmentier had a field guarded by troops but let peasants steal from it at night. In urban living, the Enlightenment provided new conveniences. Paris's nightly street illumination improved, bringing enlightenment. Public places like the Jardin du Roi, now Jardin des Plantes, offered botanical gardens and a small zoo, representing the era's natural science curriculum. Travelling lecturers demonstrated physics experiments, such as how an air pump could smother a bird in a vacuum jar, ugly, but a dramatic lesson in air. Crowds watched. These shows blurred the lines between education and spectacle. Science was trendy by the 1780s. In clubs, men debated the ideas of Newton and Descartes, while aristocratic women wore small lightning rods as jewellery. The revolutionary idea of rationally evaluating and engineering society also drew inspiration from science. As scientists sought natural rules, philosophers sought social laws. Scientists' skill in describing the world encouraged them to question whether social structures like the monarchy, church, and feudal privileges were logical or historical accidents. Why not redesign a kingdom if a balloon could fly? Science wasn't politically neutral. Some Enlightenment savants faced persecution and challenges. Revolutionaries denounced Lavoisier for being a tax collector in 1794, despite his gunpowder and chemistry advances. Despite his scientific credentials, Lavoisier faced execution when the public turned against experts with links to the Ancien Regime. The Republic has no need of scientists, the judge allegedly declared, rejecting mercy requests. The new administration returned Lavoisier's things to his widow with a note. To the widow of Lavoisier, who was falsely convicted, a year after his execution, acknowledging his innocence and genius, mathematician Lagrange mourned, "It took them only an instant to cut off that head, and 100 years may not suffice to produce another like it." The convergence of Enlightenment science and revolutionary politics was fragile. Science permeated salons, state policies and street culture in Enlightenment France. It offered control over nature and reflected society. People cooked, healed, travelled and illuminated their homes differently. It also influenced their thinking by encouraging them to believe that empirical observation and reason could explain and improve the natural and human world. They would put this optimism to the test, but it held significant power. The Montgolfier balloon soaring to cheers at Versailles showed how knowledge may lift humanity. Once a place of gods and mystery, the sky today hosted human achievement. Everything appeared possible currently. and a social and political revolution was about to happen, spurred in part by Enlightenment science's confidence and inquisitive attitude. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age of Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes. Legibictory superstition and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown spandard censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com, Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaриa's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The Church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the Church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age of Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes. Legibigui superstition and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown spanned censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com, Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaria's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The Church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the Church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. The mathematician, philosopher, and liberal nobleman Marquis de Condorcet died in a dismal Bourg-la-Reine jail cell in August of 1794. He fled from the extremist Jacobin regime that called him a traitor. Condorcet, who championed human rights, slavery abolition, and women's suffrage, almost alone among his peers, was now a victim of the revolution he supported. His lifeless body was uncovered by guards. He may have died from disease and exhaustion or from poison he hid when the guillotine approached. The terror's gloom killed one of the Enlightenment's brightest lights. His demise typified the tragic irony that befell many Enlightenment luminaries during the revolutionary storm. Their promised progress had turned on them. As previously mentioned, Lavoisier faced execution despite his claims that his scientific efforts benefited the nation. Madame Geoffrin's daughter saw her salon acquaintances scattered, some executed, as genteel reform conversations gave way to mobs. Even after their deaths in 1793, Voltaire and Rousseau were disputed by revolutionaries, with radicals favouring Rousseau's egalitarianism and moderates Voltaire's tolerance. The Enlightenment inspired the revolution, but the revolution tested it. The French Revolution both upheld and undermined Enlightenment values. On one hand, it formalised many philosophers' essential ideas. Based on Montesquieu, Voltaire, Rousseau and Locke, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, 1789, advocated freedom of speech and religion, equality before the law, and the right to resist injustice. The philosopher's dream of a meritocratic society was realised on August 1789, when feudal privileges and tithes were abolished in one night. The Constitution of 1791 established a constitutional monarchy with a Montesquieu-like division of powers. The Revolution fulfilled Voltaire's calls for toleration by seizing church property in 1790 and awarding full citizenship to Protestants and Jews in 1791. When Louis XVI was guillotined in 1793, Rousseau's vision of popular sovereignty, the people's will above divine right kingship, was most clearly confirmed. However, the revolution's violent, illiberal turn troubled many. The Enlightenment sought to replace tyranny with reasoned conversation, not crowd or one-party power. The Committee of Public Safety murdered thousands of enemies of the revolution during the Reign of Terror, 1793-4, a terrible inversion of Enlightenment ideas. Reason gave way to another frenzy. Under Robespierre, the revolutionaries formed a municipal religion of the Supreme Being and held deistic festivals, a guillotine-enforced version of Rousseau's civil religion. People executed under the guise of reason for being aristocrats or moderate republicans would have horrified Voltaire. The terror exposed an Enlightenment contradiction. The confidence in a single truth, rational or ideological, can lead to tyranny. Philosophers like de Holbach and Helvetius were as intolerant of religious people as atheists. The revolution showed how abstract enlightenment may become dogmatism. No one shall spread darkness, on pain of death. Many Enlightenment thinkers did not want democracy. Voltaire favoured an enlightened monarch over an uninformed mob. Some intellectuals said early revolutionary assemblies' disarray showed Voltaire was right about the Quenelle rabble. Before his 1784 death, Diderot had become pessimistic, arguing that despotism might only cease when the last monarch was strangled with the last priest's entrails, a dismal hyperbole the revolutionaries half-jokingly repeated. Diderot probably wouldn't have celebrated the 1793 mass guillotining. Philosophers had not solved how to justly implement principles. This gap existed between theory and practice. Enlightenment supporters faced social contradictions. Few addressed women's condition directly, although they promised equality. Though a proponent of democracy, Rousseau believed women should be educated exclusively to please men and stay at home, contrary to Olympe de Gouges and Condorcet, who authored an essay in 1790 advocating for women's political rights. After writing a Declaration of the Rights of Woman, the revolutionary authority guillotined de Gouges. The Enlightenment fraternity had excluded their sisters from universal rights. There was division among Enlightenment views on race and slavery. Some, like Diderot and Condorcet, strongly criticised slavery as against natural law. The 1788 Society of Friends of the Blacks, founded by Enlightenment-influenced men, sought abolition. Others, like Voltaire, criticised the slave trade in the abstract but made racist statements and invested in colonial corporations. Enlightenment, universal human nature battled with pseudoscientific racism. ironically a consequence of species classification. The revolution abolished slavery in 1794 after a massive slave insurrection in Saint-Domingue, Haiti, but Napoleon reinstalled it. Ideal and reality differed. Relationship between intellect and emotion was another tension. Rousseau noted that humans are not rational, but the Enlightenment praised reason. The revolution showed that passions, anger at injustices, desire for vengeance, hope for glory, drive events more than academic treatises. Romanticism, a 19th century counterattack, accused the Enlightenment of disregarding the heart, tradition and faith. Edmund Burke in England and Joseph de Maistre in France held the philosophes unfairly responsible for the revolution's bloodshed by unmooring society from traditional institutions. They said that the Enlightenment's abstract reasoning had dissolved authority and led to chaos and Napoleon's rule. While this view is debatable, by the early 1800s, the Enlightenment was hailed for the declaration of rights and scientific advancement, but also accused of revolution. Long-term, the French Enlightenment left a deep and mostly good influence. It inspired the French, American, and later independence movements worldwide. Many Enlightenment goals were achieved in the 19th century, including the abolition of slavery in European empires, France in 1848, Britain 1833, the spread of public education, the rise of secular states and the reduction of church temporal power, the gradual and uneven expansion of suffrage, and the advancement of science and technology without dogma. The 1948 UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights is based on Enlightenment ideas. Today we echo Voltaire's calls for press and conscience freedom. Governments cite Montesquieu when creating checks and balances. When protesters invoke the will of the people, Rousseau is followed. However, the Enlightenment left more uncertain legacies. The scientific revolution and industrial society were fueled by reason, but romantics and later existentialists criticized it for promoting technocracy and soulless rationality. Westerners defended imperialism as bringing civilization, an attitude oddly at conflict with the Enlightenment's empathy, but facilitated by its aim. Enlightenment secularism allowed diversity to develop, but also left a spiritual hole that 19th and 20th century ideologies and nationalisms strove to fill, not always for the better. After Napoleon's collapse in 1815, France's monarchy re-established church dominance and conservative tendencies. Intellectual life had changed, thus the genie could not be put back. French politics alternated between liberal and conservative in the mid-19th century, but Enlightenment ideas set the standard. Even conservatives had to justify themselves in terms of logical government and national interest, not divine authority. France will officially divorce church and state in 1905, fulfilling the philosophes' aim of a secular republic based on liberté, égalité, fraternité. Enlightenment principles filtered through revolutionary experience. The French Enlightenment did not finish neatly in 1789. The revolution was chaotic and its aftermath complicated. Perhaps that emphasizes a last Enlightenment lesson. The movement always understood that human affairs are imperfect and progress zigzags. Diderot observed, "Passions are the only orators that always persuade, conceding that reason doesn't control the world." Later in life, Voltaire tempered his mockery with appeals for steady improvement, not utopia. Even radical Rousseau cautioned that abrupt upheaval could lead to harsher despotism. Many Enlightenment thinkers realized that Enlightenment would be a long-term tense project. Thus the Enlightenment's twilight transformed rather than ended. People called themselves ideologues or intellectuals instead of philosophes in the 19th century, but they inherited the Enlightenment's realm. Questioning authority, demanding reasoned answers, and claiming individual dignity became entrenched in Western civilization. When we read Voltaire's witty, courageous writings, Rousseau's profound challenges, Diderot's encyclopedic labours, or Condorcet's prescient humanism, we are reminded of the Enlightenment's very human story. Salon gatherings and clandestine pamphlets, friendships and feuds, and people risking prison for a pamphlet or exile for a principle. Ideas could overthrow thrones in that age. Its legacy lives on every time an informed public holds a tyrant accountable. A youngster is taught science without superstition, various individuals sit down to talk and debate rather than fight, and we choose light over darkness. The French Enlightenment was truly a turning point in human history.